First pair, Lee Charles and Pete Lane. So Lee Charles be somewhere in the 9/8s. Lee Charles, former winner of the big bracket. He's taken £5 away from this event in the past. Would like to do it again today if he could. 985, nice opener, and 1162 for Pete Lane. Right, Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin from the Gasser Circus. That's where you normally find him. Alongside Thomas Bublitz. As I say, purely checkout pass is the only time that they're not racing today.
Now, one of the interesting things that Steve Matthews posted yesterday was that he said we're not very good, but we don't care, because he was watching in the grandstand. I beg to differ, sir. You were really, really good. It's just the guy in the other lane was just a smidge better. $9.55 for Steve Matthews. Thomas Bublitz, 10.17. Sorry, Carl.
Well, these two have raced each other plenty of times over the years. Bob Molden and Simon Innes both race in Pro ET.
Yeah, so Simon Innes, any of these guys and girls can go deep into eliminations, can't they? There's, they're so good. They're all really, really good. They race week in, week out.
Well, something in the 9.4s for Bob, something in the 10.6s for Simon. Possibly a 10.7, but it's early morning, so it'll be a 10.6. Oh dear, oh dear.
I'll tell you what, should we just to do a test, just a test, maybe sometime. What we should do is pre-record some commentary and then play it over a run and see if it's correct, because there's a high chance it might be, actually.
Yeah, well, we said a 9.4, 9.39 with a 9, and a 10.63, of course, there for Simon Innes. But seriously, it's how well Darren and I know these cars and how well the racers know the cars. And we know that they're very, very consistent, so... yeah, but it is sometimes, you do feel a little bit smug sometimes when that happens, don't you?
Yeah, it's only, see, I told you, as soon as he walks in, it's going to work properly.
So Chris Newsom and Jens Kanecki.
Now that's much more like it for Jens, even though the ET's not going to quite match. The trouble is, they've got is now what do they dial for round one? That's the biggest problem. Yeah.
Dave Cherrett and Darren Huxley. Dave with the Dark Revenger. Again, another former winner of the big bracket, and it was on the Sunday last year that he took the money. Can he do it again? The Huxleys have already had a final this year. Obviously with Mark Huxley yesterday.
Well, Dave's actually wide awake this morning. Look at that, a 0-1 reaction time. I think that's how he lost yesterday, wasn't it, in the hog shop? Pretty much. $11.24 for Darren. Actually, that's one of his quicker runs ever, I think. Yeah. Dave Cherrick goes 9.85. So, Colin is in the car today. Stuart is out front. Going alongside the one, the only, Kirsty Tram, who only just missed out yesterday, but then only just is what bracket racing is all about, isn't it?
It's the it's awareness at the stripe of where your opponent is.
I think you read lip there.
Well, yeah, there is that, but obviously, yeah, but you don't want to take a win by like 2/10. You want to take it by hundreds.
Yeah, you got it. So I'm sure Kirsty's number will be about a 12 flat, maybe 11.95. Colin will be about an 8.7, which is the number actually on the back of the car, still from yesterday, I think. There you go, 8.74 and 11.97. Bang in the middle, actually, of what I just said. So, a friend from Germany, Franz Aschenbrenner. We're going to get his name perfect and he'll go home.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we're just warming up for next week. That's what it is. Yeah. He's one of those staying over for the whole time.
Well, he had a bracket 803 car yesterday. It was quite remarkable to watch, and his lights were killer as well.
I don't know what's that paint scheme. It's like a timber type space. It's like a hunting paint scheme. That's what it is. Because those like a camouflage hunting paint scheme, isn't it? That's exactly what it is. Well, no camouflage hunting eliminations, please. Against Paul Pace or Paul Patchy, if you prefer, from Malta. With the Union Jack Escort, ironically, from Malta. He's brought it home again. .803, 807. Problems for Paul though, only a 16-second run. I'm sure they'll know what to dial for round one. We've got never-ending tackle back again. See, Julian, as soon as you walk off, that's what happens, but I'm sure it'll clear itself up. It's probably static from someone, so that's the thereabouts. So will John Bean get his 8-second run today? It's really bad if you can hear it. It's constant. Hang on. Just a minute. The car's moved away, see if it goes away. There you go.
So Brett Featherstone and John Bean. John made it through to the semi-finals yesterday.
Well, if he's going to run an 8, now's prime time.
Come on, John. Come on.
Tailwind, cool air,
come
and
on. Yay!
An 8.98.
Finally. 8.98, 149. Congratulations to John Bean.
A 9.57 on the button as well for Brett Featherstone.
Oh, he'll be very, very happy, man. He's had a great weekend. Good day yesterday. Got some money. I think he got $1,000 out of the big bracket yesterday, and he's got his first ever 8. So well done to John Bean.
So, John, you can retire now, mate. Just kidding. Yeah, but this is sort of, I mean, all joking aside, it's prime time conditions to run quickly. Track perfect, air perfect, tailwind, a little bit of sun on the track to warm it up a bit. What more can you want?
Oh, it's my boy. Paul Finneck. Let me down yesterday. As soon as I saw him, he was like, I know, I let you down. He was like, I let myself down.
I love the fact that was what he was most disappointed about, letting you down. I like that. That's nice. So, against Billy Lohing.
Good to see Billy back after yesterday.
Yeah, I thought that'd be that, really. That looked quite terminal. I told you, Julian, now you're here, it won't happen. Oh, there we go. It won't happen, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
You've got a little bit of a cackle. Billy with exactly the same problem as yesterday, i.e. dead stop on the start line. 10:57 at 1:30 for Paul Fennick. Tom, it's not anyone's birthday today, honest Atkinson. Actually, it is, isn't it?
It is. It's John's dad or Tom's granddad's birthday today, actually. So many happy returns to Atkinson Senior.
That's pretty awesome, that.
All right, Gary Carr. Well, not that we can try and predict the car, but it'll probably go 11.05 here. Went 11.06 yesterday. So Tom Atkinson, mid-8s, and it'll be 11.0 something for Gary Carr, but tailwind conditions. It could even squeak in 11.03 possibly, but we're talking hundredths of a second. So that's how good these races are. 8.44. Actually, bang on where Gary's been all week on. 11.06 with a 0. He'll take that all day long.
So a couple of finalists. They still pick up checks, but not quite the ones they wanted. John Turner a couple of years back, and Mark Huxley yesterday. So John Turner back in the low 9s. John was ready to start the season a couple of months ago, when it was due to start actually. Unfortunately found some engine problems before he started. And a bit of work to get it together. But it's good to see him back again. So a 9.0 or a 9.1 for John. 9.14. And a 9.79. Picking up a little bit.
Picked up a little bit, yeah. That's purely air and track.
And D8 breeze. You know, I would say we don't get many tailwind days here, but we've had mostly tailwind days this year.
Actually, you're right. Yeah. Right.
We normally don't anyway, but this year's just been a bit odd like that.
All right. Ronnie and Reuven.
Sorry, I don't know why that was funny. It just sounds like a duet, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They sound like an old musical duet.
Well, at least it's not the two Ronnies.
Just call Reuben Ronnie Jr. and be done with it. Go on.
Okay, so Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Ford Pop. Non-nitrous, so he'll be in the low 10s. And Reuben Dawson. Had a few wheel spin issues off the line, but seems to have calmed them down, so he'll be back into the low 9s.
I love the fact the forecast has gone from being average for this weekend to spectacular.
I know.
Today's absolutely beautiful. Today, if you're going to design a day for racing, this is the one, frankly. It doesn't launch like it normally does.
No, he had a little bit of wheel spin there again. Very quick pedal.
Well, one tyre broke loose, not the other.
Yeah. Still went 9.2 though.
10.29 for Ronnie Mercer. Well, I noticed Spencer's only got his crew shirt on today. What was the...
yeah, the ring gear has gone in the transmission.
In the...
So it's fixable. He'll be back out next weekend.
Okay. With a lot of work, really.
Yeah.
So, William Brothers...
I'll say ring gear, axle. Right, Nick Williams, Dan Williams. Dan's car well sorted, running 10.5s. Nick, they're just getting the weight in the right place in the car now to make sure it's okay. But it calmed itself down yesterday. Let's see what he's got today.
Tickling it into stage, you can see.
I always do.
It's the way to do it. Launch from the same place every time.
Oh, problems for Dan. And it's Nick who's having the picture perfect run.
I know why that happened.
972.135.
You know why that happened? You said it was well sorted, and Nick's wasn't.
Yeah. Well, Dan's still got forward motion, so...
Oh, he's still going, actually,
Yeah.
yeah. Seems to have plugged it back in gear and got moving again. It's not a run he's going to dial from, though, is it?
No.
Let's face it. So, I'm pretty sure this is going to be Paul Marston and Jordan Payne.
Jordan very pleased to be back behind the wheel of the car. This time last week he was in America as guests of VP and Freddie.
I can't think of anything worse than being a drag racer, and he's still going to the racetrack. He went to the racetrack in the States, and like, I've got one of those at home, but I can't run it. You know, I always liken it to really enjoying a drink, shall we say, and then having to drink lemonade in a pub. It's that kind of feeling, you know what I mean? Everyone else is doing what you want to do, and you can't. Dave having a good look under Grumpy's Dodge. Giving him the thumbs up. That was the downward Dave motion that was patented yesterday. Been years in the making, isn't it? So Jordan went as quick as 7:42, I think he ran yesterday, which he'll sure be overjoyed with this time next week in Comp Eliminator. Paul taking a good look at the wall. 7:45, exactly where he was pretty much all day yesterday, apart from the one run where he wasn't. 9:01 Paul Marston. Anyone out there is wondering what's going on, these are time trial runs. They get one shot at doing this, and then it's random pairings in round one again. And then we have round one of front wheel drive, I do believe.
Yeah,
is that right?
All here.
Someone's been doing their own work.
I managed to type this up in the caravan last night.
Did you?
Oh dear.
Is that why you got about an hour's sleep? Was
Yeah,
it?
probably.
Fair enough then.
All right, Pete
Last
Creswell.
car.
The full Monty, the Mustang from Sharnbrook.
Junior's just checking to make sure he got that. Hopefully he did. It's a good looking launch.
49. Nice. Wry grin from Rob and Pete down there.
So Mr. Stevenson is standing behind us. I can tell that because the sun's gone in. We are just about to be on with front wheel drive round number one.
Numero one, yeah. Jacob Bailey at the head of the lanes. It's going to be taking on Dan Malton.
Is everyone going to make this round, actually? Because obviously everyone was pretty much in the
I
draw
believe
last night.
everybody that was in the draw will be making it.
So that's pretty much 60 cars, was it?
No.
Or how many buys were there? I can't remember.
Let
3
Colin
or
do
4,
the count
weren't they?
then.
4 buys,
I think.
1, 2,
If it's still 4.
5 buys.
5
in the end,
buys,
actually.
sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so 59. So
59.
we've equaled last year's record. God damn.
Well, you gave yourself every chance of bettering it with 77.
Yeah, well, we had 77 cars enter. We only actually had 70 cars make it to the event.
Okay.
So we lost a few cars on the way.
So what you're saying is you bought the highest entry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
essentially. Yeah.
Even though the Nostalgia Superstock
Turned up one.
turned up. We actually did have a
I'll
bump.
tell you what, this is going to be a never-ending war of...
No, it will never
No.
change.
What I mean is of, okay, yes, 72 entered, but 72 turned up. You had 77 entered, but you had 70 turned up.
Yeah.
And so on.
But the
that's
thing
good.
is, though, front-wheel drive will always hold the record for the highest entry. That will never change.
Well,
And
the thing is, it's the greatest competition to have. As in, who's got the most entries? Yeah, that's good. That means it's healthy. That's great.
It does, and it also shows that it's diversity in motorsport as well. We've got so many front-wheel drive cars, and it's racers pushing equipment as hard as it possibly can. Yeah. That's why you're getting a lot of breakages, because they're trying stuff that's not normally associated with drag racing in the recognised form, i.e. rear-wheel drive, big V8, off you go. You know, it's 4-cylinder, it's 6-cylinder, it's boost, it's you name it, absolutely everything.
Even the same, you can see the people who are at the head of qualifying are the people who can get parts off the shelf that are ready-made and go fast parts, which is what a lot of the Honda and the VW stuff, you can buy a lot of the stuff from America that is tried and tested, and other people have done the development, you buy it, whereas a lot of our other guys are they've got a setup that they've had for years. Maybe they've had that car since they were like 19. Like Brad Morgan, still pushing the 1.4 litre 8-valve. I mean, those engines are getting rarer and rarer these days. Luckily, he's got a couple of blocks left, and people are like, why don't you put a bigger engine in? He's like, well, I've got so much development in this setup, and it goes with this car, and I don't really want to change it for something else that would be just as easy, because I want to push this motor specifically. And the same goes for everyone on the list. And that's the good thing, is the amount of different vehicles we've got, different engines, different vehicles, and it enables us, especially with like the sports compact shootout that we do here at Sanderpod Raceway, we can run an event at GTI Festival, we can run an event at the Vauxhall Show, we can do an event at the Jap Show. There'll always be a crowd for a certain part of the people entering in the competition, and then hopefully it draws people in who maybe, like, say they're a Vauxhall fan, they'll come to the Jap Show because the sports compact shootout is at that event.
And it's a totally different demographic of racer and of spectator that will come. So it just spreads the net far and wide.
Well, I've spent the past few weeks, I mean, Doorslammers is really early in the season, we know this. So we've only had 3 or 4 lifestyle shows in the lead up to this, like Fast Show, Jap Show, GTI Spring Festival. So I've been saying at those events, I've been basically saying, you need to come to this event, try a major event with all the different cars, and come and enjoy it. And the amount of people that have just walked around the pits who have never been to an event like this and just going, look at these trucks, look at these setups. This is not like a normal like lifestyle show day. Well, the lifestyle show days are brilliant because you've got all the car show and shine, you've got car clubs and stuff like that. This is a full-on race event.
Mixed with a show and shine as
there
well.
is show and shine on the other side. So on the other side. And that's one of the good things.
Just over there.
Oh, we got the show and shine in the bike arena today as well. So, so we're really doubling up this weekend.
The one thing I wanted to say about the entries, just very quickly, while we've got a slightly quiet moment, is that back in the heady days of drag racing, as everybody always refers to, back in the sort of 70s and 80s, if you look at the entry list from there, quite often for a lot of the events, there were like between 110 and 140 entries.
Yeah.
Now, that really puts into perspective one class showing up with 70-plus cars, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or any 70-plus bikes, whatever it is, 70-plus anything. It's really exceptionally good.
It is. It is. Well, it's, like this year, one of the main things that we did was implement the roll cage rule. So previously, Doorslammers has been classed as a street event with no rules. It was bring what you've got and come and race it. But the competition is getting so serious these days that certain rules have been brought in this year. A lot of people did say when the roll cage rule was brought in that was going to diminish the class, but it hasn't. People have gone out and they've made their cars safer and they've made their cars quicker. And at the same time, next year, I mean, it's not up to me, but I would suggest that every car mandatory has an oil tray. People complain that they've had so much time in the pairing lanes. We've had so many oil downs. An oil tray would have saved that.
Correct.
And it's the same with a lot of it. The majority of it would have been helped with that.
Yeah.
So with development comes
oil
better.
trays are something that it's the same thing with. It blows my mind to think years and years ago we used to run top fuel cars without engine diapers or nappies or whatever you want to call them. Anyway, no sort of containing device for the bottom of the car, and if anybody needs any proof of what a good idea it is, there are a number of people that I know personally who said that they've saved their race car because when the engine let go, all the oil and all the stuff didn't go under their tyres, so they didn't go in the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, you blew your engine up. That's a rubbish day. I get it. But the last thing you want to do is blow the engine up and lose the car at the same time because it ends up upside down because it slid around in its own oil. And, yeah, like you said, engine trays, I mean, okay, yes, it takes a little bit of time and effort to do that, but we're talking about saving your equipment as well. Yeah. Races are single-minded. That's what makes them so cool. That's what makes them, what's the word I'm looking for? Pioneers, if you will. And they always want to the only thing they concentrate on is going quick and fast and everything else as well. But when you go quick and fast, I think possibly one of the best examples of that was Hubert with the Audi.
Yes.
If you remember. Yeah. So if you're okay with it, give us the example of like what happened and how and why.
When they first came to Santa Pod Race at VW Action, we bring over some of the best cars from around Europe, and we scour things like Drag Race List and other like stuff around the continent, and we see cars that are running, and I was like, we like that. So when it comes to like mid-season, we start messaging them saying, would you like to come to Santa Pod Race to VW Action? We'd love to help bring you over here and come and race at this big show. There's money to be won, yada yada, and then they come over and do it. Well, the thing is, we have drag racing. We're lucky. We've got Santa Pod Raceway. We can come here every weekend if you really want, and you can look online, and there is a rule book, and there is all the rules and regulations that you ever need to know, and you can build your car to that rules and regulations. You go out into Europe, and some of these guys that run on airfields and stuff like that, they don't necessarily have the same rules or the same availability to the rules. So they just, this fly's really annoying us all, isn't it? And so they just said, and then Hubert turned up, and he had a aluminium show cage in the back of the car.
Show cage.
A show cage.
So it wasn't even any purpose.
We were like, if he crashes like this, it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
And then he come back.
So how quick was the car when he was running like that?
Eights.
So he was running eights with a show cage.
Yeah.
So basically an Audi TT.
Yeah.
With like virtually as good as zero safety.
Yeah. That's it. Almost. Yeah. And then he came back a few years later with a better roll cage. And he came to, it was during COVID year when VWDRC hired Santa Pod Raceway and just had our own private 2-day event. He ran a 7.7, and basically, as we said, the water pump broke. That put water underneath the tyres.
Perfect example.
And put the car on the roof, and he slid for a quarter of a mile after the finish line on the roof.
Ow.
When the guys got to him at the bottom end of the track, they opened the door, his hands device fell out the door card, hit him on the head.
It was not on his...
It was not on his head. So after that, they said, why are you not wearing it? He said, it's uncomfortable.
Okay. How comfortable is rebuilding your car for... Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. So after that, he went full into safety. And he went on and built like an unlimited Pro Mod chassis Audi TT, which is now holding the world record. The HST... Audi A3, now that safety has gone through the roof. We've seen the TTK Golf. After that, they saw the car go so much safer, so much straighter. They went straight out, full tube chassis car. Now we've seen Julian with the Black Mark II Golf. He's done the same, full tube chassis Golf. So people are now learning and taking it on board, and the same goes with the front-wheel drive class. People are now, the rule is that you have a roll cage, so everyone's implemented putting in a roll cage. But when you have a roll cage, that automatically means you're going to have your race harnesses. If you've got race harnesses, you're going to have a hands device.
Yeah.
So it all does barrel roll, but it makes our guys so much. We'd rather people just that if you have a bump and you're able to go to work the next day, that's the main thing.
Yeah, you don't want to be... Well, you
don't want to have a bump.
Well, I think another one of... That's probably the most terrific example going. That is probably the most terrific example going for the simple reason, like you said, is even though he'd updated stuff, he still didn't wear his hands device because it was uncomfortable.
That's it.
However, he learnt his lesson. I mean, he was able... that's probably the good thing to say. He was able to learn his lesson, meaning he was still able to walk and talk, so he could get on with doing what he enjoyed. and he changed everything for the better, basically.
I remember a number of years ago, I went to Bitburg in Germany, and I had a 12-second Beetle at the time, and I was wearing a hands device, and people were like, why are you wearing this? It's like, 'cause I've got it. It costs 200 quid.
Just let everybody know what's going on out there whilst we're talking. We're actually trying to get all of the front-wheel drives together in pairs, because obviously there's so many of them.
Yeah.
We're trying to shuffle the pack so that they actually do come around in their predetermined pairs. So that's what's going on around there at the moment. We're pretty much ready, but it's just getting everybody to make sure that they actually know who they're racing.
No.
Although we did the chip draw last night, and they all know, it's making sure that they are together in the pairing lanes. Don't just come down and then go, right, where's my opponent? And realising he's like 60 cars back. So, that's what's going on at the moment.
I think the front's probably pretty much
the
there.
front
It's
will be
everyone else
it's behind.
Yeah,
isn't it? There we go.
So on the list, obviously the marquee matchup is unfortunately going to be Soren Hansen versus David Lamech, two of our fastest cars. But what else have you got on there that you think is tasty? Ahmed having his brother-in-law was hilarious.
Yes, that was.
We do like that.
Yeah.
No
We did
speak
like
of
that.
the
Ahmed
English.
was the last chip out.
But you know,
wasn't he?
and the other really good thing was I didn't talk to anybody apart from Terry Newton right at the start. And I just happened to do that at the end. And
Yeah.
it was the funniest bit.
And the worst thing was, obviously, usually we go on really, really late. And we went for it quite quick, actually, in the end.
Yeah.
Much to your hilarity with me with my pronunciations.
Yeah,
but, there we go.
right.
You let me hang
Right.
on. You let me hang on that one.
I'm
didn't you?
surprised you turned up to work with us this morning
So-
after that, frankly.
European front-wheel drive sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Racers, Rolling Road, Mapping and Tuning and Fuel Tech UK. Two VW DRC races to kick off the day. Dan Malton with the 20-valve turbo Lupo and Jacob Bailey with the R32 turbo Jetta.
How close are they ET-wise?
Jacob, this weekend has been low 10s. Dan, I can't remember what he qualified with.
He's number 37
Number
on the qualifying list.
37. I've lost
Possibly
the
in the
qualifying
11th
list.
then. No, that's all right.
Yeah. But of course, Jacob's been chasing that 9-second pass all weekend.
This is all about racing. First to finish line wins and stays in the draw.
Well, a bit of a bog for Jacob, bit of a bog for Dan. Jacob's out in front now. He's got to miss the shift there. Here comes Dan at the top end. And that R32 has got the torque to go 10.75 at 143 and takes Jacob through to the second round draw. Now, of course, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as this is done, I will no doubt be running over to the VIP balcony to do the chip draw for the second round. Next up, it's going to be Josh Holmes taking on Chris Fabini. Josh Holmes ran a personal best yesterday of 10.10. He is yet to run his 9-second pass. Could it be in round one of eliminations?
The one thing I'd like to keep an eye on as well here, especially, is reaction times. Because if you look at the reaction times,
some of them are not going to be brilliant. a lot of the VW racers are going to be used to running on a sportsman tree, and a lot of our other racers will not. They just run what you run. Try it. Their best. Well, a good launch for Josh Holmes. He's out in front. Issues for Chris Fabini, unfortunately. So Josh Holmes doing 112 at the 8th mile, goes through with a 10.35, 144 to take the win. Now, of course, if you're watching online either via Santapod TV or Santapod Raceway Facebook, please make sure you're letting us know which country you are supporting in the European front-wheel drive class this weekend. We've got racers from all over Europe. At the moment, we're having a few pairs of English racers, but we've got some Germans, some Dutch, some French, some Portuguese round the corner, all rating to race. Next up, Simon Fogg versus Carl Monks. Simon once again having issues with the Corsa, so Carl Monks is going to get an easy ride in round number 1, going through with a 10.09 at 147. Well, unfortunately, this was a tough draw for the wife in the sweepstakes. My driver didn't even make it this weekend. Collins' engine let go in testing, and my wife pulled out one of the fastest front-wheel drive diesels in round number 1. So underneath the tower, Mark Taylor with the Blue Leon Racing Seat Leon, and in the Kestrel beer lane we have Diogo Ignacio from Portugal with the XQ Motorsports and Parts Mark 1 Golf. He's put in some great runs. He's actually run personal best this weekend, and for one point he was the fastest front-wheel drive diesel in Europe. But that's already been robbed off him and taken back to Poland at the moment, but at the moment he's got one more chance where he can take it back. And don't forget, to all of our racers, even if you are eliminated, there will be chances for grudge racing this afternoon, so please do not pack up and head off home or pack up and head into the grandstands. We want to see you with your cars out later this afternoon getting some extra runs. Okay.
That's not to say, actually thinking about it, grudge racing, you know, a 4-cylinder can call out a front-wheel drive. A True Street can call out a Pro Street.
Jack Bowley will call out anyone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can call out anybody from any class.
That's it. Well,
have a grudge with them.
Dave's just run for the tractor quickly. I'm assuming there was something just dripped out of Simon Fogg's Corsa, and it's something that Ian wants to make sure he pays attention to. Obviously, he wants both lanes to be as equal as possible. Now, again, European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by, obviously, European front-wheel drive. That's why we call it European front-wheel drive, but also SW Motorsports. If you look behind the gantry here at Santa Pod Raceway, you'll see a big banner for SW Motorsports. They make bespoke roll cages. And if you're looking to get a roll cage ready for the European front-wheel drive class next year, why not get in touch with SW Motorsports? And of course, it's Gordon from Street Racers. Not only does he do the mapping, he also supplies fuel techs for loads of people across the front-wheel drive and all other classes throughout drag racing in the UK. So have a word with Gordon if you want to get yourself set up in the very near future with some fuel tech. And thank you to both of them for supporting the European front-wheel drive class this year.
Let everybody know, after front-wheel drive, it will be Pro Doorslammer. Will be the next class round.
Nice. Right, rolling under the tower. Mark Taylor with the 20-valve turbo Seat Leon taking on Diogo Ignacio from Portugal. Let us know if you're watching in the comments and you're cheering on Portugal. See those flags popping up in the comments. So Diogo yesterday went 9.29 at 153 miles an hour. Hopefully someone will check the door on the Seat Leon and the passenger side before he makes a run. Yeah, Carl makes a move on the move. It's like he's listening. Okay, so our first European pairing. Portugal in the Kestrel beer lane, UK in the Slick Tricks racing lane. To get yourself in the second round chip draw. Mark Taylor, double bowls already. In comes Diogo. Very polite reaction times for both. Issues for Mark Taylor, now issues for Diogo. One of them's got to get to the finish line first. Here comes Mark. He's going to drive him around him. Diogo's dead in the water. It is going to be Mark Taylor that goes through with a 14.76 at 128. Well, gutted for you guys. Don't forget, if that can be fixed, you are more than welcome to come and do more runs this afternoon. Your weekend is not over yet.
Well, that was the car that qualified number 6 that's just gone by the wayside there. Woo.
So we'll be losing number 6 and either number 1 and number 4 in round 1 already. The mare, Terry Newton, taking on Sean Duffy. Now, Sean's been working very hard on his car all night long, doing some changes, or repair work it is. Terry Newton only put 1 pass in this weekend. It was a personal best. Issues for Sean, unfortunately. So all eyes are on Terry Newton in the Kestrel beer lane as he goes 132 at the 8th and
wow.
an 888 at 166 miles an hour. Parachute blossoms down the bottom end of the track.
When I bumped into Terry yesterday, I love this. I said that was a really good run, well done. Shook his hand and said personal best and stuff like that. I said, so, but you're up here watching. He goes, oh yeah. He said, that was a great run. I'm going to save it for today and next week. And he goes, there's so much cool stuff here I want to watch.
That's it. Why not? That's putting your race head on. Right, Madison Eade making her debut elimination run against Andy Nichols, a previous Doorslammers champion. We joked last night that to Madison, she was like, oh, I got Andy Nichols. I was like, well, you never know. He's got a history of not turning up on race day.
Or turning up in qualifying as well.
Yeah, could turn up qualifying. But, in all seriousness, this is an 8-second car. It has been 8 9s. It has won the Doorslammers class previous times.
Am I right in thinking he's still got 2 of them at least? Or
No, he sold one, the Integra, to Gordon, and his Mrs. Emma will be racing very soon.
Oh, super. So he's just down to 1.
No, he's down to about 5.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go then. So Madison just waits patiently in pre-stage. We've got a little burn down going on. Obviously, Andy needs time to build up the boost, but Madison is moving in. She's in. She's just creeping forward. She's in. Deep staged. The lights drop. It's just both.
No one is going to be framing those reaction times.
No. Well, Andy's
coasting.
Slug. He's coasting.
He was really there for the taking.
Well, 13.69. Madison goes through with a 16.06.
So Larry Ainslow against Ant Mincher.
Well, Ant's had a good weekend. This car is capable of running down into the 9s. Lowry bought the Cupra this year. She's racing in VW Sportsman with it. She's got it down into the 13s so far. But Ant's not had the most consistent weekend. So once again, if you have something happen like in the last race, Lowry's always there to pip him if needed. So, Ivicar, Lowry's in. Anthony rolls in. The lights drop. Anthony gets a bit of spin off the line, but now he's making way. He goes quiet though. He's dead in the water.
I think he's got an
issue.
Has he got enough
At the
momentum?
top end, he's got the momentum. Just 13.72 to a 13.92. Wow.
Reaction times as well. She could have done that.
She could have done that. Right. Next up then, Carl Overbury from France taking on Rafael Cancol from Poland. Now the question is Rafael running for that 8-second pass, or is he just going to go for the win to get him through to the next round? We'll find out very, very shortly. Well, Rafael taking his time to go into pre-stage. Very lucky. Oh, well, he took so long that Carl pulled through. So it's going to be a red light, and it's going to be a solo run for Rafael Cacol. Gets very close to the center line. Luckily, he had a red light, and he goes through with the win at 12:45 at 102. Wow, we're not even a quarter way through yet. We've not had any upsets yet, but we almost have. We almost have. All right, next up. Oh, what a matchup. These two have been goading each other over the night. Dean Hyman with Goldilocks taking on Grant Moore with the Pigeon. Grant Moore, a super consistent racer, now down into the 10.3s. Dean Hyman's got to do everything right, otherwise Grant will be there. Grant's into full stage. In goes Dean. Dean got the jump on the lights, but Grant has driven around him. Has Dean got the power to catch him? I don't think he does. Grant Moore is out ahead at the moment, and he goes through at a 10:32, 139. Dean Hyman is out. One of our first upsets of the day.
Well, if qualifying was anything to go by, number 22 just took out number 33. So Grant was having the better weekend so far anyway. And as you always say, nobody can catch the Pigeon.
No.
Simple as that.
Next up, Fran Herbert taking on Craig Evans. VR6 with nitrous taking on a turbocharged LET engine. Well, both cars are in stage and nothing dropped on the button.
Well, can we please have Pro Doorslammers into the pairing lanes, please? I think they're already on their way down, but Pro Doorslammer, let's have you into the lane.
A little button malfunction there, so just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a spare supply of these buttons.
Okay, both good to go. So, just waiting for Anne to creep forward. There she goes. Craig gets on the launch control. He gets the jump on the lights. Fran bogs down. Craig is out in front and rolling enough. He's going to be taking the win with a 997, 144.
Not that it makes any difference, but I've just been monitoring this. 10 pairs have gone through. 8 of the winners have come from the Slicktrix lane. Only 2 so far in the Kestrel lane.
Ooh. Well, this is going to be a tough matchup. Thorsten Middendorf, one of the fastest front-wheel drive cars in Europe, but has had a lot of issues this weekend. He's taken on Darren Dewhurst with the Shed. Doesn't really look like a Shed anymore. It's a beautiful looking car, but this car has got a lot of performance to come.
He's rolled the beams.
Rolled the beams and given Thorsten Middendorf a nice green light test run. And still, Thorsten had those issues with the car. So unfortunately, Darren is not going to get any time in data. And Thorsten is going to roll through to the next round with a 12:24. Unlucky, guys. Don't forget, grudge racing this afternoon. We really hope to see Darren Dewhurst back out, getting some more runs.
So, of all the times Thorsten Mittendorf's here and hasn't made it past Friday morning, who would have known that all he needed to do was run 12s to stick around on race day?
randomly, Poppy's got 853 dial on the back of her car. She's feeling really brave.
Is that a dial?
No.
Okay. Yeah, the only slight problem is Torsten looks like quite a fit young chap. And he's probably going to come and find me and give me a slap at some point, I should think.
That's it. Well,
I'm just kidding. It's great to have him here. It's good that it never ceases to amaze me just how people's will to show up and go fast.
Okay, so Alexander Hunter or Poppy taking on Calvin Skerritt. Now, Calvin's not had it all his way this weekend so far. It's the first time he's really butt up on the two-step, but he's had issues on the start line. Poppy Hunter is away. Can Calvin get Peter on the line and that line going? Let's see what's going to happen here. He's got some big speed coming. Poppy at the moment is doing 78 at the 8th. Calvin at the 8th is doing 129. Poppy takes the win. 15:59, taking out one of our 8-second cars. Calvin Skerritt on the trailer.
Proof if you ever need it. You just got to show up.
Well done, well done. And we like the crew enthusiasm on the start line as well. Right, next up, Connor Edwards with the Polo, the Astra Saloon, taking on Michael Berenz from Germany. Michael Berenz, known all around Germany and Europe for helping preparations of tracks. But this time he's in his Polo. He ran 12s yesterday. Unfortunately, Dave checking something underneath the car. Well, issues unfortunately for Connor Edwards. So it is going to be Michael Berenz taking a bye run. The first time he's driving his car in 17 years, and he is going to be through to round 2 of the Doorslammers with his 12-second Polo.
Actually, that was a couple of guys I got to have a real good chat with last night. They're telling me all the story about how long he's had the car and what they were doing and how much work they've done here. It was quite an interesting story yesterday. So good to have a chat with them.
Yeah, they've been working hard and they've been rewarded. So next up, Phil Thomas and Ricardo Late. Last year was Ricardo's year. He ran his first 9-second pass and promised to propose to his lady if he ever ran the 9-second pass, and I believe he did so shortly afterwards. And looking around the corner, I can see Martin Dainty. Horatius Caruana from Malta is round there as well. Matt Davison, the wedding man from this weekend, is just a couple of pairs back as well. We've also got Lisette de Koning from the Netherlands. And still so many more cars still to come. Can we even see the back of the pairing lanes yet for front-wheel drive cars on the TV?
No. Quite simply.
And obviously we've still got Ahmed Jamshed, David Lamech, Soren Hansen, Alan Duffy. So many heavy hitters yet to come.
Nice to see a good crowd here today. Very good morning to everybody on the grandstands. Give us a wave. Show us that you are alert. They are. Look at that. Cracking effort. And, of course, all of those getting a good dose of Podface on the banking. A very, very good morning to you over there as well. Trust us, folks. It's going to get very warm as today progresses. A little bit chilly this morning, but the day is just going to get better and better and better. Something approaching, what, 22, 23, possibly even 24 this afternoon.
Beautiful.
Lovely day.
Beautiful.
Goes to show, don't believe the weather forecast at the start of the week.
Or any time. Right, Ricardo Late gets a decent launch there. He's being chased down by Phil Thomas, but Ricardo's doing 104 at the 8th. He's going to go through with a 10-second pass, lifting off the throttle and coasts through to an 11:34. But Ricardo Late is into the next round. Right. The groom, Matt Davison, he's not had a fun weekend with the car. It's been pushing him and pushing him. But now we're in eliminations. He is taking on Clark Appleton. Now, of course, Matt Davison, one of our competition eliminator runners. He'll be racing next weekend also at the FIA main event. So again, if you're coming back next weekend, you'll be seeing Mr. Boost once again. But at the moment, it is eliminations round 1 of the Doorslammers. He's facing up against Clark Appleton in the Kestrel beer lane. Matt Davison gets the jump on the line. He's out in front. A little cough as we go past 3:30, but he's got more than enough to take Mr. Boost to round 2 with a 10:35. Next up, all the way from the Mediterranean, the wonderful Isle of Malta. Good morning to anybody at How Far Raceway who is watching at the Rusty Monkey Bar, doing a little watch party. Hope you're all doing well. Horatius Caruana taking on Ben Fadgster with the Uno Grali. 2 pretty rare cars, let's be honest, on the start line. The lights drop. Horatius gets the jump on the tree. Regular runner in our index classes over at Malta. Horatius staying out in front, 106 at the 8. This is going to be a good 10-second run. 10:51, 121 miles an hour. Malta are into round 2 of the Doorslammers. Right, next up. Well, we've only seen Nicolas Haquier twice this weekend. He's had a tough weekend. He is a previous champion of the Doorslammers, but he has got Tom Herbert with the supercharged VR6 Corrado. This is going to be a good matchup. 9-second performance in the Kestrel beer lane, 10-second maybe in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Tom goes in. Tom gets a good light on Nicolas Haquier. Coming up to the 3:30 mark, Tom's out in front. 8th mile, Tom's doing 103 to Nicholas 68. Tom Herbert is going to take the win, and he goes 11:13, 130 miles an hour. Congratulations. Well done, Thomas. Right, Martin Dainty, the UK's fastest Nova, taking on Ryan French. Well, we're just waiting on Nicolas Haquier to clear the track at the top end. So Marks yesterday went 9:56 at 147. He's going to be taking on Ryan French. Ryan out in his Metro this weekend. Well, Mark being very polite on the reaction time there, knowing that he's got a good 4 seconds on Ryan this weekend, and goes through with a 10:57.
Interesting, we've had none of our buy runs yet.
No. If you're watching on the live stream, Sunpod TV or Sunpod Raceway Facebook page, please lock in your front-wheel drive racer of choice. We'd love to know who you think is going to win. Talking of winners, ladies and gentlemen, last year's champion, David Lammick in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Soren Hansen. This is our marquee matchup of the weekend. David Lammick has run down into the low 8s all weekend. Soren Hansen has been into the 8s as well. Here we go, European front-wheel drives. Both cars in, the lights drop, they're away together, they're side by side. David Lammick starts pulling out in front at the 8th mile. He's doing 144. Poland's going to take the win. 8:07, 161 miles an hour to an 8:79 at 171. The fastest side-by-side front-wheel drive drag race in the whole of Europe. Congratulations, guys. Don't forget, Team OGT, do not go anywhere. You are more than welcome to come and join us for grudge racing this afternoon. Your weekend does not end here. Right, next up, another racer all the way from the Isle of Malta, Jürgen Caruana, taking on Jake Tippin. Now, Jake's been pretty consistent down into the 11s with the TDI van. Jurgen does have the performance to go into the 9s, but he's had a troubled weekend. Can it all come together in Eliminations round 1? He's seen his brother go through. Let's see how we go. Both are in. The lights drop. Oh, red light for Jurgen Caruana on his best launch of the weekend. And unfortunately, still not going to get any timing data as he left before the lights. So Jake Tippin is going to take the win with an 11.69 at 128 miles an hour. Gutted for Jurgen. That was his best run of the weekend as well. Oh. Well. Helder Piera there doing his best impression of Chris Locke. And now being instructed to go backwards. I'm assuming there is something on the track at the top end. Oh, no. No. He's just guiding him to stay straight. Right, Helder Piera yesterday ran a personal best of 9:47. That is a career best over his last car. And with this new car, this car is so much more stable. It's going so well. He's probably had 5-6 runs in this, and he's already down into the mid 9 seconds. He's taking on David Hubbard on his first run, first ever Eliminations run. Very polite reaction times. David Hubbard gets a lots of spin off the line. Helder Piera out in the front. 116 at the 8th and goes through the top end with a 9.69, 149. Right, just a few more pairs left, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, it is a proper family affair. Ahmed Jamshed with the Silver Surfer, and it is going to be a solo run, unfortunately. And we've got a lot of steam coming out from underneath the bonnet of Helder Piera. So both drivers instructed to shut off. I call fix.
What, blowing it up is a fix?
He was like, brother, I'll blow it up you so my sister doesn't get upset.
Yeah. It was probably, Hayder should have realised when Ahmed said to him last night, bro, I can fix some stuff on your car before the morning. It's really quick.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not fixing.
That's not fixing.
Destroyed, that is, unfortunately. That's going to take a little while to sort out. Guys, please don't stand in the middle of the oil, though. Don't stand in the middle of the oil because you walk the oil all over the place.
Well, I think Gordon's saying, can we do our run nice and easy so we can get back to the pits?
No.
He don't want to. He wants to go for it.
Well, it's going to be a buy run. He's going to be able to do it. But obviously, we've got to get the Kestrel lane back into shape because we're racing.
Well,
we can run all the buys through now.
Yeah, that's what I was
already.
thinking.
Well, I've just realised Lizette is over there, so she can take hers.
okay, so solo run for Ahmed. A lot of spin, 162, 60 foot. And lifts off at the top end very sensibly. He's into race mode now. 162, 60 foot. Not the best. 162.
Yeah, a little bit of hopping going on.
But the tyres have probably gone cold by then, so yes, right.
Yeah, so what they're doing on the track, folks, if you you weren't here yesterday or never been to a drag race before, they're taking all the surface oil off and then they will scrub it off basically and re-prep. Well, they don't need to re-prep that part actually because it's behind the start line, but they've got to get it all off because obviously the next pair can't go rolling through it all, or the next car can't go rolling through it all. So that match-up as well between David Lammick and Soren. David Lammick's quickest run, I think.
Yep. New
8-0.
PB, but new PB for both races.
Okay.
European record for a side-by-side front-wheel drive pass.
However, Soren's crew looked like their cat had died. They didn't look, even though it was their quickest run ever,
No,
they
of
weren't
course,
overly
of course.
impressed at all.
Well, they've travelled a long way, but then to get the number one in the round one is just gutting. But if Soren's team are out there, just a reminder, you are welcome to come and do match racing this afternoon, a.k.a. come and get some more runs.
Yeah, that's
your weekend is not over.
So grudge racing,
Yes.
you know, come down, pair up with whoever you'd like to be paired up with. Ideally, a pro Doorslammer would be fun.
But we could put him against Andreas Houdin.
That's the one.
We could have front and back.
That's a good point. Yeah. Anyway, they are the same thick car in reverse, effectively, aren't they? So yeah, Dave down there with the shoe. There is a chemical mixture that sorts out the oil. Once it's all up, they'll go over it with the tractor. Like I said, they don't need to re-prep it because it's not the start line, it's behind the start line. We're not far away from round one of Pro Doorslammer as well. How many more pairs have we got to go, fellas? We've got through a fair chunk of it, I think, haven't we?
I don't think we've got that many left. I can see Lisette, I can see Karen Bishop, and another one of our calls. So that Nick Schotten around there as well. Alan Kenyon has got Nathan Dumi from the Netherlands. And that's about as far as I can see back. There's one car behind Nathan, but I don't know what that is. So, yeah. But hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, you've enjoyed the European front-wheel drive class this weekend. We've had more cars than we've ever had before. We've implemented the roll cage rule this year to step up the level of some of the cars. And that did get rid of a load of the road cars and bring in more and more race cars. And a lot of people thought there was going to be less people entered in the class. But we overcame and we got more. So thank you very much to all of the racers that have made it along. And don't forget, there is the European front-wheel drive trailer just behind the main grandstand where the wife and Rob are with all of our fabulous European front-wheel drive T-shirts, which help us support classes and events like this.
Not just T-shirts, though. Caps,
not just T-shirt, caps, hats, hoodies. See, yeah, I made this one for Sav.
Nice. She's not here today.
Is she not here today?
No, that's what I mean.
Oh,
so obviously not today, it doesn't, is the answer to that
she's
one.
lucky today then, Yeah, we got the collage T-shirts that we started doing last year and just basically putting a few of our cars on the front and the back. And each year we switch it up and put different cars on there. It's always good fun the day when we come to choose the cars to put on the T-shirt. Because, of course, there's over 200 cars in the European Front-Wheel Drive League now that are 7, 8 and 9 second cars. But then you've got all the other cars that are 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds and more. But obviously everyone wants to be on there. So when it comes to choosing 6...
Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So, but ideally there's 6 that show up here. That's the main thing.
That's the one.
What I presume, yeah. So, on that subject of showing up here, so this is obviously the biggest front-wheel drive race in this country. Are there any really big get-togethers of front-wheel drive cars in other countries?
The largest other than this is in Malta.
Oh, okay.
How far finals?
So basically, as far apart as you can possibly
as far as you
get,
can apart. But we still seem to get like Terry goes over.
Yeah.
Sean Prout went over, and then Soren Hansen went from Denmark. We get a number of racers coming from Germany. We've got a load of Portuguese. The longest travelled at the MDRA round last month was from Reunion Islands, and they put their car in an aeroplane and flew it over.
And why not?
Why not?
Yeah. So all I was thinking was just logically, somewhere central.
Yes.
Anywhere central. But the problem is, like we always say, there's no real full-time racetracks other than
that's the problem.
The one we're at now.
That is the problem. We would love to do something somewhere else. We looked at doing something at Clastra maybe. Because theirs is getting better and better, and the facilities are great.
Yeah.
So that is something we are looking at doing. Of course, trying to get everyone to Santa Pod Raceway, where we have the premier drag strip, is perfect, but it's a lot of hassle for a lot of racers to bring their cars over here.
Somewhere like Rivers, you
yeah,
say it, you've
exactly.
been there, in Italy.
Ravazzano.
That's the one. In Italy.
Yep.
That's kind of central.
Yes, that's it.
Because it's northern Italy, isn't it?
I'm going there in September.
Nice. So you've got there, you've got...
Poland.
Yeah.
Zerps in Germany.
Yep.
But again, Zerps usually does a front-wheel drive shootout. Germany's fastest front-wheel drive, which we generally promote and support and sponsor as well. But they didn't do it this year, unfortunately. But yeah, these things are growing. And of course, over in Malta, you've got the front-wheel drive classes. In Poland, at the Grand Prix Polskis, you've got the front-wheel drive classes for front-wheel drives, petrols, and then they've got diesel classes as well. We reach obviously as far as Russia. They encompass in Europe as well, and they've got they don't actually have the front-wheel drive class anymore. So a lot of the front-wheel drive cars have stopped, and now they've been moved into like other like Super Pro sort of things now, which they're not happy about. So
as you can imagine,
they're just like, we want to go heads up. That's it.
Yeah, why would they be? Yeah, anyway.
The weird one is, I mean, not the weird one, but over in Finland and Sweden, it's not really any front-wheel drive. You've got Bjorn, who has had 2 8-second cars over in Sweden, and then there was Callie and Robert Ur, and that's it really in Sweden.
See, the thing is, Sweden it's a hotbed of drag racing stuff. One of the reasons that they have such a strong drag racing culture in that part of the world is because, obviously, left-hand drive, it's very quick and easy to get American cars into that part of the world from the east coast of the US as well. And you go to just a general car show or get-together in Sweden, and it's just mind-blowing. The amount of American cars per capita is probably as much as Texas, frankly.
One of my favourite things is that Tierp, you get premier parking if you arrive in an American car. So you park basically where our live action arena is.
Yeah.
If you arrive in a show car,
of which there are tons. Things. Yeah.
Or if you come in a general car, you're in general parking.
Well, they have Mantorp's great for that as well, because Mantorp's like a really big circuit. It's not similar to Hockenheim, but it's the same sort of thing where it's massive, so they've got loads of space.
Yeah.
And all of it, once you get in, it's very well spread out. But you could spend the day just walking around drooling in the car.
Well, that's it. It creates its own little car show.
Exactly.
Free-made car show.
And also because they have a thing. I'm not entirely sure they still have it. Someone will be listening that will know. But they used to have the big power meet at Västerås and a couple of other places like that. And my God, honestly, like 10,000 American show cars would turn up just for one weekend. It was just absolutely epic. But yeah, we need some. If anyone's listening with some money, go build a racetrack in Central Europe somewhere, like a real good one.
It would be lovely.
Austria would be favourite. I know some really nice valleys that would sound fantastic.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Well, unfortunately, there was a few years ago, someone put like a couple of £1 million into a drag strip near Nice.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then the council went, no, you're not doing this.
Spain's another place.
Spain? We found a drag strip.
Yeah.
We found a circuit near Benidorm.
Right.
And it would have made a great place because you've got the tourism. You can go to Benidorm. It was half an hour away from Benidorm, and it's basically a race circuit that they built and never finished, and it's just been abandoned. And so you got all the buildings next to the main straight, garages, and stuff like that.
And they never finished.
Finished it. No. Is it Philippa Turpin? Is that
Philippa Turpin? That's right. Yeah.
Turpin.
Marquee. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Turpin. They pointed out, they were like, someone needs to buy this. But you have got drag racing in Spain. There's an airfield called Matilla.
Okay.
And a couple of the Santa Pod guys and girls have been out to inspect the place and stuff like that, where viewers, because obviously Keith's dream is to open Mediterranean places.
Somewhere to race outside of
September, where it is,
yeah. We are back on with racing. Thank God for all you people that don't love listening to us, which there are many.
Yeah, 6 pairs and 4 by runs to come, and that's front wheel drive done.
He's just been sitting there doing his homework again. That's what you do, isn't it? Thank you, mate. So, Jose Late and Charlie Roberts.
Charlie's got off the line. He got the jump. This car is capable of running down into the 10s. He's keeping his nose out in front of Jose. And goes through 1097, 134, back in the 10s. Charlie, well done, Goose.
Just let everybody know what's going on. Obviously, this is front-wheel drive. After this, Luke will be doing the chip draw. Luke will be doing the chip draw straight after this for front-wheel drive round 2, whilst the track crew do the prep for Pro Doorslammer.
Okay.
That will give Luke a chance to do the chip draw, and then on Pro Doorslammer, then 760 heads up, and then it'll be round 1 of Big Bracket.
Well, unfortunately, issues for Nathan Doomy, so it's going to be Alan Kenyon on a solo run. Well, Alan making the use. Well, I was going to say he's making the most of a buy run, but then lifted off and coast through to an 1186 at 107 miles an hour. Okay, from one Dutch racer to another, Lisette de Koning rolling under the tower with a buy run. Round the corner, we still got Cameron Bishop. We've got Amir Akrad Assad and Nick Shotton still to come in the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Racers. Okay, so Lisette has the track to herself. Looking to get the Civic back down into the 10s. It's a nice clean run. 92 at the 8th, just changing gears nice and goes through the 1229. No burnout for Cam Bishop. It's literally straight round.
Well, they've got a turn round as well for the next.
Yeah, that's it.
For the next round, haven't they? Which will be in maybe an hour or two.
Oh, George Baker, Alan Duffy round the corner as well. So the cars still keep coming. Cam Bishop on a solo run. Pulled out a bye last night in the chip draw. Wow, it's a slow run. Is the car wounded? I'm sure he's getting there as fast as he can. The guys are already at gate 1 ready to guide him through. Almost there. Luckily, just a green light is good enough to get him through to the next round. You don't have to time out on an eliminations run. Nick Shotton, our next runner with a bye run. As Cam makes the turn. Well, that's one of Mr. Oyo's best runs of the weekend. He's doing 87 at the 8th. And goes through to 1297. Next up, Amir with the Civic. Well, sensibly again, just going A to B. There's no point stressing any parts on the car. There's a lot of money on the line this weekend. So do we end up with any buys in the next round? No. So it's all racing in the next round.
They're all done. Unless it was broke, of course.
Yeah.
Next up, George Baker. So, George Baker was supposed to be facing up against Lewis Simpson. Lewis has not made the call, so George is getting a bye run to the next round.
Well, number 58 qualifier goes through. Number 17, number 15 was Lewis. Unfortunately, not able to make it.
So, Alan just cleaning off the tyres there.
Right, to my reckoning, this is the last race. Would have been the last race if Adam Williamson was there, but he's not. So Alan Duthie on a solo. I reckon there's 2 buys and that's it.
No, yeah, still got Gino de Jong round the corner. Gino's the last person I can see.
No, Ian Pepper.
Ian Pepper's below us.
Oh, right, okay. Don't do that. There he is.
Well, what anyone else can do, he can't, apparently. Is that right? Is that what that means?
No, it is
That's
true.
what that means, yeah. Okay.
Well, so a couple of our races getting it nice and easy in round 1 of the European front-wheel drive. Just meaning a couple of the cards are broken. There was originally only 4 buy runs, but of course, a few of our racers not making the call.
It's one of those things where you're going to roll the lights and take it easy, but then suddenly you realise you're going really slowly and everyone's looking at you.
Yeah.
So you want to get out of the way.
That's it.
Hence 140
You get bored.
miles an hour.
Get bored real
you
quick.
Get bored. You do. You suddenly realise I'm on the track. Let's just get on with it.
Right, next up, all the way from Gino de Jong, who is obviously not going to do anything. He's literally going to take it through to the top end. So I'm going to leave you 2 boys to call this for the next 15 seconds and I'll run down.
No bother. You're going over to do the chip draw because we know who's there. We will pass over to Luke on the VIP, or actually the VP balcony, as it now should be renamed.
Yep.
And Turbo Smart, and William Brothers, and Tom Wrigley. So Gino rolls on through to book his place in round 2. There's still 32 cars left after that round of racing. All the numbers are going into the chip draw. Luke is making his way over to the balcony over there. We're just going to do a little bit of track prep also before we get to Pro Doorslammer.
Yep, they're all in the lanes as well. Following that is 760 heads up, and then it's big bracket round 1.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's got so much to come at you today. Going to be very, very entertaining. Luke is over on the balcony. We're going to keep an eye on him, and when he sort of interrupts us and gives us a nod, we are ready for the chip draw for round number 2.
Absolutely that. So there is 32 cars in that draw, so there's going to be 16 pairs coming out. We do this, if you weren't here last night, if you don't know how the system works, it's not like what we would call normal elimination ladder. Normally you call it where you get paired up based on your qualifying position.
Yeah.
And then the ladder works the same every single time. However, that's not the case for Doorslammers. It's chip draws, it's random pairings.
And at least they'll be able to get all the names on one side of the board.
If you're watching on the live stream as well, if you're watching on the live stream as well, you're getting a bird's eye view of the quickest door slammer here this weekend, Andre Arnover, 575, 259 miles an hour. He was pretty overjoyed with that. I think that might even been quicker than, maybe even faster than he was expecting. Luke's back. Hello.
What's he forgotten?
Microphone.
Can you have a microphone? No, don't be ridiculous. That would possibly reek of organisation, mate. Do you want me to turn it on for you? Right, hang on. 2 seconds. Happy Christmas. There we go.
It's going to be like challenge. It's going to be like challenge Annika as I run through the tower.
Challenge Luke. He can run much faster.
Yeah.
There we go. So Luke's making his way back over there. He should have just done it by voice. I'm sure he could project, don't you think? Yeah, so on the live stream, you can see Jari Rantaniemi ready to get in his Doorslammer all the way from Finland with twin turbo Camaro. Andreas Sedin right next to him with the really cool looking. There's a couple of gel coat cars down there. One's a 79 Corvette, which is a beautiful vintage of Corvette. And the other one just behind is a 68 Camaro. So I think Luke might be nearly there, unless he's fallen down the stairs on the way. Or fallen through the stairs.
There he is.
One of the two. There he is. He's just making an appearance. Hopefully he can hear us, and we'll hand it over to him. So, do you know what? With that T-shirt on, he might even be named Mr. Moist. Do you know that?
Why, thank you.
That's no problem. So, when you're ready, sir, take it away. 32 cars.
I am basically ready. I'm just waiting on these guys. Neil's just going to pour the chips in. I think Josie is going to be our model for the day. Sorry.
Oh, no. Josie, wrong side of the camera. She's never ready for that. You must be kidding. Of course she is. There we go. That is the young lady who normally walks around with...
spin it around.
There you go. With the camera.
There we go. That'll do. Okay, right. First chip coming out will be... Oh, chip number 1. David Lammick. David Lammick. Don't worry, you don't have to spin it every time. Right, getting our number 1, our reigning champion is going to be chip number 21. That is Alan Duffy. Next chip. Chip number 30. Chip number 30 is Anthony Mincher. Anthony Mincher will be facing up against chip number 16. Chip number 16 is going to be Carl Monk's 2 high 9-second cars. Next up, chip number 11. Chip number 11 will be Torsten Middendorf. He had a hard round number 1. He's going to be facing up against chip number 47. Chip number 47 will be Nick Schotten. Nick had a bye run in round number 1. Next one up is going to be chip number 41. And they will be facing chip number 13. Chip number 1, Tom Herbert, is going to be taking on Joshua Holmes. Chip number 14, 1-4, is going to be taking on Jacob Bailey, is going to be taking on chip number 38. Number 38 is going to be Charlie Roberts. 2 VWDRC members racing against each other. Chip number 58. 58 is George Baker. George Baker is going to be facing up chip number 42. 42 is going to be Michael Berenz. Next one, chip number 7. Chip number 7, one of our high qualifiers, Helder Piera, is going to be facing chip number 9. A good matchup at the top of the table there. Helder's got Martin Dainty, 2 9-second cars. Chip number 40. Jake Tippin, chip number 31, is going to be facing Andy Nichols. Now, of course, Jake Tippin's already taken out one of our heavy hitters. Chip number 45 is Lisette de Koning. She had a bye run in round number 1. She will get chip number 52. That is Ricardo Late. Next up, chip number 20. Chip number 20 is Ian Pepper. You just see him have a bye run. He's going to be up against chip number 17. That is Cameron Bishop. Cameron seemed to have issues in eliminations round number 1. Chip number 27. Chip number 27 is Amir Akram Assad. And he is going to get chip number 12. Chip number 12 will be Craig Evans. Chip number 25. That is going to be Matt Davison. He is going to be facing up against chip number 2. I can tell you now, Ahmed has got Matt in the sweepstake, and now Ahmed has got Matt in the shootout. 19. Mark Taylor is going to be taking on chip number 8. Mark Taylor's already taken out one heavy hitter. So that is Mark Taylor versus Gino de Jong. And then we have chip number 57 taking on chip number 5. So Alexandra Hunter, number 5, which is Rafael Canco. Well, she's already knocked one 8-second car out. Now it's a 9-second car coming up next. Chip number 22, Grant Moore, the pigeon. Who's in charge of chasing it? It is chip number 28, and that is Horatius Carawan. That is going to be a fantastic matchup. 2 mid-10-second cars facing each other. Chip number 35 is Alan Kenyon. He is going to be facing up against Terry Newton. 2 good buddies there. So that is the draw for the European front-wheel drive class. We've got some beautiful matchups there. David Lammick versus Alan Duffy. Anthony Mincher versus Karl Monks. Torsten Middendorf versus Nick Shotton. Tom Herbert versus Joshua Holmes. Jacob Bailey, Charlie Roberts. George Baker, Michael Berenz. Helder Piera, Martin Dainty. Jake Tippin, Andy Nichols. Lisette de Koning, Ricardo Late. Ian Pepper, Cameron Bishop. Amir Akhlad Assad, Craig Evans. Matt Davison, Ahmed Jamshed. Mark Taylor, Gino de Jong. Alexander Hunter, Rafael Canco. Grant Moore, Horatius Carawan, and Alan Kenyon versus Terry Newton. Done. Right. That is draw number 1 of the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Racers. And now we go on to the noisy stuff.
Well, is that us or is that the cars, Luke? Well, Luke, doing the draw there for European front-wheel drive. And we are now into VP Racing Pro Doorslammer. You'll see a little bit of unusual things here as we have a few buy runs.
Yeah, we've got Stian Rousson's unfortunately not making it down for round 1 to be taken on David Vector. Now, both of these two have had trouble getting everything together for round 1. Now, they both have buy runs. So all they have to do is stage up and take the green light. Yesterday, Peter Kunk in the really wicked-looking Gel Coat Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane, they broke 2 clutches yesterday. He said they did the clutch on 2 runs in a row. So all they're going to do is take the green light. They go back to the pits and work on it. At least they're in the draw for the next round.
Yeah,
that's
very
the most important
part
thing.
of it.
And then what you're going to see as well, David Vector is going to do the same thing. There you go. Peter has taken the green light. He's got to move out of stage. There we go. That's it. They can take him back to the pits. David is going to do the same thing. If you've never been regular drag racing before, you have to stage under your own power. That's exactly what they're doing down there. You can't push the car into stage no other way at all other than own power. So, David, thank you very much indeed to Dick Costa. And very good morning to Dick as well. I don't know whether he's watching with your granddaughter or your kids this morning, but Dick, as always, thank you very much for the extra info. And David, they had oil pressure problems, so they don't want to run it. What they're going to do is start it, move it under its own power, the minimum amount possible. So he will be in the draw for the next round. It gives them the chance to go back and work on it and get it ready for the next round. Right, he's going to come into stage. He's going to take the green light. There we go. He's going to get the green light and move forward. There we go. That's all he needed to do. Well, out of that most unusual pair, I think David won because he went the furthest. What do you reckon? That's got to be the shortest amount of time an engine's been running for and taken a win.
Well, and to guarantee yourself getting into the money.
Exactly right, yeah. Next round. But it does. It gives them at least an hour and a half or thereabouts, maybe 2 hours, who knows, to go back and take it all apart. If this was round 1 next week, you wouldn't be doing that. No. Let's put it that way. Well, it might be, depending on how things pan out. If you had a buy run, that is all you need to do. So both those cars are going to go back, and we'll be onto side-by-side racing. And by the looks of it, Yari Rantanemi and Andrei Arnova are at the front. Andreas Hedin with Jorgen Berg's 1979 Corvette are over there as well. Andreas has got a buy run, however, they want the data. Everything appears to be in one piece for them, apart from the front of the car and maybe the gearbox and a couple of other things. But they want the data from the run. So he might just run it to half track, but we're about to find out. So we just get those two off and up the return road, gives them a bit more time to work on it. So you guys in the grandstands are going to get a really, really nice, pretty car show.
And if you want to see more of these, next weekend, event starting Thursday with the test day, then Friday, Sportsman Day, Saturday, Sunday is qualifying. Monday is Eliminations Day, of course, for the main event. FIA for the cars and FIM for the bikes. It is, of course, the main event. It's the first round of the European Championships. A lot of people are on a staycation this week. A lot of the teams are staying here. They'll be here for next weekend as well, especially this lot you're seeing in Pro Doorslammer. They move over to Pro Modified. And so actually, a couple of them are going into Pro Stock because we've got 2 Pro Stockers in the class as well.
We have.
But if you haven't made plans for Bank Holiday weekend, cannot think of a better place to be than coming up here.
If you like this, there's the most unbelievable amount of diverse stuff coming up next week. Including 200 mile an hour plus bikes as well, and 300 mile an hour top fuel cars. So, our first race of the day in Pro Doorslammer. And side-by-side squeaky burnouts from both of the turbo cars. They've got pretty much the same engine in. I think Jari Rantaniemi has got the same kind of 520-odd cubic inch Proline Hemi in the Slick Tricks lane. Andre Arnover has the same thing as well in the Kestrel lane. These are the best conditions, especially for big door cars, we've had pretty much all season, i.e. It's about 20 degrees out there, the sun is out, there's a tailwind, it's just a beautiful day to go drag racing. And this is all about getting the win, it's all about getting to the finish line first. So even if they get out of shape, they won't give up on the run. They will either try and stay with it, which sometimes has very fun consequences, or they will get off the throttle and on it again. So from Finland, in the orange Camaro, Jari Rantaniemi in the Slick Tricks lane, and all the way from Estonia. They'll both be here this time next week, as Colin said, for the main event. Andre Arnover. He went 5.75, the fastest speed. I must admit, I didn't think I'd see anything like a 259 mile an hour pass in a legal Doorslammer these days, as in legal Pro Mod Doorslammer. But this is unlimited. So we'll wait and see what he does next week. Anyway, first pair. First to the finish line gets in the draw for round 2. Up till now, they've been a few tenths apart in ETs. That doesn't matter now. Well, Jari gets the drop off the start line, but can the Estonian man take the win? What a race! 5.76 at 2.59.67 takes out Jari Rantaniemi's new personal best of 5.92 at 250 miles an hour. That was worthy of a final round, actually. Jari beat Andre off the start line by 0.8. He did everything he could. They were both great all the way down. Andre, 9.79. It seems like when they slow the 60 foot down, the car goes quicker over the quarter mile. 3.85 at 2.02 to the 8th mile. And again, another one of those nearly 1.9 second back halves, but a great race between those two guys. Jari Rantaniemi, that is his new personal best, 5.92 at 250, 0.99 to 60 foot, 3.94 to the 8th mile at 195, and over the stripe, 5.92. What a great race that was.
And what phenomenal consistency from Andre Arnover. He's doing him great today, but that set him up beautifully for next weekend.
Well, a 76 as well is as good as his personal best. I mean, he's only a thousandth off what he ran yesterday. Give the teams a massive cheer, please. Jari's crew and Andre Arnover's crew. That's what the Doorslammers is all about. Terrific heads-up racing. Andre Arnover probably saw that orange Camaro in the other lane a long way down there. A 0.8 on the tree. They were actually all as good as dead even at the 8th mile.
Yeah.
As good as dead even. That's also, I'm gonna have a little guess.
Quickest side-by-side turbos?
It is, and it's also by far the fastest side-by-side door car race I think we've ever
both
had.
over 250.
Yeah, both of them over 250.
Yeah.
One of them well over 250.
We'll let the number cruncher sort that one out, but yeah, good point.
I'm pretty sure that is the fastest ever side-by-side door car race we've ever seen in Europe. So far. There's still next week.
Yeah.
Is Freddie subbing for Andreas in this one? Who knows? This is Andreas Hedin all the way from Stockholm in Sweden. The car owner, Jürgen Berg, is down there somewhere as well. Jürgen, pleasure to meet you yesterday, sir. The car is called the Parkinson Warrior because, unfortunately, Jürgen built this car after crashing his other one, or had it built, I should say. It's built by Mats Bragg, and teamed up with Andreas to compete it. Andreas is doing the driving and the tuning as well. That's his young lady, Sophie, out front. Sophie's an amazing young lady, as many in drag racing are. She builds, his Chevelle, if you know that car, she could take that apart and put everything back together with no problem whatsoever, almost in a sleep these days, I think. So Andreas had a couple of really good runs to about half track yesterday. He's looking to go all the way through just to see what it will do. He's looking for about 3.9 in the 8th, maybe 6.0 over the finish line. And once he's done that, he'll start stepping it up, hopefully over today and obviously over next weekend as well. So he's in the chip draw for round 2, provided he takes the green light, which he's about to do. However, he'd like to go into round 2 with a nice clean run from A to B. So I can light the pre-stage bulb, nudge forward, there we go. 60 foot's good, 8th mile number of what he ran yesterday, quarter mile number, 6:19, what he ran yesterday, funnily enough. 230 miles an hour, 0.99 to 60 foot, actually slightly slower to the 8th mile at 4:06 at 182. And you remember where the finish line was too, 6:19, 230 miles an hour all the way through. Possibly not what he was looking for. However, they've now got something to tune from, which is always the most important thing, just to make sure that everything stays in one piece. With a brand new car, has to happen. Colin.
Can we please have 760 heads up into the pairing lanes, please? 760 heads up. Can we have you into the lanes? Right, so Andre Arnavert is through. Dave Vector is through. Andreas Odin is through. Peter Kunk is through. We've still got the 2 pro stockers taking on the 2 pro mods and a couple of buys.
As I called it last night, this is the 2 ugliest guys in the class are matched up in round 1. I think Bruno appreciated it. I don't think Mike Malmgren did, but there we are. I was, of course, kidding. They're 2 of the nicest guys you could ever meet, both of them. 2 incredibly dedicated drag racers. Both of them been at it since I can't remember when, actually. Michael Malmgren was racing Pro Stock 30 years ago on what was the Scandinavian Pro Stock series back then, the Nordic Pro Stockers. He's in the Kestrel lane. Now, these cars are completely different. Completely different. One is a Pro Stocker in the Kestrel lane, 500 cubic inches racing gasoline. Yes, he's seriously outgunned by the supercharged car in the other lane, but he has primarily entered this weekend for testing. But if he can win a bit of money at the same time, why not have a go, eh? Bruno Barder, his best yesterday was in the 6.0s. The car runs like a bandit to the 8th mile. I love that. The crew guy even measuring the front ride height. I've never seen anyone do that before. Look at that, front ride height before he goes into stage. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. One, it's so the front end doesn't flicker the beams when he goes into stage. The other one is to make sure when the rear tyres grow, it's actually the nose of the car tripping the beam at the finish line, not the front wheels. So, Michael Malmgren probably won't be able to hear his own car this time round. So, Pro Stocker's going to come right up on the RPM. Well, Bruno goes through with a 662 at 234 miles an hour with the chutes way down the shutdown area, way down the shutdown area. If Michael Malmgren was 006 on the tree, he had every chance of actually winning that. However, he shook as soon as he let the clutch out, unfortunately. So he's going to trickle off at the first exit. I'm sure we'll be back for some more grudge racing stroke test passes later in the day today. Bruno Barda moves into the chip draw for round 2. It's very, what I still never understand about drag racing, I've been doing this a long while like you have, is how 2 cars can run 570s and 590s straight in front of them, and then 2 cars that don't run just as quick can do that. All about clutch setup, everything to do with that, basically. So anyway, Bruno is into the next round. So we've got Andre Arnover, David Vector. We've now got Bruno, Peter Cook. This will be a bye run. Hooray, hooray, says Andy Robinson.
Yeah, we've got 2 buys to come. And as Ed, and then we do have the final pairing, John Tebenham taking on Simon Ekengren. Then I believe it is Big Bracket.
Yeah, I think they're being held back. That's why the staging lane is comparatively empty. That's something we
need to bring them all down at once. Then it's random pairings, and of course buybacks today.
That's
didn't have that yesterday.
But the other thing
buybacks
is
today.
They're held at the crossing so that they fan out and fill the whole of the staging area, don't they? That's the idea. So Andy Robinson
wants the data, wants the test pass without a shadow of a doubt.
These are the conditions to get it in. My goodness me. It's beautiful out there. As I said, normally there aren't many days. We have a tailwind at this racetrack, and we seem to have a tailwind year so far because it's almost every time we turn up, the breeze is blowing down the track as opposed to up it. So this is an all-family affair pretty much, apart from Bowser. Down there on Andy Robinson's car, that's his daughter Steph backing him up. His son Luke is the one that does the tuning, a lot of the setup on the car, and a lot of building of race cars as well, with Andy down at their workshop. That's his son-in-law Ben, who's just sprayed the de-icer on the front of the supercharger, well, the injectors really. The reason they do that is because methanol is a very, very cold burning fuel, and even on a really hot day it can freeze up the injector blades, which it really ain't good when you need to stamp on the throttle and they need to open. So yesterday he went 593. That's kind of what they came here for, data for the rest of the championship season. He'll be back next week for the main event. However, today there's a whole bunch of money to win. Now it'll be interesting to see whether he takes it all the way through or he'll just hit second gear, and provided that's okay, he may be going to coast after that. All the way through to a 5.90. That's a great speed as well for Andy. 247 miles an hour. Knocking on the door of the 580s once again. Well done, guys. Well done, Luke. Yeah, pretty happy with that. Not actually. He's still putting his hands up. Not bad. 60 foot, 0.97. That's right where they want to be. 8th mile, 3.91, 193. You can see the difference in the back half as well. 5.90 at 247. I think that could be the fastest
I think it is.
Andy's ever been, actually. Okay, hold your finger, cross your fingers if you're English, hold your thumbs if you're Swedish. That's what they do. We do it differently. For Anders Ed coming round in the blue supercharged Camaro, he's come a hell of a long way just for this event. And so far in 6 or even maybe 7 runs, hasn't made it past the Christmas tree yet without the car shaking. Let's hope they've nailed it. Let's hope the gremlins have been banished overnight. Now, if you've been here the last couple of days, I have explained this before, but I'll do it again for everyone's information. It is a screw-blown Doorslammer. This is the only car with a screw supercharger on. They're legal to run in top methanol in FIA competition, not in regular.
What's the reason for it not being allowed?
That's a brilliant question. Answers on a postcard. No, seriously. The reason being is that Roots superchargers, they create a lot of heat and they take more horsepower to turn than screw blowers. So screw blowers don't actually make any horsepower. They sap less horsepower,
they don't cost
if you see what I mean.
much, yeah.
They don't cost us. There's a horsepower deficit with a Roots blower. Now the thing is, Pro Modified is a very heavily regulated class to keep turbo cars, blown cars, and nitrous cars on a pretty much even keel. That's the main reason that screw blowers aren't allowed. It would also take a huge amount of setup changes and potentially weight as well on a screw blown car to make it legal. Now they are legal in the US, I completely get that, but it's only one type of screw blower that's legal, and they have to run different weights and all sorts of different stuff. Basically, it's a lot of money to change the combination. They're prepared to do that, but these cars normally only run over the 8th mile. The car that Anders drives down there, actually he'd be really hoping to get to the 8th mile today, let alone anywhere further. Good luck, sir. Hope it works this time. Still with the same problem. It's almost instant tyre shake. Almost instant. 8:43, 112 miles an hour. They've never been to this racetrack before. They've got loads of data on all the racetracks they go to out in Sweden, Norway as well. But anyway, yeah, that is a great question. Why screw blowers not allowed? Someone way more qualified than me, I'm sure, could answer that one. But it's basically because there's a lot
creating the level playing field with yet another different combination.
That's what I mean. I was very, very surprised in America when they allow Pro Chargers in. Because it's another combination to regulate. You know, they've already got 3 or had 3. They've now got 5 separate combinations in an HRA Pro. Exactly. You know. Perfect example in drifting once again from Simon Eckergren. This again is Pro Stock versus Pro Mod, a race you will never see anywhere in Europe other than right here, right now, effectively. So the Retro Dodge went 6.7 yesterday in testing stroke qualifying in the Slick Tricks lane. John Tebenham with Fabulous Lightning McQueen went 6.0 a couple of times actually. 2 really, really nice runs. So once again, can the Pro Stocker be Giant Killer against the Pro Mod car? I'm not entirely sure Simon's ever run. I'm sure he'll message me later when he hears this, but I'm not sure he's ever run against a blown car in the other lane. The problem is, when you run 2 Pro Stockers together, they're not as loud. So like I'm sure you said, I think you ran, when was it you raced? You raced against somebody with a blown car?
The Rital Express, which is basically a full-blown, well, almost a Pro Mod, but it wasn't. It's a supercharged outlaw type car. Going to be a solo then for Simon Eckergren. John Tebenham.
Oh, there is a puddle of oil behind John's car.
There is, yeah.
That's why you show up and try, folks. There we go. So Simon with a bye run in for the chip draw. Clean looking run. 674, 205. They'll take that. Once again, folks, Doorslammers strikes again. How far in eliminations can the Pro Stocker go? Well, Michael Malmgren had his chance in round 1. Yeah, damn and blast, I think is the phrase from down there. But anyway, chip draw for round 2 coming up. And yep, okay, I'll be over there to do it in just a second, folks.
Okay, so Daryl's going to do chip draw for Pro Doorslammer. I've got big bracket coming up now. As a little bit of a clean up on the start line there to deal with there. So don't forget, it is a random draw, and it's we're just going to pick on somebody to say, yeah, I want that one to race that one. So a good mix of vehicles down there. Bizarrely, I don't think we're going to see yesterday's winner taking part today.
Why not?
Because he was quite happy. He hadn't planned to race today. He didn't plan to race today.
Yeah.
But he would have made the decision overnight stroke this morning.
Okay.
I wonder also if it depends on how many bottles of wine were consumed and how much beer was consumed in the pit last night. But I am not expecting to see yesterday's winner of the big bracket, which is Mark Bailey, to be in the lanes. If he does, oh, happy days. I know Mark Huxley, the runner-up, he's going to be in the lanes to have another go. But looking down there, we have got people that have taken the win before. Nick Williams has won this event before. The Morris boys have won it. Lee Charles has won it. So there's all previous winners of the big bracket down to have another go, just to see if they can take even more money out of this event. So the pairing lane's looking chock-a-block, but as I say, it is totally random pairings. So we're just getting ready for the chip draw for VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer.
I think Josie can hear me because I'm in her ears. Josie, if you wouldn't mind coming up too. That's it.
No,
Sorry about that, fellas. There we go. It's all right. I know that the TV crew actually have our words in their ears. So Josie's going to be making her way up there. We're up here, I beg your pardon, for the live draw. She probably ran away after last time because she's not used to being filmed. So big commiserations to John Tebenham. You're going to get a great view of the fabulous Lightning McQueen as he goes past. I'm not sure what the problem was. It was a dribble of oil. But whatever it was enough to stop him running. So the drivers that we have in the draw for round 2 of Pro Doorslammer are Anders Ed, Peter Kunk, Simon Ekengren, Andreas Hedin, Bruno Barder, Andy Robinson, David Venter, and Andre Arnover. Right, we're holding off for just a couple of seconds. No problem, we are just waiting for somebody to come and draw the chips, which will just be a couple of moments, folks. So, sorry? No, you don't have to do it. She looks seriously relieved, actually. Actually, it's got to happen. Sav has got to do it at some point. James is up here for the chip draw for VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer. Right, sir. If you wouldn't mind, we need to put them in first. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, James McVeigh from VP is going to be bringing out the numbers. Okay, away you go, sir. So, out, going to be going in the left-hand lane, number 14, which will be Anders Ed, going up against number 7, which is Andreas Hedin. So, 2 guys from Sweden. It's another Andreas and Anders matchup, just to, wind us up. Number 3 will be the next pair. That's going to be Andy Robinson. He's going to be taking on, that's going to be fun, number 2, which is David Vector, taking on Andy Robinson. Left lane, number 10, oh, I think maybe, yep, Simon Ekengren with the Pro Stock Dodge. He gets Andre Arnover. Exactly. That's going to be a hard one to get around. Okay, we've only got 2 more in there, so it's really for lane choice. First one out will be number 13. That's Peter Cook. He's going to be taking on number 6, which I do believe will be Bruno Barder. So there we go. Thank you very much indeed to James McVeigh from VP. So your matchups for round 2 in VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer. An all Andreas and Anders matchup anyway. Sweden in the first pair. Anders Ed versus Andreas Hedin. Andy Robinson taking on David Vector. Simon Ekengren against Andre Arnover. And Peter Kunk against Bruno Barder. Thank you very much indeed from the balcony. And one very relieved Josie because she didn't have to do the draw. Back to you, fellas.
Well done. And thanks ever so much indeed once again to James McVeigh from VP Racing. Obviously the title sponsor of Pro Doorslammer here this weekend. Okay, so we look over into the lanes and we can see the big bracket are all lined up round there, ready. The only thing is they have not got a clue who they are going to be racing. And neither do we. It's just purely random. It's when we see two cars move, we'll go, that's so-and-so taking on so-and-so. You got people that want to try and avoid each other. You got people that go, I really want to take that one on. So it is the total randomness. Whilst we're getting ready to do that, can I please have 4-cylinder into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have 4-cylinder into the pairing lanes, please, for your first round? So looking at the head of the lanes, the cars that we can see, the first 5 is Gary Carr, Kirsty Tram, Nick Williams, Chris Newsom and Lee Childs. The second row is Brett Featherstone, Jens Konecki, the Morris boys. I think that's Thomas's car. Can't quite see it. I can also see Dan Williams' car. So that's sort of where they are at the moment. They're not really trying to avoid each other too much. But it is. It's the randomness. You don't know who you're going to get. You can park next to your best buddy in the world, and you could be running 8 pairs apart. So you just don't know. You just don't know.
Mr. Blackett has just sent me in a lovely photo. I say lovely. It's a photo of Hedy Yalal's engine basically exploding with fire underneath. Exactly what we were talking about earlier. If you had a catch tray, that'd have all been caught in a tray.
Now then, the slight difference today, we didn't have it yesterday, but we should have it today, is the round 1 buybacks in the big bracket. So if you lose, the crew chief will just sprint it round to signing on and pay 50 quid. And then you'll have buyback versus buyback. And then,
so if you have a buybacks, does that increase the number of people that are back in it to even out the ladder, or can it go more?
It can go more.
It can go more.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. So in a funny sort of way, let's say there's 44 cars running.
Yep.
You'll have 22 that will go through.
Yep.
And there will be then 22 losers that could buy back in.
Right.
But a buyback or race of buybacks, you could get another 11. Not every buyback might not want to have another go.
Yeah.
So you could have another 11 racers make it through, so that would be 33. Which would be odd, because I did have 32, but it's just an example.
Yeah.
But you can only go, if you lose round 1, the only way you're going to get into round 2 is if you beat another buyback racer.
Okay.
So here we go. Let's see who is going to move first. It's Kirsty Tram and Lee Childs. Well, I wasn't expecting that pairing. That's a good one. Right, so Kirsty Tram is 11.9. Lee Childs is 9.8. Now, when I say 0.8, it'll be 0.8 something. So Kirsty Tram is going to have about a 2-second head start, but then Lee Charles's car is about 2 seconds quicker. The idea being you cut a good light and run as close to your dial-in as possible without going under it. So 11.93 plays 9.85. Kirsty Tram with the 50 Shades of Racing Camaro will be going first. And it'll be Lee Childs doing the chasing with the Childs Play Valiant. Crew chiefs at the ready with 50 quid to buy back in. But hopefully, well, one of them ain't going to need it. Steers off. And there goes Lee in pursuit. So let's see who the bravest is at the finish line. Lee is closing in. Kirsty's got a nose out in front, and the win light goes to Kirsty Tram with 11.93 hits the number. Lee Childs got there first, but broke out by just 0.2 of a second. Lee Childs could possibly buy back in. He dialed in 985, he went 984 with a 7. So it's Kirsty Tram that is through. Oh dear, teammates. Nick Williams and Gary Carr. Nick dialing in 971, Gary 1106. Gary's been hitting his number all weekend long. If he can get off the line quickly, without any delay, i.e. cut a good light, then it's going to be difficult for Nick. But Nick is very, very good at this. He has won Doorslammers before. But the two teammates. So Gary Carr out in front. Gary Carr still in front. Oh, Gary Carr breaks out. Oh, Gary, what a moment for Gary to break out. He goes 11.03. Nick Williams takes that one with a 9.74 and a 71 dial-in. Gary Carr. Well, I think Keith Williams is going to buy Gary Carr back in here. You've got to pay for him, aren't you? Yeah, thought you would. Next pair. Steve Matthews, Jens Konecki. 9.54, plays 8.10. Strong dial-in for Jens. His test pass this morning was only an 8.9. 9.54, the dial-in for Steve Matthews. He gets the green light, as does Jens Konecki. Jens is closing in. Steve Matthews, I think, is still out in front. Steve Matthews, it is Steve Matthews that takes it, 9.59. Jens Konecki really came on strong on the strike there. Both of them 500s off. But a better reaction time for Steve Matthews puts him into the next round. Tom Atkinson with a time as money, Cortina Estate. Dial-in for him is 8.43. He races in Super Pro ET. He'll be here next weekend. Going alongside Chris Newsom with the MGZS. He races in Pro ET. He'll be here next weekend.
Nice. So how many of the racers that have lost do you think would be buying back so far?
Probably all of them.
The lot.
The lot.
Yeah. I'll be amazed if they don't buy back in.
What's an extra 50 quid, eh?
How far has a buyback gone before?
Final.
Final, yeah?
Chris Newsom goes red.
So red light cost him 50 quid, basically. Is what it is, yeah.
You've been fined £50.
And that's when I don't know if you've had a buyback rate at the final. Pete Creswell was a buyback and he made semi-final.
Okay.
I'll have to look back on all the records to see if a buyback has made the final. Right, Thomas Bublitz against John Bean. John Bean, semi-finalist yesterday, ran his first ever 8-second pass this morning.
To be honest with you, if he quit after this weekend, I wouldn't actually blame him. For the simple reason, he's kind of done everything apart from winning an event, just about done everything he needs to do.
I still think he can draw more money out of Doorslammers this weekend.
There is a good potential he's going to break out of an 8.99. If you'd have told him that at the start of the season, he'd have laughed at you.
Right, Thomas Bublitz with an over, 10.17. He'll be going first. It'll be John Bean with the Shotgun Mustang going to be chasing him down. So John Bean doing the chasing. Getting pretty close at 1,000 foot, but it's the stripe that counts, and it is John Bean. Beautifully judged run, 9 flat on an 8.99, a good light as well. A breakout, in fact, and got there second. For Thomas Bublitz, there's nothing he could have done about that. So John Bean marches on. Brett Featherstone and Colin Morris. The Morris boys have won this event before. Brett Featherstone, the Nova Scotia, former Pro ET champion, of course. Both extremely good racers, but it's what happens down here now. 8.75 for Colin, 9.57 for Brett. A green light drag race. On any given Sunday, those lights would have helped. But it is a double breakout. It is Colin Morris that takes it on the lesser one. 300s breakout for Brett, 200s breakout for Colin. It's Colin Morris that goes through. Right, so Darren Huxley with the EarthMet Nissan. Going alongside Dan Williams. Not quite sure what happened to him on his test pass this morning, but looks like he's all A-OK today. So 10.58 dial in for Dan, 11.24 for Darren Huxley.
On the back of the car it says it's my turn now. Only a Huxley could write that, or Williams maybe, you never know.
Oh, Darren Huxley goes red, so he'll be buying back in. Dan Williams now has the tune-up run to see where the car is. 10.50, wow! 10.53, a new PB there for Dan Williams. But the EarthMet Nissan, well, it's up to Darren if he wants to buy back in, but I think he probably will. Bob Molden and Ronnie Mercer. These two guys know each other really, really well. They raced together in Pro ET. They've raced in France together. They drink together at the Pro ET Bash. They do everything, but they are rivals here. Bob Molden dialing in 9.39, leaving first though. Ronnie Mercer with Annie 10.32. Bob Molden goes red. It is Ronnie Mercer straight into round number 2. Bob goes 9.38 with a 3. Ronnie goes 10.19 with a non-nitrous pass. That's quick. But it is Ronnie into round number 2. You will see the losers of these races come back round again if they want to pay 50 quid to buy back in. Then they race another buyback racer. Only then can they get into round number 2. Right, Jordan Payne taking on Dave Cherritt. Jordan Payne is overdue a win in Doorslammers. He really is. Yeah, and actually I've just had Mike Smith messaging me talking about Mark Bailey. Mark is chilling today. Decided to let someone else get the cash. There we go.
Taking the win. One and done, I think
That's
the phrase,
it, yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. So, Dave Cherritt, I think the only real disadvantage Jordan has got is he's always the quickest car. And that can be a disadvantage.
Yeah. Right, I've had the answer to the question. Thanks ever so much indeed to Ash Rawson. Lee Charles, when he won, was a buyback racer.
He was?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks, Ash. Thanks for confirming that one, mate.
We knew he
Appreciate
won.
that.
We knew he won, but we
Didn't realise he was a buyback. That was good. That was a good
That's a
investment.
proper investment.
50 quid to get 5 grand.
Yeah.
Oh, staging duel. Proper stage. Jordan Payne goes in. Dave Cherritt. Dave will be leaving first. Oh, Dave Cherritt goes red by 0-1.
Well, Jordan actually spun the tyres a little bit more than usual on the start line. Doesn't matter what he runs though.
Still went 45.
184. Yeah, Jordan's only, again, issue with racing is that he's getting off the start line. Sometimes that car doesn't quite behave as they want it to. And also 742 that's on a perfect run. So anything less than the perfect run, he's got no wriggle room. That's the problem.
Oh, Simon Innes got a buy. You do not give Simon Innes a buy. Simon Innes is the only guy in the UK in my 16 years commentating that's had the perfect run.
Wow.
Perfect light, perfect ET, all in one.
Sure,
I've
John
only ever
Grant
seen
did it
2 in
once
my
as
life.
well,
Yeah, John
yeah.
Grant's done it, but I wasn't calling that.
Oh.
That's what I meant. I've only ever called 2 of them. The other one was in Gainesville. 10.66 there for Simon Ennis. But he's
Did you hear that? The other one was in Gainesville.
I know. Oh no, it was a drop the mic moment. I was in the tower. I was on my own commentating at Gainesville.
On your
at
own
the
as
Gator
well?
Nationals, yeah.
Oh, mate.
And Alan Reinhardt was sort of just doing something in the background, and this super gas racer pulled the light, triple O, and then went 9.9000. It was like, right, perfect lights. Perfect.
I'll go home now.
Never dropped the mic moment.
Yeah,
Alan Reinhardt just looked at me and went, what? It's quite funny, that. There we go. That's a drop mic moment for me just then. Pete Creswell, Paul Marston. 8.49 plays 9 flat. Not very often Paul Marston is chased when he's driving grumpy.
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Any sharper and they'd have cut themselves, the pair of them. What a race this will be. Who's got the best race car?
Double breakout. Whoa.
Pete Creswell, 007 on the tree. 8.48 and a 49. That was so close. It's only 50 quid. It's all right. It's okay. Paul Marston was 0.2 on the tree. He wasn't exactly lazy.
No.
And 8.96 though. That was the problem.
Oh, the Escorts. A pair of them.
Oh, they paired them up.
So Paul Patchy from Malta and his Billy. Wow.
Wow, beautiful looking Escort. Travelled all the way over from Malta
To race another Escort.
to race another Escort. Yeah, that's it. He's come all this way. I've run all
So,
of
I've got to ask you a question. Now we've got 2 Escorts on the starting line. What is it with Malta and Escorts?
They just have all the old school Fords on the island.
Yeah?
I mean, we at one point we had 3 separate classes for Escorts because there is so many Escorts. Regularly run down in the 11 ones.
Oh, problems for Billy once again. Exactly the same thing happened on his test pass.
Well,
Don't break out.
yeah, Paul Patch, don't go. No, he won't. He won't.
11.08.
Safe.
117. Well, the thing is, if he broke out, it only cost him 50 quid. So it's not like...
Well, up to Billy if he wants to pay his 50 and come back in.
So, I get they've got a lot of Escorts.
Yep.
And old school Fords in Malta. But what is the fascination? That's the thing.
They just love their Fords. I mean, I'm not a Ford person, so I don't get it. But they love them. And the dedication to the cars, 99% of the cars in the Escort class all have like a specific design, a specific theme on the car and stuff like that. And then we've got Paul Finneck from Malta as well with 2.4 litre Pinto engined Escort. This has been down into the 9s. 10.05 is the dial in today. He was asleep on the line in eliminations yesterday.
Don't mention sleep. John Turner will go, oh, no, he's not talking about me, is he, for once? Well, that run in the Kestrel lane from Paul was the last... No, yeah, it was Paul, last one down that lane, wasn't it?
It was Paul Pouch, yeah. Yeah, so again, if you like your old school Escorts, feel free to come over to the Mediterranean and check out drag racing in Malta. Our next event is in July. It's the night event. Then we've got September and the big one in November where everyone congregates to close off the winter season. You two boys have not yet come to see us yet. I know you like a bit of skiing, said. You don't like a bit of snowboarding. Right, so Paul Finneck, sorry, taking on John Turner.
It's a very specific thing. It's like you don't get Fords, I don't get skiers. Anyway.
2 skis bad, 1 ski good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Paul goes red, so John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda.
Well, hopefully he can buy
two.
back. That's the good thing. Today he's got the buyback.
Oh.
Hello. Well, it would have been a good race otherwise, but buyback, ladies and gentlemen. Get that £50 out, boys and girls. Get him back in. I mean, the team are happy with the run. Get that 50 quid out. I want to see that car back in eliminations. 3rd time lucky, we'll call it.
All right, Franz Aschenbrenner with the Mustang 803 was running them like clockwork yesterday. Went a few rounds as well. Going alongside Reuben Dawson with the Copo Camaro. 9.20 dial in for him. 803 for the Mustang. Very, very good racing prospect here, but only one of them is going to go through automatically. The other one has got to pay 50 quid and beat another buyback racer to get into round 2. Let's see what happens then. Reuven will be going first in the Kestrel beer lane. It'll be the Mustang doing the chasing. Oh, and Reuven has gone red. Only by 0.2, but a red is a red. Well, so you're going to see the Mustang in round 2 straight away. Let's look at his number. 805.
Yesterday's finalist down there this time, Mark Huxley.
Taking on Pete Lane, backup Bob. Both of these drivers have the, what's the word? A bridesmaid position. They've made it to the final, but they haven't won one yet.
Yeah, emphasis on yet. You can always keep.
Oh yeah, you always got to say that.
Very quick good morning as well to Craig Wright and Kat and Harrison, who I'm sure tuned in from up there. So just to say, I hope you have a mega day's racing and see you all next week. Craig, hope you well, mate. Look forward to seeing you too. So, the cuter will go first. Blimey. Funny, isn't it? After doing this a while, you can see when someone's quick on the tree.
Yeah, you can hear Mark Feather in the throttle. Takes win with a 9.95 to lose at 11.61.
Technically a whole short win, actually, if you look at that. Yeah, he was 0-1 on the tree to a .12.
Right, that is it for Big Bracket. Drivers through: Kirsty Tram, Nick Williams, Steve Matthews, Tom Atkinson, John Bean, Colin Morris, Dan Williams, Ronnie Mercer, George Payne, Simon Innes, Pete Creswell, Paul Patchy, John Turner, Franz Aschenbrenner, and Mark Huxley. Others will be in the buybacks. This is 760 heads up, round number 1.
And qualified 8-car field. I think, is it the winner? It's 2.5K for this class, isn't it? That's a lot of money, or thereabouts. I think it's a lot of money for
760. Was based on a 16.
Oh, it was 16.
So
okay.
The prize fund will be announced later on. So Billy Gain, Steve Pateman, your first pair. So the aim of the game then, 760, you see it on the scoreboards at the end. Any quicker than that, you break out of the class index. So you've got to be the right side of 760. So whoever gets to the other end first without going under 760 wins. Simple as that. Billy looks like he's got his nose in front and takes it with a 793 to a lose out, 814. So it is Billy Gain that is through. Right, next pair then, Mark Turner with the M&M Racing Toyota Supra. Taking on Marius Lemon, but he's not here with the Corvette. It's going to be a solo then for Mark Turner. So a solo for Mark Turner. Qualified number 2. That doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about running 760. He'll use this as a checkout pass. See where he is.
That's exactly what all those practice runs were for in the past few weeks. 761.
Very, very good job. He has actually one of 2 people that have run bang on 7600. Nice. Mark Turner was the first to do it. And then Brendan Clancy did it as well. Right, this is a race. And this is going to be a good race.
That is, yes.
Going to be Rob Smallworth of the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy taking on Colin Miller with the Flying Fifer.
Yeah, it's going to be another great race as well. Colin seriously needs to slow his car down, the mother of all throttle stops. This is a 6-second car. Trying to run 760.
Well, he managed to slow it down enough to take number 1 qualifier yesterday.
Which he wasn't happy about.
No.
Colin's still an outwardly a happy bunny when he goes home with it in bits.
2 guys have been racing for donkey years. I don't think they've ever raced each other.
Dead even off the tree, pretty much. Colin's out in front. However, he can't run quicker than 760 if he gets there first.
Oh!
And he breaks out. What a race. 2 thousandths of a second. 2 thou. That finish line cam is going to be awesome. Yeah.
7:59 with an 8 and a 5 for Colin Miller. Too quick. Rob Smallworth, 7:62. What a time for Rob Smallworth to pull one out there.
Well,
awesome.
They both kept each other honest on the line as
they
well.
did.
An 04 and 05, there was nothing in it. That's got to be probably one of the closest.
Yeah.
Oh, can we have front wheel drive to the pairing lanes as well, please? Front wheel drive to the pairing lanes, please. We've also got 4-cylinder around the corner as well. They're coming up for their first round, and Oklahoma Willie rolling underneath the tower as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
we've got a chip draw to do after this race as well.
Got news on Oklahoma Willie, actually. Bit of a story on that one, which I will let you know when that car reappears.
So Belinda Ball in the S10 pickup. In the Kestrel lane. And Kev Perkins, the soul man himself. One of the original Pro Mods in the UK, that car. I say original, about 1993. Also, Europe's first 6-second Doorslammer. That was. No one's going to get any prizes for reaction times that time round. Belinda's way out in front as long as she doesn't go too quick. So she backs off to a 782, 163. Okay, chip draw coming up. We've got Oklahoma Willie on the start line. I'll just interject when I can, probably after reruns, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, right. Oklahoma Willie. Perry brings this amazing show quality machine. Now then, the news story I said about Oklahoma Willie. Yesterday they came down to do a run, and they spotted a minuscule fuel leak, which looked like it was coming from a fuel fitting on the left-hand side of the jet as we look at it from the tower. It turned out that there was a crack in the afterburner. So what they did, they had a 5-hour round trip to go and get a replacement yesterday. So well done to the team for doing all of that. Shows dedication to the cause. It really does. And a lack of sleep. Yeah, we get it. But here we go then. Oklahoma Willie. Not only that, they did run a mid-10 yesterday, over 150 mile an hour. But here we go then. Oklahoma Willie. So Perry winds the turbine up even more now. So Perry just blips at afterburner as he brings this beautiful 1950s VW pickup to the line. Are we going to see another mid-10? Are we going to see 150 miles an hour? Slightly roll the beams there, but I still think he could go 150. Indeed he does, 153.7 miles an hour. Very, very nice pass indeed there for Perry. Absolutely nothing wrong with the new afterburner either. That's really, really good to see. So thanks ever so much indeed to Oklahoma Willie, the whole team down there. A bit of a restless weekend so far for them, but nevertheless, great entertainment. We do like Oklahoma Willie. Well done. All right, as we get, I think we're about to do a chip draw for 760 heads up for semi-final. We have also got 4-cylinder in the lanes as well. So still plenty of action to come at you. That's about 4-cylinder just making their way forward in the pairing lanes. First thing to do, though, is go and collect Oklahoma Willie from the top. Actually, they don't really need to, because Oklahoma Willie still has the 4-cylinder engine under the back of the car. So when he comes around the corner, disengages the jet, obviously that's been switched off, and just drives it back to the pits.
I think, personally, Oklahoma Willie should be allowed in 4-cylinder.
Yeah. Power adder's a bit
yeah,
unusual.
One power adder.
Right, 4-cylinder.
Sponsored by Wassner. Thank you very much, Wassner Performance, for being here all weekend, displaying your products and supporting this awesome, awesome class.
Yeah, and them, along with Turbo Smart, they're all opposite the pod shop in the pits. First pair there, Johnny Marriage. Taking on Julian Bayer.
It's a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup. This is one car that has been 8 flat, and Johnny Marriage that has been at 12 into the 12s. Johnny's going quicker and quicker though. And you never know what happens when it comes to race time. Johnny's straight into pre-stage. Our first pair of Wassner Performance 4-cylinder cars take to the tree. It's a green light drag race, and really they're side by side. Julian's got issues. Johnny Marriage is kind of keeping up. Now Julian's got the power at the top end and goes through with a 1097, almost like a tease.
I think Julian was doing enough to get through.
Oh, I think so.
Probably saving the car as best as he can. Right, next up then, Scott Lineker taking on Yazadar. The Civic and the Chevette.
Great to see another 4-wheel drive Civic out on the drag strip. This will be the first outing for Yazir. Well, Scott's into pre-stage.
Oh, Scott is away.
It's a big dip. Oh.
And I can't see that gap being closed now, so that is going to be Scott going through. 1087, 117. So well on to Scott. Right.
Well, one fast Escort on the line. For anyone watching on the live stream, Clint Finneck is just round the corner. He'll be coming up very, very soon. Loads of people watching on the live stream. Good morning to everyone, wherever you're watching across the world. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to win the 4-cylinder class. Who are you cheering on? We've got racers from multiple nations around Europe. We'd love to know who you are cheering on in this great class from Wassner Performance.
So Sanjay Vara and Kev Jenkins. Escort taking on Audi TT. Good looking run there for Kev. Oh, it's a very good looking run indeed. A 762 at 178.
That would have done perfectly yesterday in
It would have
qualifying.
done. That would have been great. 760 heads up, wouldn't it?
Okay.
I mean, he did have a cracking run yesterday, 7:59,
yeah.
but it didn't get him qualified, unfortunately.
That's it. So, from Greece, John Marcoux with the RTMG Performance Mark 8 Golf. From Malta, Clint Ferneck with El Pecador, the Escort, a 2-litre, 16-valve, turbocharged engine capable of running down into the sixes. Yesterday went 710 at 194 miles an hour, backed by Visit Malta, and we truly do say Visit Malta. You can come and see some of these wonderful cars and the island, and we thank them for making the trip to the Doorslammers. But here we go. John goes straight into full stage. It's a green light for Clint Ferneck. 111.60 foot, 155 at the 8th. Clint Ferneck goes 709, 192. Takes it into the second round. Congratulations, the Lishu team. Well done.
Outstanding out of a 2-litre engine. 60-minute warning for Pro Doorslammer for second round, please. 60-minute warning for Pro Doorslammer. Next up, Paul Jordan, Adam Phillips. So Paul Jordan with the Polo.
He had one of the best runs we've seen with this car. Back down into the 9s yesterday in the final qualifier. Adam Phillips has been running around in the 14s. Paul had a bit of a troubled start. He does have the power to drive around Adam Williams and kind of wave at him at the top end of the track. The win will be going to the Kestrel Beer Lane, 14-15 at 81 miles an hour. Well, a bit of a search last night to find parts for Kyle Jacobs' Mazda 323. Throttle body sorted, and hopefully he'll get some performance back in. But were you here yesterday, ladies and gentlemen? Jay Turnock with the Columbia Speedway bus pulled the biggest wheelie we have seen in a long time, brought it down to a 10-second pass. As far as we know, this is the fastest floor pan bay window in the whole of Europe, taking on an all-out Mazda 323 Pro Mod. Where's your money going? VW Breakout. I'm sure you'll be cheering on one side. So both cars creeping forward. Jay Turner double bulbs. Straight in goes Kyle. Well, a nice controlled wheelie this time by Jay. And a lovely looking run for Kyle Jacobs. He does 129 at the 8th. Clicks it off to an 862 and an 1110. Congratulations.
Got to say to Jason, thanks for the entertainment yesterday. That really was one of the standout memories of yesterday. We even said that in the chip draw last night as well, but it really was. Rob Lawton and Karen Waterhouse. Karen in not the same car she started the weekend in, but fortunately managed to borrow this Audi A3. It's her son's car, isn't it? Rightly, yeah. And the Gold Digger Toyota. Rob Lawton. Well, Rob Lawton sort of sliding around a little bit. Has done enough to take the win. So Rob Lawton goes through.
All right, next up, two of our VW DLC racers. Ollie Whitehouse with the usually broke Beetle. That is the race car name. Taking on the Bad Habit Audi S3 of Chris Waterhouse.
Well, just to let you know, we haven't forgotten about Darryl over there. He's ready to do the chip draw at some point for 760 heads up. And we'll slot that in when we get a moment. And that does look like it is going to be Chris Waterhouse. It is. 10-13 takes the win from Ollie Whitehouse.
Right, Wayne Gill taking on Jack Marriage, the Rubber Duck Racing VW Beetle. Wayne Gill's had a hard day, hard weekend. A couple of bits to fix on the car. Can't remember if it went back down into the 9s in qualifying, but capable of running into the 9s. Able to play it safe on the tree. And takes the goal through to a 980 at 139 to a 1370. Right. Well, Mark Eltringham was looking to get a little bit more two-step from the carbon gear. He's going to need it. He's up against Gert Mertz from the Netherlands with this Opel Kadett that's put on a great show this weekend. Well, the light shot, great little controlled wheelie by Mark Eltringham. Gert Mertz, though, is having a lovely straight run. Mark is catching him at the top end. It's going to be close. And we go through with a 9-0. Oh, 909, 154. Mark Eltringham may be knocked out, but that is a monster personal best.
What a time to run your PB.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a losing effort, but wow, what a run. So Dan and Darren, the two escorts. Two quick escorts, fair to say. They qualified 6 and 9 yesterday. Doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about getting to the other end first.
That's it. Dan's car's really nice. I've never seen this before. Obviously, we've seen Darren Scannell multiple times. He was in the final last year. Testing out a new gearbox this weekend. They did get it back down into the 9s yesterday.
Darren Scannell away first. Problems for Dan Warren. So Darren Scannell is into round number 2 with a 960 at 143. Track crew sprinting up there to sort Dan out, and literally the moment they got there, Dan found some gears and off he went. Still goes 127 mile an hour in 25 seconds.
Well, each class has to have it. The marquee matchup. And this one will be it.
Chris Todd, you know, we were talking about his tailgate.
Yep.
The story is that he found one, and he went up to see the guy, and I think the guy wanted like 140 quid for it. And he said, oh, hang on a minute. He said, what's it for? And Chris said, well, I drag race. And the guy goes, oh, wait a minute, are you Chris that races the Fiesta? And he, yeah, I am. And actually, the guy who had the tailgate then donated it to him.
Oh, nice.
That was awesome. So huge thanks.
Here we go then.
To that young man.
UK versus Denmark. Jack Krugel versus Chris Todd. Oh, both cars bogged on the line. All right, let's see what performance is going to take it to the top. Jack looks dead in the water, and Chris Todd is going to take the win with a 908.
Yeah, that was really, really good.
Again, thank you very much, Jack Krugel and the team, for coming over again. Don't forget, we will have testing this afternoon. Do not pack up. We'd love to see your car back out on the drag strip this afternoon.
Yeah, although the tailgate was the wrong colour and needed a bit of work, Chris sent it to his body shop guys and they got it done. So the only thing it's missing is the S badge, and but he'll get one of them sorted. Right, next up, Linda Thomas with the Audi TT. Taking on Dustin with the Civic. Oh, and it is Dustin that's going to go through Linda Thomas.
She had
way
to try
before the tree ran. So Dustin, number 3 qualifier actually.
Well, we are flying through our 4-cylinder car. Oh, the boot opens up on Chris Lock's car. I can see our front-wheel drive cars at the head of the lane. We've also got Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny car. And, of course, Daryl is waiting on VIP.
He's still over
getting
there.
a suntan, enjoying himself.
He might as well do the 4-cylinder draw.
Sorry, Daryl. You're doing 4-cylinder draw as well now. Lucky.
So, Chris Lock, Paul Margetts. Which Ford? And it is going to be Chris Lock. Unfortunately, Paul just leapt off the line and lit the cherry on the tree, so it is Chris Lock that goes into round number 2. 2 pairs to go by my book. And this is Gino Bernardine taking on Jordan Bishop. Well, Gino, well, we used to see him a lot in Pro ET. Don't see him race much these days. I think he only put in 1 or 2 runs yet, leading up to this point.
Yeah, it's so good to see another Lotus Elise. Hopefully Lee Connors tuned in from Australia. We miss you, buddy. Hopefully you're watching a fellow Lotus driver driving El Gapo.
The Lotus is away. Gino limping off the line. So it is Jordan Bishop. It goes through. Right, 1 pair. Which is Jan Niemczyk. Is it Neem Sawik and Danny Hyam? But no, they're not there. Oh, they're underneath them. That's why. Couldn't see them. After this, it'll be straight over to Daryl to do the chip draw for 760 heads up, and then it'll be the Jet. Well, no Danny Hyam, so Jan is going to take Casolo here with a Fiat 126. And as Jan heads up to the stripe, goes 1161, 115 over to Daryl then for the chip draw for 760.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Yep, so we thought we'd get a gap in there, but nobody broke. Nobody ended up on the start line for ages. So the chip's going in for the semi-final draws, the last 4 for 760 heads up. So we'll give it a quick spin. I'll probably be the only one to break it all day. Anyway, so first out is going to be number 5. Which is Belinda Ball, and Belinda will be taking on number 4, which I do believe is the one and only Mr. Billy Gain. So we know that the other pair, it's just for lane choice, really, or which lane they're in. Going to be number 3, Rob Smallworth. And Rob will be taking on number 2, the one and only Mark Turner. Now, what's going to be really good about that, all of them ran bang on the numbers. Those are your Jeff Ball Racing Engine 760 heads up pairs. Belinda Ball going against Billy Gain, and Rob Smallworth against Mark Turner. Back to you, fellas.
Thanks ever so much indeed, Daryl. Okay, so we have Martin Hill with Fire Force 3 directly below us. We will be sorting out a chip draw for 4-cylinder very shortly indeed. And then it'll be the big bracket buybacks. And every single one of them bought back in. None of them thought it was game over, so they're all having another go.
Well, front wheel drive down there as well. It's a good looking pair of lanes.
Right, so as we get ready for Martin Hill, good buddy of mine, Ash, has joined us in the tower as well. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. And I've got the rest of the family here, so DG Autos in Wellington are represented, I reckon.
What is this? Buy a car off Colin, get a tower ride free?
No, because they're now looking after my cars and my daughter's car and everything over there. I've got a good story to tell you about what they did for me. A very, very bizarre situation with my daughter's car. Anyway, as we get ready now to have Martin Hill with Fire Force 3. Now, Ash does stunt bike riding up here, but I don't think you've ever been in the tower for a jet, have you? You're going to enjoy this, mate. Nothing to worry about. So we just wait for Richie to come out front as we get ready. Now the thing is that Ash has seen this jet run many a time from outside, but never seen it from up here, so a new experience for you, mate. Okay, so Richie gives the signal now to Martin to wind that turbine up even more. The support crew just check underneath, make sure there's no fluid dropping from the car at all. Okay, so Martin now blips the car into pre-stage. He'll just roll it forward into the beams. Here we go. We're going to see a 5-second pass at 260 miles an hour. Give Martin a wave. Give Richie a cheer. Here we go then. Martin Hill, Fire Force number 3. Good looking run. And it's a 591, only 231. He blipped it slightly early there. But nevertheless, another great looking run from Martin Hill and Fire Force number 3. So we're just going to say goodbye to the Fire Force support team. Actually, can I please have True Street into the pairing lanes, please? True Street. Give Richie and the gang a wave. Fire Force support team going to collect Martin from the top end. I think we may be just going to be going into... are we going to do a little bit of prep, or are we straight into front-wheel drive? Just having a look round the corner. Oh, we're straight in. No delay. So it is front-wheel drive. Eliminations round number 2 coming round the corner. Supported by...
Look who's coming round first.
European front-wheel drive, Speed Racers.
And SW Motorsport. Right, David Lammick is coming round first. The last run was an 8.09, ladies and gentlemen. He got 5th gear for a couple of seconds. If he can hold on to 5th gear, we're going to see around about 180 miles an hour and a 7-second pass. He's taking on Scotland's Alan Duffy. This is definitely one for the Vauxhall fans, though. Our reigning champion in the European front-wheel drive class, David Lammick, with the Nova. So, if we can get the 60-foot as well. The last 60-foot was in the 1.4s. Yesterday, David went 131. He's double bowled. He's sitting there waiting for Alan now. So, here we go. The lights drop. It is a green light. David politely waits on the line. We got 144, 60 foot, 143 at the 8th. And David goes through with a nice, gentle, calm 831 at 146. With performance like that, you can see why he is the reigning champion. Alan Duffy rolls through to a 20 flat. So that is the end of Alan's Eliminations Day. Hopefully we're going to see many of these cars back out in open testing this afternoon. Grudge Racing. Next up, Josh Holmes versus Tom Herbert. Josh has regularly been down into the 10s now. Tom Herbert had a great race in round number 1. VW Breakout, I'm pretty sure you'll be looking down in the Kestrel beer lane cheering on the VW. Tom goes into pre-stage, builds up the revs, pulls it into full stage, the lights drops, he gets the jump, but Josh is already out in front. At the 8th mile, Josh is pulling away. He's doing 111 to 97, and the winner will be Josh Holmes with a 10.36 to an 11.69. Next up, Nick Schotten. Not facing Torsten Mindorf. Torsten obviously had issues in the first round, so Nick Schotten makes it through with another bye run. This is the joy of Doorslammers. You never know who you can come up against. He has made it into the 3rd round. Right, coming up next, Michael Behrens from Germany will be taking on George Baker. Michael ran a best. Oh no, Torsten was down there, but he did not make the line, unfortunately.
Yeah, just going out the gate. What a shame.
So 1 10-second car versus 1 12-second car. I can hear a lot of cheering down there. See, good numbers on the back of Michael Boren's car. All right, here we go. Another one of our races in the European front-wheel drive class. It is eliminations round number 2. We're on red light, unfortunately, for Michael, so it is going to be George Baker rolling on to the 3rd round with the Civic. Let's see what he can put on the board. It is an 11.16 at 131. Right, next up, Jacob Bailey, R32 Turbo. Charlie Roberts, VR5 Turbo. So 6-cylinder versus 5-cylinder. Two good friends from the Volkswagen Drag Racing Club lining up against each other. Round 2 of the Doorslammers. Over into pre-stage. And goes Charlie's on 2-step. Jacob's rolling forward. Oh, it's so close. Only just held on to it. Now we've got a race on. 8th mile. Charlie's doing 102 to 111 of Jacobs. He's close all the way to the finish. Jacob Bailey takes the win with 11.17. Charlie Roberts, though, 10.74 at 134 miles an hour. He's going to be going out with a smile on his face.
Only 0.3 between them at the
Jacob,
stripe.
and did you see Jacob, though?
was
He was
moving.
rolling and rolling and rolling. You could see James at Gould down there going, no! Right, next pairing. Oh, Amir goes red, unfortunately so. Hands it on a plate to Craig Evans. Let's see what Craig can give us. It's going to be in the night. Ooh, 9.67, 148 miles an hour. A great run. Okay, next up, Cameron Bishop, Ian Pepper. Now, of course, all of our front-wheel drive gang is always cheering on their friends, cheering on different racers, making a lot of noise. We really hope that you guys in the grandstand are cheering on all different cars as well. We want to get that elimination feeling from the grandstand and on the banking. So hopefully you've got your cameras out for all of these racers, cheering them on. Right, 1:10 Civic, taking on a 9-second Nova. Nice shot. Cam's got his performance back once again. They're side by side at the 8th mile. Ian Pepper's just stretching it out, 118 to 114. Ian Pepper goes 9.75 at 148 miles an hour to a 10.20 at 144. Two great runs. Right, next up, the Heartbreaker. Ooh.
I love
You
it.
can
I
hear
just
it down
love
there.
it. Yeah.
Grant Moore with the pigeon, taking on Malta's very own Horatius Caruana. Now, both of these racers are very good on the tree. When it comes down to performance, though, Grant Moore has been 10.3. Horatius Caruana is 10.5. This race is really going to cut. Oh, well, unfortunately, one of our crew has jumped on the track and spread their legs wide open, telling us there might be something on the track. So just bear with us a short while.
Well, they went out there to pick something up, but they have discovered a little bit more than that. There's possibly some fluid up there. So, unbelievably, this is our first incident actually on the actual racetrack itself. We've had a few start line ones, but that's the first one actually on the track. Goodness me, wow.
Okay, well, still in the pairing lanes. Well, underneath us, the mare with the escort van, Terry Newton. Round the corner, Gino de Jong from the Netherlands, Rafael Kankol from Poland. I think
we're ready to do a chip draw, actually.
Oh, yeah, let's go while we've got time.
Well, yeah, so we're going to need, obviously, a camera up there, but I think Darryl is ready.
If Josie can hear us once again, we need Josie back to the draw area, please, if that's okay. Josie, if you could please make your way back up here. Or your substitute.
Oh, yeah.
Your poor substitute. Just kidding.
Let me have one.
Right, we're going to be doing the draw for 4-cylinder. So let's give it a quick whirl. Hopefully that won't be too long on the racetrack. We'll try and be as quick as we can with this one. Okay, first out will be number 8 in the left-hand lane, which will be Paul Jordan. Paul will be taking on number 19, Scott Lineker. And in the left-hand lane, number 20. That's Jordan Bishop. Going to be going alongside number 26, Jan Nemisevich, I hope.
That was very well done. That was very well
First time
done.
I've ever seen that name when you walk past with it then. Number 14. Kev Jenkins. Who's Kev got? You don't care, do you, who he's got? Really? No? You're not afraid of anyone, are you? No? Good. Number 11. Wayne Gill. Okay. Number 9. Darren Scannell. Going to be taking on number 2, which is Kyle Jacobs with the amazing overkill car. So, halfway there. Next one. Number 13, Chris Locke. Chris Locke will be taking on number 1. That will be Clint Fennick. Good luck, Chris. Next out will be number 12. Who's number 12? Rob Lawton. And Rob Lawton will be facing off against number 10. That's Chris Waterhouse. Pretty even matchup, that one, based on qualifying times. Okay, just a couple more to go. We have number 5. That'll be Gert Mertz with that amazing little Opel. Up against number 3, which is Dustin Karels from the Netherlands. So there's only one more pair. It's just really for lane choice. In the left-hand lane will be number 7, which is Julian Bayer. And Julian will be racing against number 4, who just happens to be Chris Todd.
Oof. That's a really good draw.
Excellent stuff. So, Paul Jordan against Scott Lineker. Jordan Bishop taking on Jan Nemisevich. Kev Jenkins against Wayne Gill. Darren Scannell, Kyle Jacobs. Chris Locke versus Clint Fennick. Rob Lawton against Chris Waterhouse. Gert Mertz against Dustin Karels. And Julian Bayer against Chris Todd. Your round 2 matchups for 4-cylinder.
That's really good. That's really good. You've managed to avoid all the fast cars from meeting each other in round 2 of the 4-cylinder category. That's brilliant. That's the way we like it to go. Now, of course, we're just doing a little bit of a clean-up in our Slick Trick Racing lane. We've got all of our front-wheel drive cars below us. But I think while we just do this, Nitro FM, if you're still out there, we'll let you pay some bills, and hopefully we'll be back very, very quickly.
It's just the guy in the other lane was just a smidge better. Really, really good. They race week in, week out.
Well, something in the 9.4s for Bob, something in the 10.6s for Simon. Possibly a 10.7, but it's early morning, so it'll be a 10.6.
As soon as he walks in, it's going to work properly.
So Chris Newsom and Jens Kanecki.
Now that's much more like it for Jens, even though the ET's not going to quite match. Well, Dave's actually wide awake this morning. Look at that, a 0-1 reaction time. I think that's how he lost yesterday, wasn't it? Not home shot, pretty much. So I'm sure Kirsty's number will be about a 12 flat, maybe 11.95. Colin will be about an 8.7, which is the number actually on the back of the car, still from yesterday, I think. There you go, 8.74 and 11.96. $8.03, $8.07. Right. Well, if he's going to run an 8, now's prime time.
Come on, John. Come on.
Tailwind, cool air,
come on. Yay!
And 8.98.
Finally. 8.9.
Billy with exactly the same problem as yesterday, i.e. dead stop on the start line. 10.57 at 1:30.
Could even squeak an 11.03 possibly, but we're talking hundredths of a second. Well, that's how good these races are. 8.44.
And a bit of work to get it together. But it's good to see him back again. So a 9.0 or a 9.1 for John. 9.14. And a 9.79. Picking up a little bit.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
This is the one,
Yeah.
frankly. It doesn't launch like it normally does.
No, he had a little bit of wheel spin there again. Very quick pedal.
Well, one tyre broke loose, not the other.
Yeah. Still went 9.2 though.
Way to do it. Launch from the same place every time.
Oh, problems for Dan. And it's Nick who's having the picture perfect run.
I know why that happened.
9.72.135.
You know why that happened? You see.
Right, just a couple of quick announcements. Sorry to talk over this tune. Can I please have True Street into the pairing announce, please? Especially Alex Stitchbury. Can you get back to your car, please? Alex Stitchbury, can we have you back to your car, please? And obviously True Street into the lanes.
7.45, exactly where he was pretty much all day yesterday, apart from the one run where he wasn't.
Bit of a bog for Jacob, bit of a bog for Dan. Jacob's out in front now. He's got to miss the shift there. Here comes Dan at the top end. And that R32 has got the torque to go 10.75 at 143. And their best. Well, a good launch for Josh Holmes. He's out in front. Issues for Chris Fabini, unfortunately. So Josh Holmes doing 112 at the 8th mile. Goes through with a 10.35. 100 rating to race. Next up, Simon Fogg versus Carl Monks. Simon once again having issues with the Corsa, so Carl Monks is going to get an easy ride in round number 1, going through with a Diogo. Very polite reaction times for both. Issues for Mark Taylor, now issues for Diogo. One of them's got to get to the finish line first. Here comes Mark. He's going to drive around him. Diogo's dead in the water. It is going to be Mark Taylor that goes through with a 14.76. And Terry Newton only put one pass in this weekend. It was a personal best. Issues for Sean, unfortunately. So all eyes are on Terry Newton in the Kestrel beer lane as he goes 132 at the 8th and an 888 at 106. Moving in. She's in. She's just creeping forward. She's in. Deep staged. The lights drop. Issues for both.
No one is going to be framing those reaction times.
No. Well, Andy's
coasting.
Slug. He's coasting.
He was really there for the taking.
Just getting into that one. 6-9. Honestly. Right. We're back to it. And rolling under the tower once again will be Horatius Caruana to take on Grant Moore. Where's the Grant Moore? Where's the Pigeon fans down there? Cool. So, 2 10-second cars. It's easy to tell. You can see European front-wheel drive 10-second stickers on the back. Makes it so much easier. Horatius Caruana from Malta in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Grant Moore in the Kestrel beer lane from the UK. Here we go. Grant Moore's double bubbled. Light drop. Horatius got the jump on the lights. Side by side at the moment at the 8th mile. We are 112 to 104. It is going to be Grant Moore going through with a 10.26. 137, a new personal best. Horatius is 10.82. Congratulations, both of you. Don't forget, guys, grudge racing this afternoon. We really want to see that Toyota sign us back on the drag strip later on this afternoon. Right, 2 good buddies. Terry Newton and his tool supplier, Alan Kenyon from Big Al's Tools. He's badgered Al to get into drag racing, and that is how the Hocus Pocus Focus come around. Terry waiting politely on the lights, but knows he can power through to the top end. 132 at the 8th, and goes through with an 896, 155. Well, Terry's consistency this weekend will be perfect when we go into main event next weekend.
It will actually, you're right, yeah, definitely.
Especially if he goes back down into the 8-8. All right, next up, it is going to be Mark Leon with the blue Leon Racing 20-valve turbo. See it. He is going to be facing the Netherlands' Gino de Jong. Great to see Gino back here. He got to this position in 2019 before we run out of time and he had to get his boat home. So hopefully he's here for the duration. That is if he can beat Mark Taylor. Yesterday Gino ran a 9:55 at 152. The team there all behind. He nearly broke the lights there, but we got a good race on now. Oh, Gino's got issues, so Mark Taylor is out in front right now, driving away to the finish line. It's a little cough, but it will be Mark Taylor with a 10.05, 144 miles an hour, a personal best to take Mark Taylor through to the next round of the European front-wheel drive class. Right. Marquee matchup for the European front-wheel drive class in round number 2. Helder Piera with a 9.4 second Seat Corboda Freedor, taking on 9.5 second Nova of Martin Dainty. waiting on Helder to go into stage. If he doesn't go in quick, well, unfortunately, he took too long going into stage. It is going to be Martin Dainty, who breaks as well. And luckily, he's going to be able to get it fixed, hopefully, into the next round. Well, unfortunately, the Helder loses. He took way too long to go into stage. Victim of his own foot. We told you before that nose was too low. Your nose was tripping the beam. It was not your tyre. If your bottom of your bumper was 3 inches off the floor, you would have been able to stage correct and you would not have lost that race. So it is Martin Dainty through to the next round. Thankfully, he drove off the track, so hopefully everything is A-OK with that car. Underneath the tower, though, Rafael Cancol, or Concol, he's going to be taking on Alexandra with the Audi A4. Poppy Hunter took out Calvin Skerritt in the first round. She arrived this weekend with not a working car. She's managed to get the clutch fixed on the track, running 14s. She's now into the second round of the shootout and up against one of our Polish racers.
She's picking her fights, isn't she?
Yeah, picking her fights, but Rafael Concol, though, he's looking for that 8-second pass, and he's got a great launch. 144, 60 foot at the 8th mile, doing 121. Rafael Concol goes through with a 977 at 106 miles an hour. Poppy Hunter goes through with a 15.4. Peter and the team, congratulations on a great back to fight another day. Right. Buddies. Guys that are going to be staying here for the next week, that are going to be talking about it and winding each other for the next week. Both of these are racing in Comp Eliminator next weekend at the main event. It is the wedding man, Mr. Boost, in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Ahmed Jamshed for Slick Tricks Racing lane. Ahmed Jamshed, a previous champion. Matt Davison, a previous finalist. Green light drag race, they're away together, but Ahmed is already out in front. 144, 64, 139 at the 8th. Ahmed goes through with an 836, 178 miles an hour to a 1074. That is the end of the honeymoon from Mr. Davidson. Ahmed Jamshed rolls into the next round. Of course, don't forget, both of those teams have T-shirts available in the pits. If you want to support the Silver Surfer or Mr. Boost, please do go into the pits and get some T-shirts from those guys. They've got T-shirts, hoodies, and stickers. And of course, they'll be back doing it all again next weekend. But Ahmed Jamshed is through to the next round. Right, next pairing. Anthony Mincher versus Karl Monks. 2 high 9-second cars on the line. VW versus Honda. Oh, deep stage was Karl Monks, so he gets the red light. I think Ant Mincher's already seen that and lifts off the throttle, cruises through to the next round.
Very quick announcement, folks. I'll say it again in a minute when it's quiet. If you own a white BMW EK73 AHL that's in one-day parking, you need to return to it immediately, please. A white BMW EK73 AHL in one-day parking. It's a white BMW. You need to go back to it ASAP, please. Thank you very much.
Oh. Right. As the years go by, another one of our previous champions, Andy Nichols, struggling to get the car to burn out. Now, he had a bit of an easier ride in the first round, but he's up against Jake Tippin this time. Jake is regularly running down into the 11 seconds. Ian Marshall gives the thumbs up as the smoke clears away from the bonnet. We've already lost a couple of our real heavy hitters.
Has Lizette got another buy run? Oh, we'll get to that in a
She
second.
had someone to race.
She did. They're not there,
Oh.
I don't think.
Okay, so here we go. Andy Nichols just creeps it forward. The lights. Oh, well. Both of them stalled it on the line. Andy Nichols is wiggling it up the track. And it's going to take the win with an 11.24. Bad luck, Jake, dude.
I'll make that announcement again very quickly because it is quite urgent. If you own a white BMW EK73 AHL that's in one-day parking, you need to return to it, please, as soon as possible. White BMW EK73 AHL. Get yourself back to your car, please. Thank you very much. Right, Luke is off.
I'm already off.
He's
already off.
He's
already off.
He's running away, which must mean it is big bracket buybacks.
One more. We got
Oh,
one
no,
more
there's
car.
one more. Oh,
Well, yeah,
Lizette's down there.
That's the run I mentioned.
Yeah.
Lizette de Koning is having a charmed life today. She drew a bye in round one, and she was supposed to be racing. Was it Ricardo?
Yeah.
Yeah. In this round of racing, but I don't think Ricardo is down there. So Lizette maybe going to round three.
Having not raced anybody.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
News on the buybacks.
Yes.
Every single one of them bought back in.
So these are the buybacks,
Yeah.
are they? Okay.
Every single one of them bought back in.
What a glorious day for a drag race. It's lovely over there. It's nice and warm, but not hot. And there's a lovely breeze, but the breeze is blowing down the track. So the way this shakes out, Colin, correct me if I'm wrong, is the buybacks race each other, and the winner of the buybacks
Goes
go
into
back
round two.
into
Yeah.
round two. Yep.
Yeah, so there's 14 of them down there.
Yep.
7 of them are going to go through.
Cool.
7 of them, game over.
There's not many events you get 2 bites at the cherry.
Yeah.
Cherry meaning literally 2 bites, that's it. So Lizette de Koning is supposed to be racing Ricardo late, but Ricardo not showing. Actually, the only no-show, I think, for round 2, front-wheel drive. It will be Lizette on her own. We'll be doing the live draw at some point shortly, just when we have a big enough break in racing. Lizette cruises on through with the brake lights on at the finish line with a 13-second run. Doesn't matter. She is in the draw for round number 3, which means there's 16 left in front-wheel drive.
I think you've got an opportunity to do that draw now, actually.
Could have. It's just a case of we've only just finished the
I know.
class. That's the problem. So getting the chips, getting
That's
everything,
correct. That's
getting
very true.
everything ready. Getting Luke geared up to do it is another thing. Getting someone up there with a camera as well is another thing.
I think
we have
they've left
to do.
the camera up there now. It's under the
They
table.
have. It's just a case of who sprints round there quickest.
Yeah.
Normally a race between Josie or Barney most of the time. But there we go.
Right, so next track action then will be the big bracket, and it's the buybacks. It's the ones that lost in round number 1. There's 14 of them down there. They will be randomly chosen once again, and 7 of them will win their races and will go through into round number 2. And the unfortunate 7 that don't get through, it is game over for them. So they'll park up, watch the racing, and those that are staying here just get a tan and get themselves ready for next weekend for the main event. A bit of a staycation. So looking down in the lanes, we can see Thomas Bublitz, Pete Lang, Gary Carr and Paul Marston at the head of the lanes. You can also see Darren Huxley down there. I think it's Paul Patchy that's down there. Just having a look. The thing is, though, the sun is really bright down there. Can't really, it's because the sun's reflecting off all the windscreens. I think Dave Cherrett's there, Lee Childs. So, yeah, it's a good mix of vehicles down there. But an absolute glorious day. When we looked out this first thing this morning, you know, it was expecting to put T-shirts on, but it was just like, oh, a bit of a nip in the air, but it's come good. Very, very pleasant out there. And considering the weather forecast at the start of the weekend, start of the week,
even for this weekend,
it was looking pretty dire, but it's turned out to be absolutely glorious.
It's not the worst day I've ever seen out there, let's put it that way. It's definitely one of the nicest.
Heat of the track, tailwind, good conditions to race. I don't know what the where we are with regards to sea level at the moment. I imagine it's going up a bit now.
It was about 500 foot earlier, but you know that only tends to get worse during the day.
Yeah,
it doesn't get any better from an air condition point of view. Again, I'll make this announcement just in case the owner didn't hear it. White BMW EK73 AHL in one-day parking. It is absolutely necessary.
Yes.
You need to return to your car as soon as possible, please. So front wheel drive's done. After big bracket, it must be something along the lines of
right,
6-cylinder. I would have thought. Yeah, we have a kind of.
That'd
run
be
order.
True Street actually.
Oh, okay.
That will be followed by Pro Street and then 6-cylinder. There's also a lunch break to feed in there as well. We've also got round 2 of Pro Doorslammer. That's still to come at us. So yeah, still plenty to be getting on with out there. But big money available today.
Pop down there for a bit of sun. Is that what you did?
Bit of sunshine, yeah, to be told that we're doing the draws during our lunch break.
Oh, okay.
You know. So, unfortunately, Rafael Cancol got disqualified for a blue line violation. So Alexander Poppy Hunter is through. He was full stage. He did his burnout, rolled straight into full stage.
Yeah.
And the guys adjusted the wheelie bars. Whoops. So, yeah. Unfortunately, one of our Polish racers is out for one of our... Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, once you're in full stage, the driver is ready to go, so no touching the car, unfortunately, at all. I mean, the thing is that you can quite easily, well, yeah, it can end very badly, can't it?
It can quite easily, but yeah, he went into full stage and one of the crew members opened the door and another crew member was adjusting the wheelie bars.
Yeah, so if he'd just backed out again, it'd been all right, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so the track prep going on. Yeah, there begins the signal to fire up, excuse me. So we've got the buybacks for big bracket. And there's somebody over there choosing the pairings. Just make sure they're not wearing a Williams Brothers t-shirt or something like that, I think, probably. Right, big bracket buybacks, Thomas Bublitz and Gary Carl. So, if you didn't win in round 1, you had the opportunity to spend 50 quid to come back for this race, or this round of racing, if you like. So, Thomas is going to go second after Gary Carr, very consistent as well. 11.04 for the Nova.
Oh, Gary's out, so it's Thomas Bublitz. Gary, that's a big red for Gary, actually. I don't know quite what happened there.
Anticipation, I think, is the phrase.
All the 11s, look at that.
Is that... yeah, it's got a bit warmer out there. Maybe that's where the dial-in went. Thomas goes 10-16 on the 13, still pretty close. So, one of the escorts coming round underneath the tower. So, Dave Cherritt with the Dart Revenger against that incredible little escort in the Slick Tricks lane of Paul Fennick. Last night. Thank you very much indeed. We have 4-cylinder pairings. There we go. They are Colin's prized possessions, those ones.
Okay, then Dave Cherritt has won this event before. We won it this day last year. The Sunday of the big bracket. Can he repeat it? Got to get past Paul Fennick just to get to round 2 here.
Well, it is a green light drag race. Unlike round 1, I think both these two lost some red lights in round 1, didn't they? Oh no, slow lights, I beg your pardon, for Dave Cherritt. Close race, and it is the escort of Paul Fennick. Well, most of Malta that's here to watch will love that one. He was 200 quicker on the tree, and he was closer to his dial-in. Everyone's slowing up noticeably in this round, actually. Maybe the sun on the racetrack.
Air, sun, you name it.
Definitely
Heat.
that. That's got to be one of the world's fastest nodding dogs, that has, isn't it, in the back of Lee Charles.
It's always been there. So, Lee Charles, former winner. Jens Konecki, former runner-up. Both went out in round 1.
Was it even... No, it might have even been the same year, actually.
Oh, now you're asking.
Because it's a while ago. Because Lee was one of the first winners. And
No, Jens Konecki was the first year on the Sunday.
Yeah.
Lee Charles won it in 2022.
Well, he's not going to win it this year. He went red by 0-4. Jens Konecki. Car much, much better. Back on song. 8.13 dial goes 8.09. I don't think they're worried. It's a win.
Lee Charles just went 980 when the conditions aren't supposed to be as good. That's a stonking run.
They both went kind of 400 too quick. Reuven Dawson, I'm not sure there's a reason. He's way off the centre of the lane. Like, what? Yeah. I don't think it's that. Yeah, what's he doing over there, I think was that question. Paul Marston, yeah, you should be over here. That's it. The trouble is, though, I mean, if you run a street car, it's not really that much of a big deal. When you've got big, slick race cars, one slick will be in the groove, if you like, the other one won't be. I don't think it'll make that much difference, but it's probably not the safest thing to do, let's put it that way. So, A95 plays 920. Reuven Dawson will be getting the green first. Whether he leaves first is up to his left and right foot. Well, nothing in it on the tree. All about the finish line, which is Paul Marston. Well, Reuven Dawson took the stripe, but that was because the car ran a lot better than it has done all weekend, pretty much. Both of them broke out big. Paul by the least. They were dead even on the tree as well. Both had 0.9 lights. Okay, Bob Molden. I wonder if BB on his car stands for Big Bob. He could probably leave that on there all year, couldn't he? And Chris Newsom. 2 non-American cars, which is a bit unusual.
Well, one of them's going to park up for the rest of the week, and it is Bob Molden who's going to be doing that.
Deary me.
Chris Newsom, 100th off and an 05 light. Bob Molden goes 940 on the 38. So it's Chris Newsom that is through.
He was only 200ths off his dial-in, was Bob Molden, but he was a little bit slower on the tree, and you just can't do that when the guy in the other lane is only 100th off their dial-in.
2 more pairs to go in the big bracket. Darren Huxley with the Earthmet Nissan. The underneath in the Kestrel beer lane. They're alongside, I think that's Paul Patchy, is it?
I think it is. Again, these are completely random pairings. One of the marshals at the head of the lanes goes over to the fence, and if you're around there, you see where the VP signs are, the people hanging over the fence. They get to choose who races who.
Oh no, it's Billy Lohick. Sorry.
Well, let's see if Billy can get off the line for the first time in 2 days, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, it's only 0.05 difference on the tree. Oh, well, Billy went red anyway. So Darren Huxley will be into round number 2 with the Earthmet Nissan.
If he doesn't break out. Oh, no.
No, it's not. It's a red light
sorry,
already,
red
so
light.
it
Good
doesn't
point.
matter. It's through. 11:28. Nicely done, Darren.
Well, the Huxley's staying late again on race day. Not that should be a surprise to anyone. Okay, we've got True Street round there by the looks of it.
Just 1 pair to go then. Brett Featherstone. Going to be, I think he's in the Kestrel lane. Oh no, it's Pete Lane who's done that. So Brett Featherstone underneath me in the Slicktrix lane. Your last pair in the big bracket and buybacks.
Right after this, we're on with round 1 of True Street. They're rolling around now. So, last chance for both of these two to go rounds today. Brett Featherstone, previous UK national champion, Pro ET. Actually, the man that was number 2 standing right behind him, Simon Goff. 04. I would have done that, says Simon. 04 red, unfortunately, for Brett Featherstone. That's the end of his weekend in the big bracket. Don't run 9.55. Oh, he runs 9.56. And a 65 and a 57 for Pete Lane. He goes back into eliminations. No more buybacks after round 1. Okay. True Street, round number 1. Jack Bowley. In Slicktrix lane, not had a great weekend, unfortunately. Broke stuff on Friday, I think it was. Kind of trickled up the track for him anyway in qualifying against Simon Swarbrick. With the pop. Well, Simon with a big hole shot off the line. Can that MR2 run him down? He's already got there by 8th mile, so that'll be a yes. Jack goes through with a 995, 148 miles an hour. And then 61. Good try from Simon Strawbrick. He was, well, slightly quicker on the G. Jack, he was slow. Jack was really slow. 0.25, played a 0.53, half a second reaction time, that is. So Thomas Drotz from Poland, Kestrel Lane, against Josh Wallace. Thank you very much indeed. We heard that perfectly.
Josh Wallace has a red in his lane.
Wow, Thomas Drotz is long gone though. Oh, something flies off the Audi at the finish line. I'm not sure what that was. 142 miles an hour. The marshals are going to pick it up. I'm guessing probably a bit of trim. Yeah, something like that. It's easy to solve by the looks of it. Yeah, they're just scampering around to try and pick everything up.
It's quite a big bit.
Was it?
Yeah. It looked like a vent cover or something. I don't know.
Okay. So this is Phoebe Nasser gets a freebie. Phoebe gets a freebie. Or freebie Phoebe, if you prefer. Into the draw for the next round. Chris is sat right behind in the Camaro. I think that's Chris you can hear doing a burnout.
So just let everybody know, we're running True Street now, and then Pro Street, then lunch.
Okay.
And then we'll be doing some chip draws as well. Okay, so Chris Nassar, can he joined Phoebe in the next round, but got to get past this E46 BMW. The K64 performance machine. Oh, Mr. Sabrowski.
Well, Chris gets the jump off the line.
Does he?
Making a damn good race of it as well. Can the BM run down the Camaro? The answer is no.
Whole shot win.
Look at the numbers. 976 beats a 962. It was all about reaction time on the Christmas tree. Chris Nasser was 0.37. I mean, that's not exactly quick. However,
he was just checking to see if he'd won, but yes.
Yeah. Other lane, 0.61, unfortunately. So when it comes to racing, that's a brilliant example. It doesn't actually matter what you've run. You've got to get there first.
Yeah.
So Patrick Walk and Simon Paul. Simon with the Nissan in the Slick Tricks lane, and Patrick with that absolutely flat-out mental bonkers Audi in the Kestrel lane. That's an 8-second car, that is.
Well, they were number 4 and number 5 in qualifying. Pretty closely matched, but let's see.
Well, Patrick was doing really well last year with the Audi, but unfortunately broke the gearbox in eliminations. 870 at 157. Simon wasn't exactly hanging around in the other lane with the 937 at 154. But, yeah, that was all she wrote. Okay, so your number 1 qualifier coming round underneath the tower. This was Buzz Petard. No burnout for Buzz.
I think, is he four-wheel drive? I can't remember.
It is, I think. However, it left with the front wheels in the air yesterday, so they were pretty much useless.
Yeah.
If you never seen Lamborghini do a wheelie, although I'm not sure he's going to do it on this run. He might be just taking it easy to...
Mind you, on the hub dyno, he only had the hub dyno on the rear wheels. So. God, it sounds good. We going north 170 again? Try 180.69 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's nice and easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just taking it easy off the line. Make sure, get a number on the board and come back for the next round of racing. Most importantly, to keep going. That's the idea. We want him around for race day as long as we can. So, Tom Wrigley.
Oh, what an amazing weekend it's been for Tom and all of the... Thank him and his company for the support. Hugely appreciated. Oh, first time I've seen that car properly step out. Obviously making the most of the bite just to stretch it and to see how much he could put into it.
I think that's absolutely gobsmacking. A street car, 1.43, 60 foot.
With
even sideways, yeah. Exactly. That's kind of where I was going with that. Okay, I think this might be... Nope, we're still on True Street. One more pair, and then it's Pro Street round behind them. So, Arnie Panman with that incredibly unique Javelin, taking on Alex Stitchbury with the Porsche.
Yeah. Let's not forget, Arnie won this last year. Can he do it again this year?
Yeah, a real home run yesterday with that qualifying run. Down in the low 8s. Bit of tire slip off the start line. Can the Porsche catch him? I don't think so. No. It's not going to happen. Arnie still goes 879 at 163. The Porsche in the other lane, 985. Really good try. So great. Do you know what I love about this event? You get supercars against, well, big American door cars.
Right, we move on. Pro Street.
So is this the last class and it's lunch
Yes,
break
that's
for a
correct,
bit?
yeah.
Okay, while we assemble the next rounds of everybody. Justin Warner vents the nitrous.
Yeah, actually, Justin has really got the car working so well this weekend into the low 8s.
He's taking on the one and only transit god, Ashley Cooper. Well, Justin left first. That could be the end of Ash Cooper's day. If the win light comes on, it will be. It is
820.
Nice.
in stereo, that was.
163 miles an hour. Great run for Ashley Cooper, though. 966 at 147. That's terrific.
That is a good run.
Basically a factory stock transit, that, honestly.
Tailwind certainly helping the transit along.
Yeah, because it's not pushing quite as much. So basically, with a 20 mile an hour tailwind, that'll be doing 127 instead of 47, if that makes sense. Dave Mace with the Cresta, one of the previous winners of the Doorslammers, and one of the all-time Doorslammer moments, taking on Joe Stevens with the Cresta. Now, Joe might seem outgunned here, but you never know. I think Joe's is all motor, so there's no nitrous or anything going on. Dave Mace will be. However, Dave Mace won against a quicker car. Can Joe Stevens do the same? These look very, very similar, you know.
They do.
That's because
they're both Crestas, yeah. Just a different colour. Oh, dear, I did.
Dave Mace had to pedal it. Still goes 790 it. Look at their speed as well, 174 miles an hour. Joe, though. Joe Stevens with a great try in his quickest run of the weekend, 9:29 at 1:47. Well done, Joe. This can be a great race. Matt Southcott against Al Williamson. High 7-second car, low 8-second truck. They're not as, what's the word I'm looking for? Uneven as they might appear looking at them. Now, Howlin' Hall are back into the low 8s.
It's all about traction, basically, for Al, because the truck is working really well. It's getting the tyres to hook.
I love it when he opens the door. You can see the door's all been drilled out for weight. Look, how many different... Yeah. It looks like a pickup truck, but it's really an absolute work of art. I can't remember the quickest Matthew Southcott went. Was it a 7.8, something like that, there or thereabouts?
Correct,
Al Williamson, 8.2.
Well, Al's staying here for next weekend, obviously, for the main event. And Matt...
Oh, that's the end of Al's day.
What's Matt got for us? 776, 179 miles an hour. Another PB for Matt Southcott. Very, very nice indeed. Al's had not a bad weekend. He's managed to iron out a few issues, so it's just getting off the line now. We've still got these immense matchups to come. And when we did the chip draw last night, we just couldn't believe it, 2 of the pairings. Still got to come. Anyway, Grant Parker in Ian Wally. Golf Mark 1 taking on the Cortina.
It's going to be a good race this as well, actually.
Yeah, very close.
Really even. Well, it is the Golf that gets the jump. Jump being the operative word. Because while he's still jumping all over the place in the slip tricks lane.
Still goes 988, 144 with about 3 wheelies.
Lots of bouncing, I think that was. Yeah, Grant definitely got the jump off the start line.
Right, it is Victoria Smith and Elliot Day. Both of these from the world of Street Eliminator.
Now, when they hugged each other last night, it was almost like Victoria said, "Don't worry, Elliot, I'll take it easy on you. It's all right." I don't believe that for a moment.
It's all right, Mummy will look after you.
That's right. It's all right. I'll be gentle. It's okay.
Oh dear.
Mum will take care of you.
Well, Vic's still looking for that 200 mile an hour, 7.5 second run.
Not going to get much better conditions than this, really. This car leaves the start line very, very sedately, and then it really picks up and goes after that. They are limited by a street tyre in Street Eliminator. Elliot, though, is not that far off. He runs low 8s with the Willis. One slip from Victoria. Look at that. Elliot gets the whole shot. They're both stuck and going. However, the big power of the Buick blasts past at the finish line to a 778, 175. Elliot goes 833, 147, and I think he even lifted early. In fact, I think Victoria did too, actually.
Yeah. Good race.
Yeah, and Elliot was on the tree as well. 09 to a 0.16. Okay, one of the matchups of many matchups of the round. Oh my goodness, I've just seen the next one as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so go on.
Tony Higgs, Rob Carter. 2 7-second Street Eliminator Warriors here.
Possibly the closest matched as well on usual performance anyway. Rob's been getting quicker.
Yeah, both knocking on the door 200, both 7.5 seconds. Yeah, this is going to be good.
This could be the final next week. Or today. Oh, not today now. Nobody slips off the start. Oh, Tony does. I spoke too soon, past 60 foot. That's really close.
Oh, 59 beats a 62. Wow, what a race.
Yeah, 185 for Rob Carter, 762 at 197 for Tony Higgs. I think certain parts of that Capri didn't like going that fast. When I spoke to him and Jeddy earlier on in the week, or weekend I should say, I did say, are you leaving everything here or taking it home? He said, no, we're taking the car home. I think he might have to do slightly more than he bargained for when
so
he
what
gets
part
home.
of that?
It looks like the front spoiler. It looks like the front splitter or something like that. It's because it went away from the front of the car, if you see what I mean. I very much doubt it was the rear wing or anything else.
Oh, it's the bonnet.
It is the bonnet. Oh, dear. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of we have a little bit of sweeping to do up the top end after that one, but
wow,
great side-by-side race. We've only got 2 more pairs to go actually, but yeah, the sweeper's going to be going out at the top end just to take care of that. But that was still a fantastic race. I wonder if it was the bonnet and the front, or just the bonnet.
Well, the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about, if the bonnet's got, I hope his windscreen is all right. So obviously,
because they're very rare.
Yeah. Well, not only that, it would have flipped up very quickly. Could have hit it. So.
Well, it looks like it's in one piece as well. It's not like
the leading edge is off it. So.
Well, it did look like it was. Yeah, I was just going to say it did look like it was trailing stuff. Unfortunately, or a bit of smoke before the finish line. Tony, most unlike him, kept his boot in it anyway.
Maybe a little bit of fluid on the track there. Not much, but our track crew on it. So, but at the end of the day, it is Rob Carter that goes through. But we've still got Al Mack to take on Andy Bond. There they are in the lanes, and Paul Houston is down there. Going to be matching up that incredible 4-wheel drive Corvette. And then after these two, it will be our lunch break. We'll be doing some chip draws then. So just monitoring the top end just to get some idea. But as I say, there's nothing else in the lanes. We've just got 2 pairs to go. Then it will be the lunch break. We will be doing some chip draws. Obviously, we need to sort out our pairings for this afternoon. And then when we come back from the lunch break, it will be 6-cylinder. and it will also be Pro Doorslammer quarter final. So basically that's where we are at the moment. Tell you what, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves over for a moment whilst the top end is attended to, we'll take it back when we continue the fun here at Doorslammers 2024.
Against, he has made it into the third round. It is eliminations round number 2. We're on red light, unfortunately, for Michael, so it is going to be George Baker rolling on to the third round with the Civic. Let's see what he can put on the board. It is 11.16 at 102 step. Jacobs rolling forward. Oh, it's so close. Only just held on to it. Now we've got a race on. 8th mile, Charlie's doing 102 to 111. And Jacobs is close all the way to the finish. Jacob Bailey takes the win with 11.17. Charlie Roberts, though, 10.7. Oh, shot. Cam's got his performance back once again. They're side by side at the 8th mile. Ian Pepper's just stretching it out, 118 to 114. Ian Pepper goes 9.75 at 100. Light drop. Horatius got the jump on the lights. Side by side at the moment at the 8th mile. We are 112 to 104. It is going to be Grant Moore going through with a 10.26. 100. Terry waiting politely on the lights, but knows he can power through to the top end. 132 at the 8th and goes through with an 8.96, 155. Oh, he nearly broke the lights there. But we've got a good race on now. Oh, Gino's got his shoe. So Mark Taylor.
Actually, and I think it was just a sweep more than anything else for Tony Higgs. A few little bits coming off the Capri, but he's probably already back in the pits surveying what he's got to do to get ready for next weekend. So the Stazuski Corvette taking on the Scottish Bird. Well, pretty good matchup actually between these two. Paul Houston, it's we don't see that much of him, but it's good to see him here. He was at Doorslammers last year. But before that, it was quite a while. Back with Mark Todd. Good to see Mark here this weekend as well. Next year, Mark, bring a car. That's what we need. But the Corvette, I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. It's got a huge bottle of nitrous in the back. It's four-wheel drive. It's got a massive turbo sticking out the front, and it runs in the 7s. Has Paul got anything for it? That's the question. We'll find out very shortly. Unfortunately, Paul blazes the tyres. The Corvette is pulling away. 819, 183 miles an hour at the strike. 929 still goes 174 for Paul Houston. But it is the Corvette that you're going to see in the next round. Right, last pair, and what a pairing this is. The two perennial combatants in Street Eliminator. Andy Bond, your #1 qualifier, Europe's quickest and fastest street legal door car, in Street Eliminator trim, going alongside Al Mack with Evolvolution. Let's see how they get on then. First to the strike wins. No darlings, just no messing, just get it done. Oh, it's a good race. It's a very, very good race. Andy looks like he's got his nose just in front and he takes it. 7.22 to a lose out. 7.52. A very, very good race indeed. So it's Andy Bond that advances, and it is Al Mack that is unfortunately out. Okay then, folks, we are going over to the chip draw arena. It is our lunch break on the track, so your chance to get yourselves fed and watered, but we are going to do some chip draws ready for this afternoon's eliminations. So thanks to all the racers for putting on a cracking show. We will see them, but we will be doing some chip draws very, very shortly. Luke is over there, ready?
Yes, I'm just waiting on Josie. Wherever you are, Josie, bring the camera up onto the stage for us and we can do the chip draw. So just waiting.
I think you have a camera there. You just need an operator because I think I hide it under the table now. But it's been... oh, no, Josie's here. Oh, no, they're sprinting through the tower. I wasn't expecting that. Poor old Box Lane, Barney and the gang having to be all over the place this weekend. So they got chip draws to do for, I believe, Pro Street, True Street. We'll see what else comes up as they get up there.
It's like Challenge Annika. Josie just appears running down the hallway. No, that's Crystal Maze, isn't it? I was singing the wrong tune. Colin, can you remember what Challenge Annika music was like? Or was that just too old? Right. No. That was a stern no. Put them in. You spin it. I'll draw it. Okay, then. This likes to tip, doesn't it? If I remember correctly, yes. Chip number 12. First of all, in the European front-wheel drive class. Chip number 12 is Craig Evans. He's going to be taking on chip number 57. Chip number 57. That is going to be Alexandra Hunter. Now, she got into the draw because, unfortunately, Rafael Cancol with the TDI Golf had a blue line violation, which means one of his crew members touched the car when the car was in stage. So we lost our 9-second TDI. Right, number 13. Number 13 is Joshua Holmes. He beat Tom Herbert, but he is going to get David Lammick in the next round. Next up, it is going to be chip number 22. Chip number 22 is going to be Grant Moore. He's going to face chip number 19. Chip number 19 will be Mark Taylor. Again, two 10-second cars. Chip number 47. That is Nick Shotton. He is going to face chip number 30. That is Ant Mincher. Oh, I heard that. Chip number 20. Where the chip's gone. That is Ian Pepper. Chasing chip number 14. That is Jacob Bailey. Now, what else have we got? Chip number 31. That is Andy Nichols. Will face chip number 2. That'll be Ahmed Jamshed. So 2 8-second Honda Civics meet each other. Next up, chip number 58. That is going to be George Baker. George Baker will get chip number 45. That is Lisette de Koning. And finally, chip number 9. And it's going to be Mark Dainty taking on chip number 3, and that is going to be the mare, Terry Newton. There we go. That is our 3rd round drawing. Craig Evans, Alexandra Hunter, Josh Holmes versus David Lammick, Grant Moore versus Mark Taylor, Nick Shotton versus Anthony Mincher, Ian Pepper and Jacob Bailey, Andy Nichols, Ahmed Jamshed, George Baker, Lisette de Koning, and Martin Dainty and Terry Newton. Of course, I'll post that all on European Front Wheel Drive in just a short second. Next up will be Pro Street Draw. As soon as I get a photo done. So just bear with us a second. Luckily, I remembered to turn the mic off there, otherwise that would have been a terrible noise. Right, Pro Street, sponsored by Turbo Smart, where they're engineered to win. Chip number 5, that is Matthew Southcott. One of our outlaw street racers will be facing chip number 1, Andy Bond. It's a nice little matchup. Prepare you ready for when you enter Street Eliminator, hopefully one day. Chip number 3, Victoria Smith. Victoria Smith will have to face chip number 2. That is Rob Carter. 2 more Street Eliminator racers facing each other. Chip number 7. That is going to be Gregor's. Notice I stopped there, Colin. Chip number 13. Ian Wally. And then finally, our final pairing is going to be chip number 4. It's Dave Mace. And when I find it in there, it is chip number 10. It's going to be Justin Wallner. So there we go, our Pro Street class, sponsored by Turbo Smart, Matthew Southcott, Andy Bond, Victoria Smith, Rob Carter, Gregor Stawitsky, Ian Wally, and Dave Mace and Justin Wallner. And then finally, can I have a call out to Josh Wallace of True Street? You need to be down in the lanes, please. Josh Wallace, you should be in the lanes for True Street. Again, if anyone has any issues and they are out of the race, please make sure you tell one of our marshals so we're not looking for you. But hopefully Josh Wallace is still able to race. Please make your way down into the pairing lanes if you are. Okay, well, that's all the draws I've got for the moment because we're waiting on an adjudication on a potential rerun. So I don't know if you boys are still up there, or if not, are we on lunch?
Yep, we are on lunch. We're still here, though. We'll never leave you hanging, Luke.
You saying I missed out on lunch?
No, I saw you eat your lunch earlier. Or was that just a late breakfast?
That was brunch.
Okay.
I didn't get breakfast either.
All right.
You don't get a figure like this, not eating 10 times a day.
All right. Okay. All right, then we'll wait to see what happens with the other draw. But in the meantime, it is, I say, a lunch break. Let's give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. And we'll take it back when we have more news or more racing.
Bit of a bog for Jacob, bit of a bog for Dan. Jacob's out in front now. He's got to miss the shift there. Here comes Dan at the top end. And that R32 has got the torque to go 10.75 at 143. And their best. Well, a good launch for Josh Holmes. He's out in front. Issues for Chris Fabini, unfortunately. So Josh Holmes doing 112 at the 8th mile. Goes through at a 10.35. 100 rating to race. Next up, Simon Fogg versus Karl Monks. Simon once again having issues with the Corsa, so Karl Monks is going to get an easy ride in round number 1, going through with a Diogo. Very polite reaction times for both. Issues for Mark Taylor, now issues for Diogo. One of them's got to get to the finish line first. Here comes Mark, he's going to drive around him. Diogo's dead in the water. It is going to be Mark Taylor that goes through with a 14.76. Terry Newton only put one pass in this weekend. It was a personal best. Issues for Sean, unfortunately. So all eyes are on Terry Newton in the Kestrel beer lane as he goes 132 at the 8th and an 888 at 106. Moving in. She's in. She's just creeping forward. She's in. Deep staged. The lights drop. Issues for both.
No one is going to be framing those reaction times.
No. Well, Andy's
coasting.
Slug. He's coasting.
He was really there for the taking.
Well, 13.69. Madison goes through with a 16. Anthony rolls in. The lights drop. Anthony gets a bit of spin off the line, but now he's making way. He goes quiet, though. He's dead in the water.
I think he's got an issue.
Has
he got enough
at
momentum?
The top end. He's got the momentum. Just 13.72 to a 13.92. Well, Raphael taking his time to go into 3-stage. Very lucky. Oh, well, he took so long that Carl pulled through. So it's going to be a red light, and it's going to be a solo run for Raphael Kakol. Gets very close to the center line. Luckily, he had a red light, and he goes through with the win. In goes Dean. Dean got the jump on the lights, but Grant has driven around him. Has Dean got the power to catch him? I don't think he does. Grant Moore is out ahead at the moment, and he goes through with a 10.32, 139. Oh, there she goes. Craig gets on the launch control. He gets the jump on the lights. Fran bogs down. Craig is out in front and rolling enough. He's going to be taking the win with a 9.97, 144. A lot of performance to come.
He's rolled the beams.
Rolled the beams and given Torsten Mindorf a nice green light test run. And still, Torsten had those issues with the car. So unfortunately, Darren is not going to get any time in data. And Torsten is going to roll through to the next round with a 12. First time he's really butt up on the two-step, but he's had issues on the start line. Poppy Hunter is away. Can Calvin get Peter on the line and that line going? Let's see what's going to happen here. He's got some big speed coming. Poppy at the moment is doing 78 at the 8th. Calvin at the 8th is doing 129. Poppy takes the win. 15.59, taking out one of our 8 seconds.
Weather forecast at the start of the week.
Or any time. Right, Ricardo Lake gets a decent launch there. He's being chased down by Phil Thomas, but Ricardo's doing 104 at the 8th. He's going to go through with a 10-second pass, lifting off the throttle and coasts through to an 11.34, but Ricardo Lake. The lights drop. Horatius gets the jump on the tree. Regular runner in our index classes over at Malta. Horatius staying out in front, 106 at the 8th. This is going to be a good 10-second run. 10.51, 121 miles an hour. Malta are into round 2 in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Tom goes in. Tom gets a good light on Nicholas Hakier. Coming up to the 3:30 mark, Tom's out in front. 8th mile, Tom's doing 103 to Nicholas 68. Tom Hermit is going to take the win, and he goes 11:13, 130 miles. Well, Mark being very polite on the reaction time there, knowing that he's got a good 4 seconds on Ryan this weekend, and goes through with a 10.57. Drives. Both cars in, the lights drop, they're away together, they're side by side. David Lammick starts pulling out in front at the 8th mile. He's doing 144. Poland's going to take the win. 807, 161 miles an hour to an 879. The lights drop. Oh, red light for Jürgen Caruana on his best launch of the weekend. And unfortunately, still not going to get any timing data as he left before the lights. So Jake Tippin is going to take the win with an 11.69. Very polite reaction times. David Hubbard gets a lots of spin off the line. Helder Piera out in the front. 116 at the 8th and goes through the top end with a 9.69, 149. So solo run from it. A lot of spin. 162, 60 foot. And lifts off at the top end very sensibly. He's into race mode now. 162, 60 foot.
Charlie Roberts.
Charlie's got off the line. He got the jump. His car is capable of running down into the 10s. He's keeping his nose out in front of Jose. And goes through 10.97, 134. Back in the 10s, Charlie. Well done, Goose. It's a nice clean run. 92 at the 8th, just changing gears nice and goes through the 12.29. Well, that's one of Mr. Oyo's best runs of the weekend. He's doing 87 at the 8th. And goes through with 12.97. Next up, Amir.
Well, Yari gets the drop off the start line, but can the Estonian man take the win? What a race! 5.76 at 2.59.67. Takes out... There we go. 60 foot's good. 8th mile number of what he ran yesterday. Quarter mile number 6.19. What he ran yesterday, funnily enough. 230 miles an hour. 0.99 to 6. Well, Bruno goes through with a 6.62 at 234 miles an hour with the chute. All the way through to a 5.90. That's a great speed as well for Andy. It works this time. Still with the same problem. It's almost instant tyre shake. Almost instant. 8.43, 100. Clean looking run. 6.74, 2.05, they'll take that. Once again, folks, Doorslammers.
Steers off. And there goes Lee in pursuit. So let's see who the bravest is at the finish line. Lee is closing in. Kirsty's got a nose out in front. And the win light goes to Kirsty Tran with 11.93 hit. So Gary Carr out in front. Gary Carr still in front. Oh, Gary Carr breaks out. Oh, Gary, what a moment for Gary to break. 54, the dial in for Steve Matthews. He gets the green light, as does Jens Konecki. Jens is closing in. Steve Matthews, I think, is still out in front. Steve Matthews, it is Steve Matthews that takes it, 9.59. Jens Konecki really came on strong on the strike. Chris Newsom goes red.
So red light cost him 50 quid, basically. Is what
Yeah.
You've been fined £50.
And that's when I don't know if you've had a buyback rate at the final. So John Bean doing the chasing. Getting pretty close at 1,000 foot, but it's the stripe that counts, and it is John B. Beautifully judged. 5 Colin, 9.57 Brett. A green light drag race. On any given Sunday, those lights would have helped. But it is a double breakout. It is Colin Morris that takes it on the lesser one. 300s break. Oh, Darren Huxley goes red, so he'll be buying back in. Dan Williams now has the tune-up run to see where the car is. 10.50, wow! 10.9 leaving first though, Ronnie Mercer with Annie, 10.32. Bob Molden goes red, it is Ronnie Mercer straight into round number 2. Bob goes 9.38 with a 3. Ronnie goes 10.19 with a non-nitrous pass. That's quick. Dave will be leaving first. Oh, Dave Cherrick goes red by 0.1.
Well, Jordan actually spun the tyres a little bit more than usual on the start line. Doesn't matter what he runs though. 45.
45.
184. Yeah, Jordan's only, again, issue.
You ever seen 2 of my life? Yeah, John Grant's done it, but I wasn't calling that.
Oh.
That's what I meant. I've only ever called 2 of them. The other one was in Gainesville. 10.66 there for Simon Ennis. Not very often Paul Marston is chased when he's driving grumpy.
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Any sharper and they'd have cut themselves, the pair of them. What a race this will be. Who's got the best race car?
Double breakout. Whoa.
Pete Creswell, 007 on the tree.
Oh, problems for Billy once again. Exactly the same thing happened on his test pass.
Well, don't break out.
Yeah, Paul Patch, don't go. No, he won't. He won't.
11.08.
Safe.
117. Well, the thing is, if you...
2 skis bad, 1 ski good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Paul goes red, so John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda.
Well, hopefully he can buy
2.
back. That's the good thing. Today he's got the buyback. Hello.
Oh, and Ruben has gone red. Only by 0.2, but a red is a red. Well, so you're going to see the Mustang in round 2 straight away. Let's look at his number. 8.05.
2. So, the Cuda will go first. Blimey. Funny, isn't it? After doing this a while, you can see when someone's quick on the tree.
Yeah, you can hear Mark Feather in the throttle take swim with a 9.95 to lose at 11.61.
Technically a whole short win.
Whoever gets the other end first without going under 7.60 wins. Simple as that. Billy looks like he's got his nose in front and takes it with a 7.93 to a lose out. 8.14. So it is Billy Gain. It's all about running. 7.60. He'll use this as a checkout pass. See where he is. Each other.
Dead even off the tree pretty much. Collins out in front. However, he can't run quicker than 7.60 if he gets there first.
Oh!
And he breaks out. What a race. 2 thousandths of a second. 2 thou. That finished. No one's going to get any prizes for reaction times that time round. Belinda's way out in front as long as she doesn't go too quick. So she backs off to a 7.82, 163. Okay.
And then Oklahoma Willie. Not only that, they did run a mid-10 yesterday, over 150 mile an hour. But here we go then. Oklahoma Willie. So Perry winds the turbine up even more now. So Perry just blips at afterburner as he brings this beautiful 1950s VW pickup to the line. Are we going to see another mid-10? Are we going to see 150 miles an hour? Slightly roll the beams there, but I still think he could go 150. Indeed he does, 153.7 miles an hour. Very, very nice.
Of Vosnes performance. 4-cylinder cars take to the tree. It's a green light drag race. And really, they're side by side. Julian's got issues. Johnny Marriage is kind of keeping up. Now Julian's got the power at the top end and goes through with a 1097, almost like a
Oh, Scott is away.
It's a big dip. Ooh.
And I can't see that gap being closed now, so that is going to be Scott going through. 1087, 117. Good looking run there for Kev. Oh, it's a very good looking run indeed. A 762 at 178.
That would have done perfectly yesterday in qualifying.
That would have been great.
It's a green light for Clint Ferneck. 111.60 foot, 155 at the 8th. Clint Ferneck goes 709, 192. Takes it into the second. Straight in goes Kyle. Got a nice controlled wheelie this time by Jay. And a lovely looking run for Kyle Jacobs. He does 129 at the 8th. Clicks it off to an 862 and an 1110.
Well, Rob Lawton sort of sliding around a little bit. Has done enough to take the win. So Rob Lawton goes through. We'll slot that in when we get a moment. And that does look like it is going to be Chris Waterhouse. It is. 10:13 takes the win.
Capable of running into the nines. Able to play it safe on the tree. And takes the goal through to a 980 at 139. Well, the light shot, great little controlled wheelie by Mark Eltringham. Gert Mertz, though, is having a lovely straight run. Mark is catching him at the top end. It's going to be close. And we go through with a 9-0. Oh, 909, 100.
Darren Scannell away first. Problems for Dan Warren. So Darren Scannell is into round number 2 with a 960 at 143.
Google versus Chris Todd. Oh, both cars bogged on the line. All right, let's see what performance is going to take it at the top. Jack looks dead in the water, and Chris Todd is going to take the win with a 908.
Yeah, that was Dustin with the Civic. Oh, and it is Dustin that's going to go through. Linda Thomas.
She had
way
to try
before the tree ran. So Dustin, number 3 qualifier actually. Oh, Margot's. Which Ford? And it is going to be Chris Locke. Unfortunately, Paul just leapt off the line and lit the cherry on the tree. So it is Chris Locke that goes into round number 2. Well, the Lotus is away. Gino limping off the line. So it is Jordan Bishop. It goes through. Right, one pair. And as Jan heads up to the stripe, goes 1161, 115 over to Daryl then for the chip. Anyway, we are pretty much ready to get going once again. So ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves back on the grandstands. Get back on that banking. It's going to be pro Doorslammer. Can I please have 6-cylinder into the pairing lanes, please? If you're not already there, please have 6-cylinder into the pairing lanes if you are not there already. We got some, well, we got to say pro Doorslammer in the lanes for round number 2. We've also got one of the other cars that got knocked out in round 1 with an interesting challenge. We'll tell you a little bit more about that when the car appears around the corner.
It's actually, I'll explain in a minute, but it's actually reminiscent of they used to do a crew chief challenge in Pro Stock years ago. I'll tell you what it was when he comes around and explains it, because it reminded me. It was hilarious. It was absolutely fantastic. So, looks like we are ready to go. The first pair getting the signal. Andreas Hedin with the 79 Camaro, Corvette even, taking on Anders Ed with screw-blown Hemi Camaro. So if you're not in the grandstands or on the banking, get yourselves back now. Round 2, Pro Doorslammer coming your way for a place in the draw in the semi-finals, and you start earning the big bucks after the semis in Pro Doorslammer.
So our Starline crew are all suited and booted and ready. Crew chiefs, well,
yeah, Sophie's out there. There you go.
Ready.
Sophie's out there. And his Ed's crew chief's out there.
Oh, they're waiting for Callum. That's what it is.
You're kidding.
No, I'm only joking. Okay, so...
Now, the funny thing is, these two have raced each other quite a few times before, but in top Doorslammer over the 8th mile, which is what Anders normally races his car in. Andreas Hedin is, what's the word I'm looking for? Not a turncoat, but he's gone pro modified racing quarter mile. That's not what you do if you've got a top Doorslammer. However, but in the interest of fair reporting, he still has his own top Doorslammer at home. Well, can Anders Ed break his duck on the 8th or 9th type of time of trying? By duck, I mean get past 60 foot. So, Sophie backing up Andreas, who made his first ever full run out the back door in round 1. Went 6.19, 230 miles an hour. I know he was probably looking for slightly more than that. However, the car's in one piece. Everything's working, and I'm sure he'll take that because that gives them something to tune from, and he'll start stepping it up as the day and obviously this week and next week move on. The racetrack is in immaculate condition. Just a case of hooking it up and going. So, big hi again to Andreas's mum. If you're watching in, keep your thumbs not crossed. You don't cross your thumbs, you hold your thumbs, don't you? Keep your thumbs held for your boy out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Everybody from Hudiksvall, the wicked racetrack up there round about the middle of Sweden, the 8th mile facility. Anders Ed's been a big part of that for a long while now. They are all rooting for the guy in the Kestrel lane with the blue Camaro. However, he really is up against it simply because the car hasn't behaved at all on English soil. So, Andreas rolls into pre-stage. They're waiting. Followed in by Anders Ed. Oh, Andreas actually rolled all the way through. He's in deep stage. This could make things a little bit exciting. Well, Anders Ed, his first proper run, and it's a 5.74, 258 miles an hour. Oh my goodness me, I think I nearly weed. That is absolutely unbelievable. The quickest run of the weekend in any of the Pro Doorslammer cars, and he just absolutely obliterates it with an incredible run. I tell you what, in Sweden, they call it chicken skin. We call it goosebumps. That was absolutely outstanding.
I need to find out if he stopped, because he went round the corner a fair old rate of knots. But my goodness me.
Fair to say, that went.
Ian is sprinting for the tractor.
I think it's for the blocks. I'm not sure wwho got the block, actually. I was watching Anders, not Andreas, on that one. Andreas, they were both kind of late, but Andreas was 1.04 to 60 foot, 411 to 180 miles an hour at the 8th mile an hour. The car's slowing down slightly, 631 at 204. Probably thought he left the handbrake on compared to Anders Ed. That is what they came all the way from Sweden to the UK for. 5.74 low ET of the weekend. And the first time the car got past, that's what I still can't quite get my head around. The first time he got the car past 60 foot and he runs low ET. Put your hands together in the grandstands for both those teams. That's Andreas Hedin's team going up to get him at the top end, first of all. I'm not sure where Anders Ed's team are. They're probably busy celebrating. They're not going to go and get him, I don't think. Anyway, yeah, to the 8th mile, I think I can remember that. He was 3.82 at 202 miles an hour. So, Britton Penty, if you're up there in the grandstand or on the banking, stand up and give us a wave, because I bet no one was cheering louder than you guys after that. But yeah, everybody from Hudiksvall Raceway probably spat out their Sunday afternoon beer when they saw that one.
And I just hope Eurodrags have put that in the quotes of the year at the end of the season.
What's that?
I've just weed.
That was mad.
What a run that was.
That really was just flipping mental.
And he wasn't exactly dead straight either. He was quite close to the wall for a lot of that.
Do you know what? They breed them differently in that part of the world. They really do, honestly. As John and Graham used to say, that's the Scandinavian way of driving, i.e. not lifting. But I can't explain it enough for everybody to just... it just defies words. The guy has never been past the 60 foot in 8 runs before that. That one, he runs low ET of the weekend.
Yeah.
And not only that, give him a round of applause. That's the crew guy on the way to get up Anders Ed. Low ET of the weekend. How long was that trip from Hudiksvall? Was it worth it? I think it might have been just for that one. If he does nothing else this weekend, that was it.
Well, he's into the semis, and that's money.
Yeah.
So, well done. Well, proper money, I should say.
Basically, what he was doing, that was the, what's the words I'm looking at? The world's greatest bit of sandbagging. That was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Only when he needed it. My goodness me. And that's also his personal best to the 8th mile as well.
Yeah.
So it's not only the quickest he's ever been on a quarter mile. That's his personal best to the 8th mile as well. But anyway, yeah, he's never been past 60 foot this weekend. Top Doorslammers normally only run to the 8th mile. The first time ever in a race, and he nails a 5.74. That's just mad. Wow. Well, now they've got something to tune from, and now no one is going to want to race them in the semi-finals.
Well, we've still got 3 more pairs to come. Thing is, though, David Vector, Andy Robinson, one of the next 3 pairings, Andre Arnova and Simon Eckengren. Bearing in mind that David Vector and Andre Arnova are both been in the 5.7s, but neither of them are the quickest this weekend anymore.
Sorry. Not that it's funny, but it's funny.
Yeah.
But that's the whole idea of Doorslammers. Bring what you've got and let it all hang out.
Yeah, bring what you got and hope it's enough now.
I can't believe that he waited till 2 o'clock on Sunday to do that. But anyway, there you go. It's safe to say I'm just going to go and have a lie down after that, I think. That was just mad.
Clean up in half-5, I think, more like.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm sorry. The trouble is we've got to work up here after that next week, haven't we? That was almost as good as John Webster's 550 something yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't a 550. Yeah, it was. It was almost a 550. Still a very good run. I'm only joking, obviously. So, yeah, just a little bit of clean-up. I think the reason they're cleaning is because that car is designed, built on everything normally to run the 8th mile. And it was probably breathing a bit heavily up the top end. The other thing is as well, that's a good, I'm going to go out on a limb here, that's a good 50, possibly 60 miles an hour faster than he's ever been before in that car. Well, actually, in any car, in the car he had before too. So things were probably zipping by at a fair old rate at the top end.
Well, I think I'd love to see some footage from the top end, because he was going quick at the top, and he did turn the corner at a high rate of knots. Yeah. And I don't know if and actually, there's no way he would have made the corner. I think he would. Well, put it this way: the speed he was going, he could have ended up in the water. But sure he obviously stopped before then. But yeah, he was heavy on the anchors as well as the chutes throwing him down.
It's because at that speed, everything comes up so quickly. Yeah. And when they run 8th mile normally, they have the rest of the racetrack and the shutdown area to stop, don't they? So there's never normally any. Right, I'm officially retiring after that. I think.
Oh, it makes it all worthwhile, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly that.
Three cars in the 5.7s this weekend.
And what a race we got coming up now. We have an All Robinson race cars race. One with the man himself at the wheel, one with one of our favourite Dutchmen at the wheel. Andy Robinson doing the burnout with the door open. That just sort of smells cool, if nothing else, or seems cool, I should say. So, David Vector, quickest this weekend of 5.76. The engine not all that happy though, even though he's made 3 really, really strong runs, looking like nothing wrong with any of them. They've had their work cut out to get everything right. Apparently, thank you very much indeed, Dick Costa. If you're tuned in, Dick, good afternoon. It was a sensor issue, was the reason they had no oil pressure. Thank God it was only a sensor, they say. Andy Robinson ran his best ET of the year so far. And I say so far because he could do with better in it right now. He went 5.90 at a great speed, which I think was his fastest ever in the Camaro at 247 miles an hour. Yeah, Dave's actually noticed the door's not shut. Yeah, Dave didn't open the door, Steph, just so you could close it. It was actually open already. So for a place in the draw for the semis, will we see another 570 something? Well, which car will do it? Will both of them do it? We're setting all kinds of unbelievable records here at the Doorslammers. So Andy Gus Robinson, the NGK car, Kestrel Lane, Dave Vector in the Slick Tricks lane. Unfortunately for Andy, after a great light, Dave had a pop at the top end as well. He went 588, only 220. Andy was off the line first, razor sharp with a 0.3. They will like the 60-foot time, though. It was a 0.96. However, what they won't like is the tyre shake that was happening as they went past the tree. So Dave is in the semis, but that engine did not sound happy as it rolled. He just rolled under the gantry. That's the Andy Robinson of old, that is. 0.3 light leaving on the competition. Dave wasn't exactly hanging about with a 0.7. Eighth mile for David was 3.82, 195 miles an hour. And obviously Andy was off it by then because he was headed for the centre line. You can see David disappear in the distance. Now, what a match-up this is as well. Andre Arnover, who is now not the quickest car of the weekend anymore, taking on Simon Eckengren with the Dodge. Yeah, it is a bit. So I don't know whether you caught that, Luke, or not, but we now have a new low ET for Pro Doorslammer. That was... I always called them, for years, big hairy Doorslammers, and that was about as hairy as it got. That really was.
I heard you almost weed yourself as well.
Oh, mate. My bladder can't take much more of this. So, the Pro Stock Dodge of Michael Sherquist and his company, CHM Machine, on the side. Michael is in the southern part of Sweden, and he makes the machines that pack IKEA furniture and IKEA products. So the next time you're swearing at one of them, try to put it together. Think of Michael. Against Andre Arnover, who's had just, well, a banner weekend. It's very unusual, actually, to see Andre in the slick tricks lane, but that's because in Doorslammers, nobody gets lane choice. It's basically out of a hat, or a tombola, if you like. And whoever comes out first gets the left lane, or the Kestrel lane. Whoever comes out second gets the slick tricks lane. So we'll be looking to back it up with another 5.7 second run. The racetrack is absolutely mint. The weather is pretty much the same. And we have a tailwind.
I think the weather is perfect out there.
It's just stonking. You're going to design a day to go drag racing, this would be it.
It was lunchtime lobster out there today. Wow. Here we go.
So Pro Stock against Pro Mod. Goodness me, that's a bracket car. Look at that thing go to a 577. He hits 259 miles an hour for the third time this weekend.
I love that Yeri's team are down as well, video and going.
Just go.
Very nice.
That'll work. Yeah, we'll have some of that. They're almost dead even off the start line. Simon, for him, uncharacteristically late with the 0.14, but again, he's got a turbo car in the other lane. He was probably just trying to get down the racetrack, but unfortunately he shook before he got to 60 foot. The other thing about Andre Arnover, again, this is one thing I'm possibly going to mention quite a lot, is that what they were doing when they were testing was they were working on a 60 foot to get the 60 foot down, and they did that, and it was going 0.96, it even went 0.95 to 60 foot. However, every time that he's run in the 570s, his 60 foot time has been slower. That's a 0.98 60 foot, which is still really, really good for a turbo car. Please don't get me wrong. But he was 386 to the 8th mile. And again, that 1.91 back half to a 577 at 259.
Well, they're enjoying the applause as they go past the
Of course they are, as they should.
I mean, the way Andre's running this weekend, I mean, this is a sheer joke, but you could put him in the big bracket and he'd be really competitive. Because he is running so consistent.
Well, he messaged me after the Festival of Power and he was like, do I get a prize for number one qualifier? Because obviously we didn't get to finish the race. And he was like, oh, I have to go home with nothing. I was like,
you get the points lead, mate. That's what you get.
You get to go home knowing you got the points lead and you're in everyone's head for the Doorslammers.
Yeah,
correct.
And for next weekend as well.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You think some of the cars that may be turning up next weekend may have been to Malmo or something like that and done 4 or 5 hits? It's got to be in 20s already.
Yeah. He's got a massive jump on everybody. Massive. But, saying that, just when you think you've got a massive jump on everybody, there is nobody in the place that would have bet Anders Ed. Not only would have run low ET, but would even have got past the Christmas tree.
Exactly.
And in case you hadn't realised by now, I'm going to say it again, this is what Doorslammers is absolutely all about. It's about jaw-dropping cars with doors. So, Peter Kunk from Stockholm in Sweden, in the Kestrel lane, had lots of clutch issues through qualifying. Killed 2 of them. Didn't qualify really with a representative run for today's race, but however, drew a bye in round 1 in the chip draw. If they could just find what took it to its 5-second run last year, they got a real good shout against Bruno. Uncharacteristic for Bruno, Bruno actually spun the tyres off the start line in round 1. However, Mike Mountgood in the other lane Unfortunately, he did exactly the same thing. Bruno got back on it, took the win, and he's here to race now. So this is the last pair for Pro Doorslammer before we do the draw for the semi-final pairings. Whoop. Unfortunately, Peter blipped the throttle and it was still in reverse. He obviously thought it had gone forward, but not quite as far as he thought. So anyway, this is another matchup you could well see in a week's time. Bruno hasn't hit the 5s yet this weekend. Most unusual for him, actually. Peter would like anything close to that at the moment, I should think. So, nitrous car, blown car, Switzerland and Sweden.
Oh, Bruno's dodged a bullet here.
Very much so. Peter rolled the lights. 6.85 at 2.15. It was labouring its way down there, but he rolled the lights. And Bruno gets a gift again. It's not often you see 2 busted runs in a row from Bruno Barda.
And for him to survive, both of them.
Yeah, exactly that. But anyway, in the draw for the semis, which we'll be doing in a few moments' time, I'm sure, we've got 2 more runs coming up. However, these are test runs before we go into, what's around there? True Street and 6-cylinder. It's going to be round 1 as well. So, Michael Malmgren, he was Bruno's opponent in the first round. And he's going to be it looks like he's going to be going side by side with Jari Rantaniemi, all the way from Finland. Now, Jari's crew chief, you have his name.
Yeah, Nako. He came up and he said, right, we've challenged our driver to run 587.
At least.
At least.
Yeah.
If he does it, he gets the beer.
Yeah.
If not, there's six guys on the crew.
Yeah.
They've all put a beer in.
Basically,
if Jari can basically run 587 or quicker, Jari gets the beer.
Yeah.
If not, Jari's got to buy all of his crew a beer each.
So it's basically
the beer
what's
challenge.
known as a beer bet or a beer challenge.
Just pointing out, I am part of the crew here.
Of course you are.
I am driver, team driver, part of the crew.
Did you put one in or not?
I'll put whatever you like in.
Fair enough then.
Bottle of vodka. Come on, let's go.
Well, Jari's not coming back at the moment, unfortunately.
I claim that.
I think that's the track crew, maybe his crew trying to run to get him. I don't know whether the car's died or what the problem is. Well, he ain't going to be getting drunk tonight. Not by the looks of that, no. He is stranded out there. This is only a test run. It also reminds me what I was going to tell you before. What they used to do, they used to do a Pro Stock Crew Chief Challenge, probably about 20 years ago, maybe slightly more, even more than that.
Oh, he's coming back.
Oh, he is? Yeah, they used to do a Pro Stock Crew Chief Challenge, right? Where what they do is they all put a crate of beer up, all the Pro Stock teams, and when the event had finished at the European Finals, somebody will remember this, the crew chiefs used to get in the car and do a burnout. And whoever did the best burnout, burnout, got all of it. Got the lot. And the amount of nearly crashed Doorslammers probably definitely outweighed. And I don't know how I can put this really politely, but some of the crew chiefs were not designed to fit in a Pro Stock car, I think is probably the most polite way I can say that. Let's put it that way. So, Jari Rantaniemi is going on a beer hunt. Not a bear hunt, a beer hunt.
Hopefully it's a good one.
We're going to catch a big one.
That's as far as I go.
Oh, no, I know the rest of it, but no one wants to be bored with it. So, turbo car in the Kestrel lane, looking for 5s. Mike Malmgren just looking for a clean run. Yeah, good-looking run in both lanes, actually. Jari is way out in front, obviously. 6.01 at 2.52. The speed was really good. The 60-foot, again, there's something with Jari's car that holds the 60-foot. I don't know what the crew are looking upset for. They're getting a beer back. But anyway, Jari's run was really, really good. The 60-foot was 1.11. That was not a 6.01. That really wasn't a 6.01. Round of applause, please, as well, for Michael Sherquist's team going up to get them. Mike Malmgren was 1 flat to 60-foot. He was 4.32 to the 8th mile. That's the kind of numbers they want. Okay. 6-cylinder next, I think. I need to go and do the Pro Doorslammer draw, so I'll skip over there when we got
Is
a
this
minute.
the True Street one that was a rerun?
It must be.
Yeah.
So Josh Wallace. Yes, I called him out to make the call. So Josh Wallace is going to take the beam and roll on to the next round. Straight after that, we will have our 6-cylinder category. Some of our fastest cars that have been on the site this weekend, definitely putting on a show. Coming up next. Meanwhile, Josh Wallace. Doing 102 at the 8th and goes through the course mile with a 12.92, 112.
So looking in the lanes then, it is, as Luke was saying, it is the Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder class down there. Some absolutely amazing entries we've had this weekend. We got a field of 16. We're going to whittle down to 8. And when you see some of these vehicles come round, you'll go, really? But yeah, we have got, well, it's just an immense choice of vehicles.
I wonder, by just a show of hands, how many people are just here today? How many people in the grandstand or on the banking are just here for today?
There must be a few.
There's a few hands going up. Yeah, 2 hands at the top of the grandstand. Thank you very much. You've got some great cars coming round for it. I bumped into Alexander Stuper a minute ago. Flew in from Poland just for the day.
Really?
To come and watch the finals.
Wow. Top bloke. Well, they are all in the lanes, pretty much ready to go. I think the track crew are pretty much ready. So we're down to semi-finals now in Pro Doorslammer. Obviously, we're in semi-finals of 760 heads up.
Quarterfinals of front-wheel drive.
Yeah, we still got round 2 of the big bracket, actually. Now, bizarrely, they're all in the lanes, yet none of us called them, but they're all down there. So it means we can run them when they're ready, which is good.
Is that the trick then? Just bring it down.
Yeah.
Start en masse, and then we'll have to run you now. Right, our first True Street rolling round.
This is epic, this car. Absolutely epic. Now, we were a little bit concerned yesterday if this car was going to make it, because on one of his runs...
no, 6-cylinder. 6-cylinder, sorry.
On its last run, it didn't get down A to B properly.
For some reason, I thought this BMW was in True Street. It's not. It's 6-cylinder. Right, Marek Uzels taking on Brian Jorgensen. The Audi 80 Coupe versus the BMW 340.
The only thing they've done wrong is they've gone into the wrong lanes. But it's irrelevant, really.
That's it. But once again, thank you very much to Tom Wrigley Performance. You're going to see so many BMWs coming around the corner that have been prepared by Tom Wrigley Performance, and it's made a real big difference to the 6-cylinder class.
Huge.
All right, here we go then. Marek Uzels is in a full stage already. Brian Jorgensen into pre-stage. He's going to only have a few seconds to get in. Have to be careful. Well, Brian's out in front doing 121 to 123, and as long as everything goes A-OK, 906 at 143. Brian Jorgensen from Denmark moves on to the next round. Right, next up, one of the stars of the weekend, Marcus Veldt with the TTK Golf. This has been down into the 7 frees at 194 miles an hour during qualifying and practice. It's going to be taking on Marcel Wolfkill, or Wolfkuhl, with the BMW.
Just a quickie from me. Can I have 4-cylinder into the pairing lanes, please? 4-cylinder. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Marcus Welt was your number 2 qualifier. It meant nothing. It's just about a chip draw after that, but still want to get performance numbers. Here we go then.
Good, strong launch. 114, 60 foot, 138 at the 8th. Marcus Welt goes 7, 67, 175 miles an hour to a 939. Now, did Julian Bayer go through
In
4-cylinder?
yes.
So, Julian, you are on the start line right now. I just saw you. Julian, your class has just been called. 4-cylinder has just been called to the lane, hasn't it?
Yes.
So, Julian Bayer, you need to run back to your car as you have been called to the lanes. All right, next up. Oh, look at it. It is Martin Green taking on George Gamble. It's a great race together. Look at them side by side all the way up to the 8th mile. We have got 127 to 129, door to door. Martin Green takes it with a whole shot win, 880 at 160 miles an hour.
All right, can we have the big bracket into the lanes, please? The big bracket. I think most of them are there already, but
That's it.
if you could come down, please, officially. Thanks very much indeed. Big bracket.
I'll tell you, this is the level of 6-cylinder that's stepped up. Every time I look around the corner in the 6-cylinder class, a decent car has made it down. James Wilday with Plan D, the RX-8. Taking on Harvey Bogle with the Audi RS3.
Well, James Wilday goes red.
Oh.
Yeah, that's yeah, because that's an Audi. A bit of huffing and puffing. Unless that was the wrong number. Well, no, that's how the pairings came out. But weird. Okay. We check Butcher with the Monte Carlo, and it's Marcus Daly.
So this Monte Carlo has been down into the 7s in Poland. It's not quite hit the performance this weekend yet, although she has been a bit smoky over the weekend and it's looking a lot cleaner now. That's a great looking run. 135 to the 8th, and Wojciech goes through 847, 155 to a 958. Right. That's it. That's what we like to see. The flags coming over to the grandstand for Lithuania. So, traveling. Imagine traveling all the way from Bulgaria to meet a fellow competitor from Lithuania. Generally, they would have met over at Rad or Grinio or one of the other Baltic nation states, Pila. They're here at Santa Pod Race. They put on an absolute show. Konstantin Dinev, our number 1 qualifier in the 6-cylinder class, went 7 flat at 200 miles an hour in qualifying. Kazis, one of the new generation of racers over in Lithuania, he was down in the 8s, if I remember correct. Right. So here we go. Bulgaria versus Lithuania in the first round of the 6-cylinder category. This is one of those camera out moments. Let's see if we see 6-second pass. He's waiting for him to go in. The lights go down. Ooh. well, big wheel spin for Kazis as long as Konstantin keeps it straight and narrow down the middle. It's not going to be a PB, but it is going to go through to the next round, and that is the most important thing on race day. Right, next up, Reese Hurd with the BMW G80 M3 taking on Mike Wickiter with the Mark 1 Caddy. 4-wheel drive VR6 turbo. Let's see how this one goes in. Another one of these great BMWs, especially in the Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder class. Mike's in, the lights drop, green light drag race. They leave together. Coming up to the 8th mile, looks like Mike Whitaker's out in front, 119 to 114, but a big charge at the top end. Mike Whitaker takes it with a 952, 147 over a 969 at 146.
There's only 0.5 between those two at the stripe, actually.
That was a great race.
Yeah, it was. Excellent.
All right, next up, another pair of BMWs. Christopher Schmidt with the Osprey Performance BMW taking on Wayne Shepherd with the BMW M3.
And it's the last pair. Oh, no.
Well,
Wayne has gone red.
So, Chris Schmidt through to the next round. 10.16 and a 10.75. So again, in the lanes, we've got our 4-cylinder cars. We saw Julian Bayer have to sprint back to his car as the TTK team went to collect Marcus Veld after his win. So hopefully he's going to be able to make it down and to the back of the queue. Luckily, there is quite a few cars in the 4-cylinder class. So by the time we get them running, he should have made it to the back of the queue, as long as his competitor was sportsmanlike and didn't go, do you know what, I'm going first. I'm going first. See you later, mate. Who's he facing?
That's right, I'll give you the lineups, actually. I'll give you the lot. Paul Jordan takes on Scott Lineker. Jordan Bishop take on Jan Nimachitz. Kev Jenkins and Wayne Gill. Darren Scannell and Carl Jacobs. Chris Locke and Clint Fenneck. Rob Lawton, Chris Waterhouse. Gert Mertz and Dustin Coels. And it's Julian Bayer and Chris Todd.
Oh, nice, nice. Well, we know what Chris is like. He's a lovely man. He will wait. Okay, so a couple of minutes. Hopefully you're all enjoying this, ladies and gentlemen, out in the grandstand on the back. This is definitely the biggest crowd we've had for Doorslammers.
Oh, it is.
It is growing. Not only are we growing in racers, we are growing in supporters coming along to this great event. And I think it'll only grow bigger next year.
Oh, yeah.
With cars and spectators.
Yeah. And time.
Time, yes.
We know that it's going to be 2 full days of quali next year. Yeah, plans in place to make it
well,
so we can get all the classes through in an orderly fashion.
and the potential of a test day.
Yeah, potential that as well.
The day before as well. So it's going to give all of our racers extra time to get some runs in. The only thing is, as long as we don't lose more to breakages, that's the thing.
Yep.
Okay, right. So Kyle Jacobs really getting hang of the Overkill 6-speed Mazda 323. He will be facing up against Darren Scannell, who's waiting patiently in the burnout box. Darren, a seasoned racer. He knows exactly what to do there. Let the car that's going to do the big roll in burnout perform the burnout, wait patiently, and then do your burnout so you're both on the line at the same time together while the other team are doing their adjustments. Okay, right. Oh dear. Well, luckily, he did that really quickly, so Ian had time to be able to say, come on, go back, go back. You can restage the car.
I think you only get one attempt at that. If you do it again, I think that could be pretty much
100%.
Yeah.
Right, sit, wait there for your competitor. Now we're both in. Oh, it's a good launch for Carl Jacobs. 109.60 foot, 119 at the 8th mile. Carl Jacobs rolls it through to a 927 and 110 to a 993. So Darren Scannell out in round number 2 of the 4-cylinder class. He's had a good run in it in previous years.
But certainly some of the machinery that is coming through now.
Definitely.
That he's making the difference. All right, Rob Lawton and Chris Waterhouse, your next pair.
Yeah, Gary Speed Performance, Toyota MR2, taking on the Bad Habit, Audi S3. Both of these cars capable of running into the 9s. Well, Rob Lawton got the jump. He's got a bit of a wiggle. Chris is running nice and straight and true, but Rob is still out in front at the moment. And the win is going to go to Rob Lawton with a 10.04, 145 whole shot win over a sleepy Chris.
Yeah, Chris went 9.94, so a 10-second run beat a 9.
Yeah. Right, Paul Jordan with the Rockets Racing Repair Centre VW Polo. Really looking good, that is now. He's taken up against Scott Lineker with Stinky the Chevette. Has Scott been down into the 9s? That is the question. I don't think he has. Oh, well, Geordie's got issues getting gear. Scott also had issues. They're both underpowered now, but Geordie is still out in front. And the win goes to Paul Jordan with a 10.79 at 140 miles an hour. Well, I'm pretty sure Geordie will be very, very appreciative of Nick Foote, who lent him some wheels the other day after getting a puncture. All right, next up. Yanni Mitwich. Taking on Jordan Bishop. El Gapo. It's a good looking side view on the live stream. The lights drop a little wheelie from the Fiat 126. Jan is out in front at the moment, but here comes the Lotus Elise at the top end of the track. It's going to be close all the way to the finish, but the Lotus is going through. Jordan Bishop, 10.84, 135 to an 11.36. Well, the good news is he made it. Julian Bayer with the Mark II 2-litre 16-valve ABF Mark II Golf, taking on Chris Todd with the Fiesta Roo, the rear-wheel drive Subaru-powered Fiesta. Now, both of these cars are capable of running down into the 8s. Julian was lucky in the last round. He lost all performance at the top end of the track. Let's see what he can do in the second round of the 4-cylinder. Sponsored by Wasner. As Chris goes in. Oh, Chris bumps through. Both nervous, both terrible on the lights. And clearly, Julian, unfortunately, definitely losing some performance. But now he's making some power. He drives around Chris Todd.
That was weird.
In a random one of the day. 11.78 at 138 miles an hour. Julian very, very lucky there. As always, Clint Fonek making clouds. And Chris Lock just being
making waves.
a hooligan. Yeah, making waves, being a hooligan. Love it. Right, the whole of Malta is watching right now. Hopefully everyone down at How Far Raceway is having a watch party. And anyone else watching on the live stream, one of your favourites is on the line right now. Clint Finneck from the island of Malta, sponsored by Visit Malta. I 100% agree with them. Chris Locklow has been down into the 9s on multiple occasions. He's got a big job to do right now against Clint Finneck with the Escort. Well, Clint gets the green light. That's the main thing. He's off the throttle. Here comes Chris Lock at the top. Clint's still got issues and he's dead in the water, so it means it is going to be Chris Lock going through with a 996 at 138. Sadly, that is the end of the day for Clint Finneck in the 4-cylinder class. The good news is, though, they are staying here for another week and they will be doing some runs at the FIA main event next weekend. We're just gutted to see them go out in the second round of the 4-cylinder class, sponsored by Vossner.
106 to 60 foot there. Staggering.
All right, next up, Gert Mertz taking on Dustin Carolis. Denmark versus the Netherlands. Dustin goes red, giving it away. Gert Mertz will be rolling on to the next round. Let's see what Dustin can do. 892, 170 miles an hour. Unfortunately, a red light ends their weekend. Thank you very much, chaps, for making the way. It's been amazing seeing you. Hopefully see you back at USC for another sports compact shootout. But it is Denmark into the second round. Right, from security. Is that still going?
Have I missed something here?
Who have you missed?
Kev Jenkins and Wayne Gill.
Oh, yes, they're there. There's a tow car for Kev Jenkins.
Oh, right, okay. They're well and truly hidden around the corner.
That's it. Just looking on the screen. Hopefully this is still not going.
Let's get this out of the way, actually.
Is that... Oh, no, it's just come up, hasn't it?
White BMW, one-day parking. Engine has been running all day. Doors are locked. Can't turn it off. Reg number EK73AHL.
Yeah, we called that. We've been calling that out for. I mean, it's just, but it's just popped up, so it's still going. So if you've got a white BMW in one-day parking, and that was your registration plate, you left your car running. Your car is locked, and obviously you've got a keyless thing, so nobody can get into your car, but nobody can turn your car off. And probably when you get to it,
it'll be out of fuel.
It'll be out of fuel.
But the aircon will be on. It'll be nice and cold.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, we've got a Wayne Gill. And we've got a Kev Jenkins.
Yeah, they were quite a long way back in the lanes. That's why it was a little bit of concern. Big Bracket have made their way down. That's what's coming up next.
That was why, wasn't it? Because Lay came down.
Yeah, possibly.
So a previous champion in the 4-cylinder class, Kevin Jenkins. Just correct me.
No, he's been twice champion.
Twice champion, yep. I thought he was. And he's taken on Wayne Gill with the Golf R. Now, Wayne's been down into the 9s multiple times. Kev Jenkins has not had the easiest of weekends, but he has put in some storming passes, especially the 759 in qualifying when he was in the 760 heads-up class. So, all to do for Wayne. Both rolling stage almost simultaneously. Wayne just, well, I don't know what to say. With a 1.4 second reaction time, you're never going to win anything. It's going to be Kevin Jenkins with a 763, 177. And Wayne Gill bows out with a 10.29.
Why couldn't Kev do that in 760 heads up? That's the second one he's got with the 7.6.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think they just had issues on the day, and when it came down, they had the one run. Right.
Well, no, wait, he was good. It was 7.59, and it just didn't qualify because he was too quick.
That's it. That's it.
Right, it is big bracket up next. Round number 2. No more buybacks. It's all the way through now.
Well, we're just watching Daryl to see if they're... He's saying 1 minute.
Right, it's going to be 11 pairs in big bracket.
Well, we're just squirting a bit of glue down on the start line and doing a little bit of sledding. At the same time, we're watching.
There you are. Hello, Daryl.
Oh, there he is. Go for it.
Yeah. Apologies for, if you're watching on the live streamer, apologies for ruining your afternoon by being on camera. However, we have the door for VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer coming right up. Actually, we've got a few to go through. So, semi-final matchups. Let's see where we go with this one, shall we? Okay, first out in left-hand lane. It's going to be number 1, which is Andre Arnover. And will it be another 5.7 second car? The answer is yes. He's going to be racing Anders Ed. So it's going to be the 2 quickest cars of the weekend paired up. On the other side of the ladder, number 2, that will be David Vector. He is going to be taking on his lifelong nemesis, pretty much, actually, Bruno Barda. I mean, it was never going to be easy to get through to the final of the Doorslammers, but in Pro Doorslammer, it's super tough. Andre Arnover, left-hand lane, Anders Ed after that absolutely storming low ET run in the right. David Vector, left-hand side against the ever-present in the late rounds, Mr. Bruno Barda. Okay, so we're going to do as much drawing as we can while the track prep is going on. I would just hand the chips back. Sorry, mate. There we go. We've got to do all of them. So we're going to go with, thank you very much indeed, 4-cylinder by the looks of it. Going to be the next classed up. Yep. There we go. Give him a spin. My glamorous assistant, as you can see. I love the curtsy. That's very good. So, Wasner Performance 4-cylinder. The first one out of the barrel will be number 5, which is going in the left-hand lane. Gert Mertz with one of those amazing little opals. He is going to be taking on number 13. Number 13 will be Chris Locke. Your next pair will be number 2. It's Kyle Jacobs taking on number 12, who is Rob Lawton. 2 more pairs to go. We have number 14. That will be Kev Jenkins. And Kev's racing buddy will be number 7. Number 7 is Julian Bayer with the Golf. We now know who the last pair will be, just not in what order. Number 20, which is Jordan Bishop. Going out with, somewhere in here, we have number 8, Paul Jordan. So there you go, your pairings for 4-cylinder, Gert Mertz against Chris Locke, Kyle Jacobs against Rob Lawton, Kev Jenkins taking on Julian Bayer. Julian Bayer thinking, seriously, Kev Jenkins, number 14. And Jordan Bishop against Paul Jordan. Which Jordan will win, the forename or the surname? Okay, number 8. That is Chris Nasham. Jack Bowley, the one and only Jack Bowley. Who will Jack be going against? Number 11. And number 11 is Josh Wallace. Okie doke. Number 3, Tom Wrigley. Well, that incredible BMW. He's going to be taking on number 1. That is Buzz Patar. That is going to be a great matchup. The BMW versus the Lamborghini Huracan. 2 more to go. Number 2 in the left-hand lane, which is Arnie Pammon, the one and only defending champion, against number 4, Patrick Rourke. That's going to be incredible as well. Blimey, some seriously tough matchups in True Street that round. Chris and Phoebe Nasser, Jack Bowley and Josh Wallace, Tom Wrigley and Buzz Patar, defending champ Arnie Pammon and Patrick Rourke. Okay, I think, are we about ready to go with racing, chaps?
Oh, I think we're pretty much there. Engines warming up.
I think we've still got front-wheel drive to do. Luke, if you want to swap places, that'll be cool.
Okay, I'll head on down.
No bother.
Right, well, our start line teams are ready. It looks like, well, I can see Sam down there, but we don't know who Paul's racing yet. We'll find out when they flinch and somebody comes around the corner, even if it is Paul Marston come around the corner first. It's Jordan Payne coming around, and it's Jordan Payne and Paul Marston, your first pair. So Paul Marston was one of those that got back in through the buybacks. Jordan Payne won his first round race. So can we have 760 heads up into the lanes, please? 760 heads up into the lanes. Well, one thing is for sure, with a 744 dial-in, Jordan Payne is going to be doing the chase in here. Paul Marston will be leaving first with an 887 dial-in. .43 seconds difference on the tree. So it will be the yellow car leaving first. Grumpy's Dodge, of course. Then it'll be the sticky situation Corvette doing the chasing. So it is Jordan Payne that's doing the chasing. He's getting close, he's getting close. It's very close at the stripe, but it is Jordan Payne with a 750 with an 03 light as well. Net result that, in effect, a whole shot win. So it's Jordan Payne that is through. And Paul Marston's day, unfortunately, is over. All right, next up then, from the sponsor of the class, Williams Brothers Racing, with the speed shop literally half an hour away from here in Northamptonshire, over in Flor. It's, so I've lost my track. Dan Williams going alongside Thomas Bublitz with the Nova. So Dan Williams' way, and Dan Williams will go through as Thomas Bublitz unfortunately goes red by quite some margin actually. So Dan looking for a 10.54. Right, next up, Nick Williams. Not quite sure what happened with the timing system there. Just had the previous result on it. So Chris Newsom and Nick Williams, your next pair. We'll keep you updated on that previous pair. It was a bit of a system glitch. So 974 playing a 957. And the win light goes to Chris Newsom. Look at this. Nick Williams. I've got to read these numbers out. Nick Williams was 004 off the line. Chris Newsom was 001 off the line. Unbelievable reaction times. 958 takes the win against a lose-out 976. Win margin 018 at the stripe. 2 00 reaction times in that pairing. Wow.
Nick Williams couldn't have done a lot more to hang on to that, really.
Yeah, but it is Chris Newsom that goes through.
So, Tom Atkinson taking on Steve Matthews. I did say earlier, Steve and the team posted that they weren't very good at this bracket racing stuff. I beg to differ. They were very good. They just got beat yesterday by someone who was just that little bit better. So, for the Gas Circus, it's going to be Steve Matthews going first. He's going to be run down by one of Super Pro's finest. It's just whether Tom Atkinson can beat him at the other end. Steve Matthews is out in front. He's still out in front, but he does not take... Oh, goodness me. Win margin, 007. Steve Matthews. Steve Matthews off the line first by 400. Tom Atkinson was about 400 closer to his dial-in. And the win margin was virtually nothing. So, Steve Matthews, everybody in the Gaster Circus, it's been great to have you here. Better luck next year, unfortunately, because that's it. Also, very quickly, anyone with cars in the Show and Shine Rust and Rat competitions, please head over to their cars because the presentations have just started at 3 o'clock. So anyone with Show and Shine or Rust and Rat presentations are starting at, just started at 3 p.m.
Ronnie Mercer, Jens Konecki, your next pair. 1022 plays 802.
Well, Jens Konecki with that real strange red light, almost without moving again kind of thing. Yeah. Ian's, that's not the first time that's happened.
It's not.
This weekend. It's very, very strange. I don't know whether it's what it is about the car, what it is, whether he stages. He might be staging with the front fender. And so when he goes on the two-step, it wobbles, which takes him out of stage, which makes it look like the car isn't there. But that's the second day in a row that's happened. Second day. It was a shame because they were just getting the hang of that. Anyway, win goes to Ronnie Mercer. For now, anyway, to be determined. Pete Creswell and Paul Fennick. Well, Clint's already unfortunately been eliminated in 4-cylinder. Can Paul keep it going for Malta? Yep, Paul Fennick will be going first. 10.05 is his dial-in the Slick Tricks lane. And Pete Creswell, 8.49. Oh. 07 red. End of the weekend's racing, unfortunately.
47. Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the quicker runs I've ever seen from that car. Wow, this is a proper... Well, this could happen any time on race day. Even the final in Pro ET. Simon Innes and Mark Huxley.
Yeah, the runner-up yesterday, already taken $2,000 away from this event. Can he add to it? But Simon Innes in his way. Simon wants some cash.
Took her around the back and Kirsty Tram's kind of moved out of the way because she's not getting picked. I'm not kidding. Look, she's actually moved away to get out of the way for other cars that keep getting picked to race each other. So, anyway. So, Simon Innes will take the green first. Who's moving on to round 3? The computer's having to think about it, and it is Simon. Whole shot win.
004 at the stripe. How on earth did that happen?
It's been that kind of weekend, isn't it, really?
Yeah. But Simon Innes, he takes it. So Mark Huxley, his weekend is done. Still, £2 better off.
I'll just get over there. It's really funny because Andy did be sort of standing with his arms folded. Go, right, are we going to do anything today? Maybe not. Who knows? So back up, Bob. Pete Lane taking on Colin Morris. Colin's going to be looking at the tree for a good few seconds, actually.
Two excellent bracket racers.
Colin's, he's going to get there. It's just whether he breaks out, and he doesn't. Perfectly judged. Blimey. You know, a round of racing is really serious when 0-3 is a big win margin, don't you? Yeah, 04 to 06 on the tree. And a great job from both of those two, actually. They were both very much on their darlings. So, Franz Aschenbrenner with the Hunter-themed Mustang.
Going alongside Paul Patchy, just doing his burnout coming forward.
Seriously, everyone's just driving past Kirsty. I'm not joking. Now these two have come round the other side of her. She's just sat there. So if there's a buy run, it may belong to Kirsty. We're going to have to wait and see anyway. Yeah, Franz Aschenbrenner taking on Paul Patchy. 1081 for Paul, 803 for the Mustang. Other than Jordan Pay, the quickest car left in competition. Oh no, John Bean's still there. They're still bringing cars through, that's why.
Well, there's quite a few to come.
Oh, are they? Beg your pardon. They're just obviously scattered then.
Haven't seen John Turner yet.
He's under the tower.
Darren Huxley.
Sorry, that's not funny, but Paul Patchy was on the start line for long enough for his crew guys to go on then. Franz is going to be backing off. Perfectly judged. 8.10, another round win. Yeah, Paul Patchy just, seriously, the crew guy standing on the start line, he was there for long enough for the crew guys to go on then, go. So Darren Huxley and John Turner, and the next pair is going to be John Bean and Kirsty, who's been waiting at the front for him for quite some time.
So it's the Earth Met Nissan taking on the Greenfish Barracuda.
So will it be Darren that fears the fish in the other lane? Dead close to the finish line. Wow, that is a massive whole shot win for John Turner. Look at that. He's 800ths off his dial. Darren Huxley was only 1. Win margin is 0.4. No way Darren Huxley could win that after the light went green, pretty much. Okay. Kirsty Tram taking on John Bean. This is the last pair.
Last pair, yep.
Seriously, Kirsty was at the front, parked out the way for ages. She just never got picked.
Well, she was always going to get picked because there was 11 pairs.
Okay.
So it was always going to be a race.
It was just who it was going to be.
Yeah. Can we please have Pro Street into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Pro Street into the pairing lanes, please?
So Kirsty's going to go first. 11.93 is her dial-in. John Bean with a 9 flat. That's dangerously close to what this car will run if it's on a good one. He's also got used to running nitrous, isn't he?
Yes, very much so.
It's a lot of fun. Oh my word! 2-in-1 round of racing.
Can't believe it.
We'll say in a minute what it was though. That's going to be super close. John Bean takes the win.
Both of them were 00 off the line. Both of them.
Kirsty was 002. John Bean. How'd you like to be? How'd you like to be 004 and you're last off the line?
Yeah.
And you're second.
Unbelievable.
That's it.
Well, Nick
Front-wheel
Williams
drive.
had the same. He was 00 off the line and got treed by Chris Newsom.
Unreal.
Oh.
Right, back to front-wheel drive round number 3.
Yeah.
3 down, 3 to go.
That's it. Terry Newton taking on Martin Dainty. We've got some big matchups coming up in this.
Oh, Terry's. Oh, they both got problems. Oh, he's got it. Well, that's out.
Yeah. Come on, Terry, fire it up. Fire it up. If you
He
can
doesn't
still
need
get
to.
that.
No, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to.
He went over. He went into the blue area at the side of the track. Terry Newton gets
the win.
Wow.
Goodness me, it's Christmas Day for Terry Newton.
Wow, okay.
Unbelievable.
If Martin Dainty hadn't gone left over the white line, you cannot go into the blue painted area on the start line. Or over the centre line, or get the wall.
So, Terry Newton is the winner, even though he has now been pushed back, and Ian Marshall is just basically saying the same thing. So, we agree, totally agree with Ian there. That's exactly what we saw.
I'm not sure that's the way it works, Cole. I think we have to agree with
Oh,
Ian.
we have to agree with him, not he doesn't agree with
We're
us.
the bosses.
Yeah. The chief starter overrules commentary every single time.
All day of the week.
That's it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well,
Carried away.
In a random chance, obviously, I don't think the crew down there quite have heard us what we were saying. So if someone can tell them and let them know that they are through to the next round for us.
The trouble is they've got to get back for the next round. That's the thing. Hopefully it's nothing serious. So whatever happens, Terry Newton is in the draw for round 4.
Well, I think he's going to end up being towed up the return road by probably one of the other cars. So if any of the other front-wheel drive guys that are down on the left-hand side, make sure you tell Terry that he is through to the next round. I see Simon there looking up. Simon, you're in charge now. Simon Swarbrick, you're in charge of telling Terry he is through to the next round. Right, Jacob Bailey taking on Ian Pepper. So, Jacob's been down into the 10s on a few times this weekend. I'm sure Ian's ran a 9 this weekend. And as usual, the weekend has been long. What are you, destroying the place?
No, trying to knock you out. Sorry.
Don't do that.
I know. Could have picked a better time.
Here we go. Oh, so both are in the pre-stage. Jacob's going to come up on the 2-step as he just rolls it forward a little bit. The lights drop. Jacob gets the jump off the lights. He gets that second gear grab, but here comes Ian Pepper at the half track. Jacob's doing 117 to 115. It is the Bailey rolling through to the next round with a 10-12, 146 to a 10-12 to a 985.
How do you win on a whole shot with a 0.35 reaction time? Serious, I'm not being rude, but that's, world leading.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be facing up against Poppy, Alexandra Hunter. She's taken out 2 high-profile cars.
It's the dialing on the back. It's the 853 on the back of it is what does it. It scares them.
So, Alexandra Hunter taking on Craig Evans. At the start of the weekend, Alexandra was like, my car's broke. There's no point even racing. I might as well just go on the bank. Well, she bogs down. Craig has got the momentum. And I think he's got enough speed now to make sure he gets through to the next round. So it will be Craig Evans going through with a 983.
Right, as Terry is being towed past the speakers. If you don't know Terry, you're in the next round. He does.
Good. Get that fixed. Get that fixed. You're in the next round. What is the next round? Is the next round
4.
the 4 semi-finals?
The round of 8. No,
the
round of 8.
Round of 8. Round of 8.
That's still
It's
payday.
It's the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals, yes.
That is still payday for front-wheel drive, though.
Okay, right. Talking of paydays.
Who for?
The wife.
Oh.
Although she was like, I didn't enter nothing. I was like, where was my money? So here we go. Grant Moore. Cool. Taking on Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor gets the jump on the lights, but we've seen some good performance from Grant. But at the 8th mile, it is Mark Taylor doing 112 to 112, and it is Mark Taylor that goes through with a 10.07 at 138 miles an hour. All of a sudden, it's coming together. George Baker taking on Lisette de Koning. Lisette, oh.
First race of the day for Lisette.
It is, and she's got her neighbour.
Oh, is that
More
right?
Owen at David Lamech is on a solo.
Ah, who did not make it?
Josh Holmes.
Will he take it easy?
No. I think he will, actually. I really think he will.
He's here to race, isn't he? He's here to try and be the only back-to-back champion, the only double-up champion.
Oh, Lisette. She rolls through the beams and gets herself a big old cherry. And it would have been a great race with these two together. George Baker, though, is just stretching his legs at the top end of the track and goes through with a 10.95 to a 12.23. Congratulations, George. Right, David Lamech, once again. He's going into the burnout box.
Yeah, not round it, I think.
That's what I mean. So our reigning champion in the European front-wheel drive class, David Lamech, he's been pushing his personal bests on every run this weekend. He is very sensibly taking it easy and going through to the next round. He's been a wounded warrior for most of the days this weekend, although still being the quickest car in the class.
That in itself is a serious achievement, isn't it?
It is,
really.
it is. So Team Poland through to the next round of the European front-wheel drive class. And then next up, is that Nick Shotton with another bye?
It should have been Anthony Mincher the other side.
Nick Shotton has got another bye. I think he's had 3 in a row. Mr. Oi Oi is going rounds. Well, a bit of a somber one, that one, but the next one coming up is our marquee matchup of round number 3. 2 previous Doorslammers champions, 2 8-second front-wheel drive Hondas are about to fight it out for a place in the quarter finals of the 2024 sponsored by SW Motorsports and Street Racers.
What's Ahmed's personal best?
8.2.
Oh, he went 8.3 earlier, didn't he? Something
Yes.
like that, yeah. That's probably why Gordon looked pretty nonplussed with it, but
Yep.
yeah, fair enough.
But Ahmed, knowing he's up against a very, very quick car,
Although not
fellow
this weekend
champion.
yet, is he?
Yeah, but that can all change in the matter of 8 seconds. Ahmed is away first, and he gets quite a bit of spin. Ahmed's 149.64, 138 at the 8th. He goes through with an 844, 178 miles an hour.
You're right, all of a
Beautiful.
sudden Andy Nichols just woke up.
That's it, that's it. Keep them rolling. 60 foot, 149. Meh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to run and do a couple of draws, I suppose.
Right, we get ready for 760 heads up, which is actually semi-finals. Belinda Bull, Billy Gain, and Rob Smallworth, Mark Turner. And we see more competitors coming down in the lanes as well.
Well, Ahmed Jamshed and David Lamech are on collision course. Just the when part, isn't it, really?
Can you give Josie a shout to that?
Sure, okay. Josie from the film crew, unless you're hiding inside the building. Again, Josie from the TV crew, if you can make your way, please, back up to the draw area. Oh, look at that. Oh, immaculate timing, honestly. It's almost like we planned that, wasn't it? Yep, so 760 heads up, finals.
Are we good? Yes. Right, 6-cylinder. I feel like they ran about half an hour ago. They've all been poised up in the pits going, who am I facing? Who am I facing? Right. I'll get round. There we go. Right, are we ready? 6-cylinder. Right, first out is chip number 4. Chip number 4 will be Wojciech Mucha. He will face chip number 15. Chip number 15 is Mike Whitaker. Next up, chip number 11. Chip number 11 is Harvey Bogle. He is going to face chip number 2, Marcus Velt. Next up, it is going to be chip number 16. Chip number 16 is going to face chip number 8. So that is Christopher Schmidt versus Brian Jorgensen. Next up is going to be chip number 5. And that is Martin Agreen. And that only leaves one chip left, which is our number 1 qualifier. And that is the Konstantin Dinev, our champ from Bulgaria. So, Wojciech Mucha versus Mike Whitaker, Harvey Bogle versus Marcus Welt, Christopher Schmidt versus Brian Jorgensen, and Martin Agreen versus Konstantin Dinev. Just looking at that, it's only Harvey Bogle and Mike Whitaker, the only English 2 left out of 8. What do we got? Poland, Germany, Denmark, Bulgaria, Denmark, and South Africa. All right, good spinning, sir, good spinning. What are we on now? Front-wheel drive, sponsored by European Front-Wheel Drive, SW Motorsports, and Street Racers. You just saw them running. We're starting off with chip number 12. Chip number 12 is Craig Evans. Craig Evans will face up against chip number 14. That is Jacob Bailey. Craig Evans versus Jacob Bailey. Next up, chip number 1, David Lammick. All the people in the pits right now going, no, 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 except for Armady. Would take him, but it's not going to be him. It's going to be chip number 47, which is Nick Shotton. Next up is going to be chip number 3. That is Terry Newton. Oh, we got to choose carefully here. Are we going to get a good one? We have got chip number 19. That is Mark Taylor. God damn, the wife's pick. Which means chip number 2, that is Ahmed Jamshed. He will be facing up against George Baker. There we go. Look at that. George Baker, our number 58 qualifier in the quarterfinals. Nick Shotton, our number 47 qualifier in the quarterfinals. It is really heating up right now in the European front-wheel drive class. If you're watching on the live stream, let us know who you think is going to win out of those 8 racers. I know a lot of people are already like David Lammick as returning champion, but we do have Ahmed Jamshed, potential returning champion as well. I think that's all our draws done. Okay, over to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed, Luke. So the last bit of track prep, and we're just waiting for the thumbs up for the 760 class. Looks like Billy Gane going to be taking on Belinda Ball as your first pairing. Also, Martin Hill's around there with the Jet, going to be slotted into the action somewhere when we have the chance to, obviously. But we've got so many classes to whittle down from, well, 64 down to 1 throughout the day. It does get a bit hectic with turnaround times later on in the day. So Ian Marshall strolls back out towards the start line. The whole Santa Pod Racers Club team once again have done an absolutely outstanding job. Everybody from the start line to the pit marshals, to the people that sit up there in the lanes that do the pairings, everybody up there, all the way past the top end, all the turn-off crews, right down to the top end. So there's like a whole mile of Santa Pod Racers Club team Yeah, going to be getting going with the semi-final. Sorry, second round, not semi-finals, quarterfinals of Pro Street as well. So everybody's around there ready to run, and we're starting to whittle them all down.
I can also see Dan Williams in the lanes, which means he's having a rerun with Thomas Bublitz. Do you remember we had that issue in Big Bracket?
Okay.
Where Thomas's car just went red before
he moved.
So the timing system didn't give us anything at all. So I think that's what there's happening down there. Dan and Thomas back down.
So 750 heads up for a place in the history books, actually, because it's the first time we've ever run this class at the Doorslammers.
It is, yeah.
So who's going to take the first ever trophy?
First up then, it's the semis, and it's Belinda Bull taking on Billy Gain. And then the other side, it'll be Rob Smallworth versus Mark Turner. So short burnout for Belinda, waiting for Billy to come back.
Yeah, these two have been right on the numbers every single time. Billy, I think the best run he's run on the 760 index was out in Tiepp last summer, actually. I think he went 760 or 761, something like that. Running in the Pro Street class they run out there in Scandinavia. Very, very popular with ex-pro stock cars and the like. Over there, anyway. Over here, pro stock trucks. Or ex-pro stock trucks, I should say. Funny thing is, Belinda's car, when it was over in the US, she's run that down into the 7.0s. That car, they used to run small blocks over in the States when they ran pro stock truck. And that truck never went any quicker than about 7.3, I don't think, anything like that. So she made it go quicker than it was ever supposed to. Well, you could clearly see Billy move first. However, he's moving round the lane now. Belinda's out in front as long as she don't go too quick, which she doesn't. Billy had that in the bag, but the car started wandering. And that was his day done. Belinda, perfect job. Yeah, perfect job from Belinda. She knew she was out in front. Just backed off it enough to take the strike, but not by too much. So Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Doll 55. I love that car, it just looks mean. Obviously nothing like the driver. Rob's nice and cuddly. Against Mark Turner with the only blown car in the field, actually. Early on their buy run, they went 761. Can't remember what Rob went, but I think it was pretty close as well, wasn't it? Well be down to who leaves the line first. I don't think it's going to be safe for Mark to come back to the pits after that for a minute or two anyway.
Oh, only goes 764. Oh,
dearie me, yeah. Kind of double stepped. He went up on the two-step a little bit early. Well, it seemed to be early. And bumped through stage and a freebie. Rob Smallworth taking on Belinda Ball for the first ever big trophy in 760 heads up. So you were correct, Colin. Rerun. Then we have jet cars right behind them.
Yeah, Dan Williams and Thomas Bublitz. Basically, the computer timing system did not give us anything at all. So the only right thing to do was to rerun this one. So Dan Williams dialing in 10.56, Thomas Bublitz 10.14. Well,
this time it's a race, and it's a good race. I think you could be right, sir, if he gets there in time.
Oh, double breakout. Thomas Bublitz takes that 10.13 to a 10.54. One of them broke out by 100th. One of them broke out by 200ths by the lesser amount. Thomas Bublitz is through.
Well, unusually for Dan, he wasn't off the tree on time, for him at least anyway. 0.13 is not what you normally expect from anyone named Williams. However, he's got only a few days to wait before we do it all over again.
Yeah.
Time for Jet Cars. Oklahoma Willie down on the start line.
As we mentioned earlier on, got to say well done to the team. It was a 5-hour round trip to get a new afterburner, as they had a problem with the one on the truck yesterday. We noticed there was a little fuel leak coming out of the side yesterday, but the show must go on, so to speak. So another afterburner now resides in the Jet. Oklahoma Willie, Perry Watkins down there. Still went over 150 miles an hour on his earlier run. Rolled the beam slightly, went 11.7, but this will go into the mid-10s, no problem. A huge flame coming out of the back of the Jet.
Now, Jets are normally welcome in the UK because they warm us up on chilly days. Today's not one of them.
We still like them, though.
Of course we do.
So Perry now just going to roll it into stage. Bring the Jet right up. Much better off the line this time. So we're going to see 150 miles an hour once again. He's going to be a mid-10 to go with it. It's 153.73 and it's a 10.75. Nice job from Oklahoma Willie and the team.
A very well-deserved round of applause as well. As Martin Hill brings Firefall's number 3 round underneath the tower. We've still got loads of racing to go, so don't go anywhere at all. We have lanes with lots and lots of cars in. All gets a bit fast and hectic towards the end of eliminations because we have, is it 6 classes for Doorslammers? I can't remember if it's 6 or 7. Anyway, we have a lesser amount of classes at these events because each class is so big. The thing is, obviously, when you whittle it down at the end of race day, then instead of them having sort of like an hour to turn around because there's 32 cars, an hour to turn around when there's only 2, obviously takes a bit longer.
Just catching up on some of the messages, actually. Oh, the good news is that Tony Higgs, that's the state of the bonnet.
Oh,
but Jenny and Katie have fixed it. Maybe not.
Well, you know, look at it this way. They're not the ones that have to be in it when it goes down the racetrack. So the bonnet split in 2.
It did, yes.
When it flew off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kieran Jenkins' message. You know, we were a little bit concerned about Kev Jenkins. The crew actually did a diff swap in between rounds 1 and 2. It was very, very tight. Lixu Racing lent us their spare, so nice to have great friends in Malta to help you out. So
good job they were here.
Good job they were here with it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So well done to that team there. Oh, some of the messages I can't read out.
Which are always the ones that everyone wants to hear.
Yeah,
now,
I know.
aren't
Paul Moy. He's I don't know where he is, but he's got his iPad on showing Doorslammers through the live feed. He's watching the Doorslammers whilst out fishing. But now that's class.
That's one of the best ways to kill time while fishing, actually. They like that.
Nice one, Paul. Thanks very much indeed. Right, as we lead up to Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3, the Jet Funny car is below us. Richie just waiting for the nod and connect all the electrical systems. And here we go with Martin Hill, Fire Force 3. You can hear it starting up. So just getting themselves ready to drop the body on Fire Force number 3 as the prop comes out into the back of the transit van as the body is now lowered over the chassis of Fire Force number 3. Quarter to 4 here at Sandpod Raceway at the Doorslammers on a lovely Sunday afternoon. Glorious conditions. A little bit warm, shall we say. So Richie now gives the signal to wind that jet up even more to Martin. As Martin rolls Fire Force 3 forward into view. Okay, so Martin is in stage. Richie gives his man final instructions as we get ready to launch Fire Force 3 down the quarter bar here at Sandpod at the Doorslammers. Off he goes. Another good looking run, a 624, 251 miles an hour. Shoots out slightly early, but nevertheless another outstanding flame show at the start line. And my goodness me, those afterburner pops are getting louder and more fierce and more violent and everything. Cheers, Richie. I hope you had a good birthday weekend, my good friend. Good stuff. Right, we now look into the lanes to see. We've got 6-cylinder down there. We've got Pro Street down there. It's a good old mix. In actual fact, we are down to quarterfinals in both of those classes. In actual fact, we're down to quarterfinals in most of them now. Obviously, Big Bracket has still got a way to go, but that's the part of the plan with them anyway. Pro Doorslammer, we are at semi-final stage. 760 heads up, we are in the finals. So, yeah, still plenty of track action to come here at the Doorslammers, but what a beautiful day. It really is absolutely outstanding. I'd like to press pause on this. This weather, I mean, probably for the next 3 or 4 months, this would be absolutely
great,
spot on. Looking pretty chilled out in the lanes, actually. I'm not actually sure who is actually going to be coming around the corner next. In what order, but as I say, we do have Pro Street down there and we do have 6-cylinder down there. But I think they may be just gathering the pairings together. I think it could be a case of drivers back to vehicles in some cases. Ah, no, we have an engine fired. That sounds like Justin Warner. And I can see Dave Mace's crew running around. And that is because that is the first pair in Pro Street. Sponsored by Turbo Smart. Engineered to win. Talking to sponsors, I know they're here. I did give them a tiny mention earlier, but need to give them a bigger mention now. Kestrel Beer are here. And they've got the Flying Kestrel behind the main grandstand.
Cool.
So if you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. Of course, our left lane sponsor here, and they will be here next weekend as well. And John Webster's got some driving duties on the Flying Kestrel coming up.
Of course.
Yes, he has.
He is the chosen pilot.
He is.
So to speak. So this is heads up first to the finish line wins. No breakouts this time. Could be a great race as well. These two are very evenly matched. Dave Mace in the high 7s. Justin in the low 8s. We're just resetting the tree, I think.
Yeah. The thing is that the timing crew, I mean, the computer is now at the far end, so it doesn't get rocked so much.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, just see whether Justin Warner. See if he's turned it up for this this matchup against Dave Mace.
Bizarrely, it's straight after the run from Martin Hill. So, just bear with us, folks. Actually, no, whilst I'm doing that, I'll just give you the pairings for Pro Street, actually. Dave Mason, Justin Warner, you can see them down there. Gregor Stazowski taking on Ian Wiley, Victoria Smith and Rob Carter, and then Matthew Southcott taking on Andy Bond. Now, Andy Bond has been in 4 finals in Pro Street at the Doorslammers. He's won 3 of them, and he was runner-up to Dave Mace in the other. So will Andy Bond, well, Andy Bond is the only guy that's won 3 Doorslammers. Kev Jenkins has won 2, but Andy's the only one that's won 3. Will he be the first to win 4?
There's every possibility, obviously.
Yeah.
Thing is, he's really going to earn it as well. First round race against Al Mack was terrific.
It was, yeah. Well, Matthew Southcott has really got that car going well. He's in the sevens on a pretty regular occasion now. So, but Andy can step that car up almost at will. But we do know that sometimes it doesn't always go to plan. So that's why we race out there, not anywhere else. Other racings to come up. I'm looking in the lanes over there at 6-cylinder. Just get that sheet in front of me. Typically it's one right at the back. Wojciech Mucha taking on Mike Whitaker, Harvey Bogle and Marcus Veld. Chris Smith taking on Brian Jorgensen. And Martin Agren taking on Konstantin Dinev. So that is your 6-cylinder pairings. 4-cylinder, Gert Mertz taking on Chris Locke. Kyle Jacobs taking on Rob Lawton. Kev Jenkins and Julian Bayer. And then it's Jordan Bishop taking on Paul Jordan. In True Street, the interesting matchup there. Chris Nasser taking on Phoebe Nasser. So one of them is into the semi-finals. Jack Bowley and Josh Wallace. Tom Wrigley, class sponsor, has got a great matchup with Buzz Patar with a Lamborghini. And then last year's defending champion, Arnie Pament, taking on Patrick Walk. So that's what we got coming up there. We know the final in 760 heads up. That is going to be Rob Smallworth and Belinda Bull. Pro Doorslammer, we are at semi-final stage there. Andre Arnever taking on Anders Ed. And Andre Arnever with the second quickest car in the field this weekend. 575 against a 574. Then David Vector, he's been in the 5.7s as well. He's going to be taking on Bruno Barder. Obviously, we've got the big bracket. That's still a huge field to whittle down. And let's have a quick look. Front-wheel drive, I should have that sheet here as well. Right, we are at quarterfinals in front-wheel drive. Craig Evans will be taking on Jacob Bailey. David Lamick taking on Nick Shotton. Terry Newton and Mark Taylor. And Ahmed Jamshed taking on George Baker. So that's the state of play at the moment. But as I say, we're just having a timing system issue at the moment. So as soon as we get that up and running, we will be back with it.
Yeah, for the aforementioned grudge racing, or if anyone wants to come down and put in a run, lane 5 is open for grudge racing, or if anyone wants to come down and put a test run, time trial, whatever it might be. So lane 5 in the pairing lanes. So just come down the pairing lanes like usual.
Is that why I think 6-cylinders are over there?
Yeah, that's why they're there, because they're back for a bit of grudge racing.
Yes, because the big BM did go out, didn't it?
Well,
right, makes sense.
We've also got some very interested observers down there on the start line for this round of Pro Street. Unfortunately, they're just observers. They're either not in their race cars or crewing on them. It is what it is. Someone's got to go through. Someone's got to go out. So, Al Mac down there on the start line, if you can hear me. What you got to do to pick that pesky Andy Bond bloke? Never mind, anyway. Throttle him.
That's fair.
Nobble him.
I'm not going to say it because they'll come and hit me, but they're the bunch of losers.
Oh, steady.
I'm sorry, but they are. You got Tony Higgs, Al Mac, Elliot Day.
You're very lucky.
That was cruel.
You're very lucky that pair fired up when they did.
Yeah, but they're all good friends of mine, so I might get away with that one.
Well, they were. Possibly till then.
Yeah, it's probably now. If I break down on street weekend, they'll just drive past and
they'll
go.
Yeah, remember
thanks.
what you said about
That's
us?
it, yeah.
I don't think you're so smart now, do you?
Right, Dave Mason, Justin Woolner then. There's lots of purging going on with Justin's car, as in maybe that shouldn't be happening like that. Yeah, Justin, I think, has got a nitrous issue. Or not, as the case may be.
Just turning the nitrous bottle up. That's what that was.
Yeah.
Last minute tuning. Yeah, either that or Justin's got a problem. That's why he said to the crew guys, go and check something. There you go.
Right, here we go then. Dave Mace, nothing but trouble. The Cresta taking on Justin Warner, the Black Sheep Racing Camaro.
Well, a big hole shot for Justin, but Dave Mace has already gone round him. Beautiful looking run. And a 782, 171. He's now always in the sevens. Yeah. Justin, I can only think that was a no nitrous
It
run.
was, yeah, because I had to turn the bottle off because it was constantly purging. So, yeah, it was venting quite heavily out the front. So I think that's what they did.
Oh, that's what it
Over
was.
the
Sorry,
boot,
yeah.
shut the nitrous off, but still take the run.
Percy against the Buick. Percy against the Monkey.
This is a good matchup. Very, very good matchup indeed. Two of these street eliminator teams meeting here.
Incredibly
for a spot in
even
the
as
semis.
well.
Yeah.
But very, very even.
Well, the form book says Rob Carter's slightly quicker, but Vix, well, she's knocking on the door of the 200. She's knocking on the door of that 7.5. Rob's hit that 7.5, but he hasn't hit the 200 yet. He's not far. Oh, Victoria away first.
That could be the end. Oh no, someone's slipping and sliding out there. Not sure who it is. That's dead
both,
close.
Oh, they both have issues. It is Rob Carter that takes that eventually with an 8.19 to a lose out 8.85. That was like, I'm in the lead, no, I'm in the lead, I'm in the lead. It was all over the place, but eventually Rob Carter takes the win.
Yeah, you got away with that one really, a 0.37 reaction time. But anyway, it is Rob Carter into the draw for round 3, the semi-finals it will be. So they're properly into the money if they win this round. So Ian Wally got his work cut out against that incredible Corvette from Poland. Gregor Staszewski. Hang on, let's try that again.
Staszewski.
Staszewski, you said that better than I did, wouldn't I?
Well, well, that's how I'm saying it. I don't know if it's the right pronunciation, but that's how I'm going with.
You just have to be confident, and it sounds good. There you go.
But what I do love about that, it's like it's gone into a motorist accessory shop and just put everything on it they could find. Big turbo, huge nitrous bottle in the back, 4-wheel drive, slippery shape of the Corvette. Let's see what it does.
It almost looks like those Texas mile cars they have. You know the ones I mean,
Yes.
where they run them flat out for a mile.
Well, Ian away first, but here comes the 4-wheel drive Corvette.
There goes the 4-wheel drive Corvette. 751,
Wow.
191 miles an hour. There's somebody on the property. They look very happy down there. Somebody on the property that might have something for Mr. Bond and Co. And Rob Carter. And Matt Southcott. How cool is that? Everyone in Poland going crazy watching their computers at home, I should think. He's in the draw for the semi-finals. He's going at least that. They look absolutely delighted. I mean, seriously delighted, those two down there. It's always great to see. So Matt Southcott, best of 7-8, I think, or thereabouts.
Yes, you're right. No, he went 7-7 actually.
Okay.
But nevertheless, it's outstanding performances from Matt this weekend. The team are very, very happy indeed. But racing, as he always does for continued success, it is Andy Bond with the ugly sister. Does what he has to do to keep going rounds. Turns it up at will almost. Matt away first with a beautiful launch, little bit out of shape. But here comes Andy Bond to a 726, 201 miles an hour. 804, 171, a lovely launch from Matt. Carried the front wheels once again.
Did everything he could to try and get round Andy Bond. He left on him by just over a tenth of a second. But the horsepower of the ugly car wins through again. So that's going to be some serious semi-finals.
Yeah. This is a grudge. You've got these two, wait for this, 8-second BMWs Yeah, you didn't hear me wrong. Tom Wrigley performance. It's just unbelievable, this class.
A Pushy believed the 1 Series would be an 8-second car, but not necessarily the wagon.
This is a showcase for them. Look at these two go.
Fabulous race, actually. Who's going to take it? It is. Goodness me, he'll never live that down.
Yeah, it's the 7-seater.
Yep.
901 to lose that 925. Unbelievable.
Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. Yeah, 7-seater. That's right.
I don't think they got 7 seats in it anymore. But yeah, the X5.
So another grudge race. Folks, if you fancy coming down to put a pass in, and you've been eliminated, grudge racing lane is lane number 5 in the pairing lanes. We're still concentrating on the racing, of course. The racing will still take preference because we're trying to get the day done. But when gaps allow, when times allow, you will be allowed to run.
Yeah, another 2 of our 6-cylinder cars. Just the hits just keep on coming. Oh, so much wheel spin. But 10:06, 126. And 11:37 at just 87 miles an hour. Well, Steve Pateman has made it down there into the grudge lanes. Pair of front-wheel drives. The thing is that my list has gone as to who they all are. Luke will know these two instantly.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, who've we got out there? Whoa!
It is grudge racing time, so I've been round telling as many people as I can, get your vehicles down into the lanes, get some extra runs.
However, right now we've got 6-cylinder, round 2. Some stonking matchups here. Konstantin Dinev. Big bracket, please, into the pairing lanes. If you're still in, big bracket into the lanes, please, for round number, I can't remember what.
Round 3.
Yep.
Martin Agnew. Well, Konstantin Dinev, we know, is just mind-blowingly quick and absolutely gorgeous cadet. First saw that on Friday, and I just didn't know what to expect, but the parachute gave us a clue. But, when it ran,
but
wow.
you still weren't prepared for what you got.
Well, I thought it'd go like a mid to low 9. I wasn't expecting an 8.7, I think it was. 160 miles an hour.
He's apparently been scouring the pits for the biggest nitrous jets he can find. Really? I'm just kidding. But what are you going to do, in all seriousness, against the absolutely mighty four-wheel drive car all the way from Hungary?
Bulgaria.
I did that. I've done that about 8 times this weekend, haven't I? Sorry.
He's being very generous on the line. Luckily, he's going straight down Broadway. 159 at the 8th and a 725, 198 miles an hour to take out an 895 at 159.
Well, we've all loved seeing Martin Arger and the whole team and those little cadets. Absolutely spectacular.
Well, once again, hopefully it's not the last time we will see them once again. The pairing lanes are now open for grudge racing. So if you want to get some more runs, even if you're knocked out of competition, please make your way down to the pairing lanes. See the guys at the Marshal's Hut just by the main stage and let them know you are here for grudge racing, and they will tell you to come down and you can get some more runs in. There's no point ending your day just yet while we've got plenty of track action to go. But as the day goes on, we will get less and less cars in competition, so we want to keep the action going. Meanwhile, talking of action, Marcus Velt taking on Harvey Bogle. I'll tell tell you what, this car just launches so well now. 150 at the 8th. Marcus Velt, 745, 188 miles an hour to a 1073.
Is all I can say to that.
But just think, a couple of years ago, we had these cars coming over, and they were all over the shot. And we were just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But now, times have changed. The cars are so much bigger, so much better, so much safer.
And occasionally straight as well.
Well, we've seen quite a lot of straight cars. Right, well, that burnout wasn't quite what Chris Schmidt wanted to do. You ain't doing a burnout there.
Yeah, well, he's taken on Brian Jorgensen with the Audi, the 6-cylinder Audi in the Slick Tricks lane. Handy, because it's a 6-cylinder class. It looks like it leaves the line like a scalded cat, but doesn't really have as much legs on the top end as it looks like it should do, if that makes any sense. Maybe they're just playing it safe until they get to the later rounds.
Maybe. But Brian Jorgensen has been just no slouch, has it? But it doesn't look lightning quick, but it is. Oh, a little bit of spin. Issues, unfortunately, for Christopher Schmidt. So Brian Jorgensen is going to go through with a 973 at 139.
Well, he's in the semis. No matter.
That's it. Well,
actually, no, it's not the semis, is it?
If I think about it, though,
it's semis going.
Sorry, yes, beg your pardon.
Right, Mike Whitaker underneath the tower, our last UK entrant in the 6-cylinder class. And his job is to take out Wojtek Mucha with the Monte Carlo.
Yeah, the Monte Carlo's...
it's been consistent.
It's been consistent, but it's been consistently light on the top end as well.
Yes.
It's it does move around a little bit, but no doubt it's got a lot of horsepower. And it's one of the... that's kind of like a purpose-built Prime Mod car, actually, with a 6-cylinder engine in it, whereas Mike Whitaker's isn't. However, it doesn't hang about.
Nope. Right, edging it forward, the lights drop. I mean, the reaction times were almost identical, but Wojciech just left and goes through with an 830 at 158 to a 959 at 141. Well done, chaps.
Well done, Wojciech.
Don't forget, garage
racing
racing is open. Bring the car down, get some more runs.
Which is, I think, what we're getting into just about now, actually.
Yep.
As we collect all of our... I think we're down to semi-finals, just about everything, apart from the big bracket. The big bracket's still got a way to go.
Yeah, actually.
But I think they're probably on the way. Yeah, lots of that today.
You're going to be sipping hot lemon and honey for the next few days to get ready for another 5 days.
I'll then just to relax afterwards. I've got a holiday with 3 little kids.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's always my present to myself after working here for 2 weeks. Pretty much.
Oh, what? So after main event?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I went on a holiday for main event. That would...
I usually do between Bug Jam and USC, but then Santapod moved Bug Jam next to USC this year.
Just to make sure you didn't...
To make sure to annoy the wife.
So...
Jose Late back?
Brian Pateman. He's off the throttle at the top end already, cruises through to a 1076.
And a note from Brett Featherstone. Yep. He's called out Dave Cherritt. Nice. So they're coming down for a garage race.
Heads up race.
No, Darlings.
Oh, seriously.
Nobody got time for that.
Yeah, well, just check with the timing crew to make sure they can do it.
Well, it'd be a pretty good race, to be honest with you, if they did go heads up.
Yeah.
So this is all just grub racing at the moment. So if you are out there in the pits, you have been eliminated, you are very welcome to come down and join the queue in lane 5. Again, the racing will take preference, but we'll slot you in whenever we can. 940 for that BM. 148. One good thing about the Doorslammers, he can do that. Yeah. He's not allowed to at regular race events, not allowed to go over the start line. Or burn out over the start line even.
Yes, that's Darren Huxley with the Earth Met Nissan, as we now call it. Well, he asked us to call it that, actually. Normally seen in the world of drifting, but... oh, it's an ice cream garage race. Oh, yeah. Ice cream grudge racing on a sportsman tree with the dial-ins.
Now we're talking about proper winnings.
Yeah, serious prizes that. Is that with a flake? That's the only thing. Oh. What? Darren Huxley, 11:41. 12:60 for Kirsty Trabb. Right. How about these two? Two of our four-cylinder racers. So I think that's Johnny Marriage down there.
Yeah, and Adam Phillips. Johnny Marriage has been into the 12s a number of times this weekend. Adam's been down into the 14s. Recently turbocharged Miss White Racing. Johnny Marriage goes through. Oh, 11:77, 114. That's the quickest ever run. Congratulations, Johnny Marriage. Right, next up, we have Darren Dewhurst taking on Jürgen Caruana. It's going to be a tough weekend for both of these. Not going to be. It has been a tough weekend for both of these. It's great to see him back on track, getting some extra runs. Jürgen all the way from Malta with the Escort, taking on Darren Dewhurst. Wow, issues for Jürgen. 2 3 seconds 60 foots. 11:52. Hopefully everything is a-okay and they can literally go back, refuel, cool down, and bring them back down for another run. Right, what have we got?
Well, we've got big bracket gathering in the lanes at the moment for round 3.
Can we also have European front-wheel drive to the pairing lanes, please? European front-wheel drive to the pairing lanes for your quarter-finals. Dave, do round 3 for me.
I've got one here.
Right, driver. So, European front-wheel drive sponsored by SW Motorsports and Street Racers. Quarter-finals. Craig Evans versus Jacob Bailey. David Lammick versus Nick Shotton. It's nice that Nick's going to have to race someone, and now he's up against the #1 and the reigning champion. Terry Newton against Mark Taylor, and Ahmed Jamshed against George Baker. I mean, I've got my eyes on there thinking, who might win those races? But we don't race on paper. And as we've seen since round 1 this weekend, we've had some major upsets all the way through. So who knows who's going to make it through in the front-wheel drive class this weekend. But saying that, we do have 2 previous champions fighting it out for sure.
So I can see the big bracket now filling the pairing lanes. Obviously lane 5 is for grudge racing. So, the drivers still left in the draw is Tom Atkinson, John Bean, Colin Morris, Ronnie Mercer, Jordan Payne, Simon Innes, Pete Creswell, John Turner, Franz Aschenbrenner, Thomas Bublitz, and Chris Newsom. Those are the ones that are left. Of the buybacks, it's only Thomas Bublitz and Chris Newsom that are left in there. Ah, it's cleared now. Right. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting to see what happens next, we're just going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it when we come back racing once again at the Doorslammers. Do not go too far away. Here we go then, it is the big brackets, round number 3. We have 5 pairs and a buy run coming at you, as far as I can work it out. Anyway, this is John Turner. He is driving the Greenfish Barracuda. And is he the one who's got the buy?
He's got a buy.
Not the first time he's had a buy in the big bracket, but he's got one here.
Yeah, he will not be allowed to have another one. That's normally the way it works. They kind of mark his card, if you see what I mean. However, no one deserves it any more than John Turner.
I think as though nobody deserves it any less than John Turner. So, he's through. Dials 915, runs 923.
He still runs it all the way through. I mean, never mind. Anyway, he's trying to slim down the crew. I know what he's doing. I know his plan.
Good light though. 008.
He's had a couple like that this weekend.
Right, next up then, Pete Cresswell taking on Ronnie Mercer.
Yeah, we're still on with the random pairings. By the looks of it, the grudge racing lane's filled up. We've got a Maltese Escort down there already.
So Ronnie dialing in 10.29, Pete Cresswell 8.49.
So Ronnie going to be going first by 1.8 seconds.
And it's Ronnie Mercer that goes into the next round. Pete Cresswell goes 0-1 red. Ronnie, to be fair, was late.
I was just going to say that he really got away with that.
So Tom Atkinson and Colin Morris. Pretty even on the dialings, not too far away. 8.43 plays 8.74.
So
Sorry, I was going to say, Tom Atkinson was runner-up this time last year to Dave Cherritt in the final. So Tom yet to win one of these. The Morris boys have.
Well, there's a green light on in Colin Morris's lane, but on the tree it says he was red. That's gonna well be a look. 13-second
weird.
DT. No, we're gonna have to redo that one, I think. Unfortunately, weirdness. That was actually the reaction times from the run before, I think, wasn't it? That wasn't it? Those are the numbers from the prior run.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It didn't change. So we'll have those two back, I think. Next pair going to fire up, though. Franz Aschenbrenner with this phenomenal Mustang. Really proving itself to be a real potent combination, actually. Running 8 O's like clockwork. But a toughie here with Jordan Payne, and I think this is the first time that Franz will actually be chased. He's done all the chasing so far, i.e. he's been going up against a slower car. Darling's at 8.04 plays 7.44, 0.6 of a second difference between these two. So just wait for Jordan to creep into pre-stage and then they can both go into stage. The Mustang is in, the Corvette about to go in as well. Here we go. What? All the way, Franz Aschenbrenner goes 8.13 with a perfect light. 0-0-0-4 off the line. That is a monstrous whole shot win, to be fair. Jordan goes 746 on the 44, but was left for dead on the line. But as I say, the reaction time for the Mustang, 0004.
He's done very well the last 2 days.
He certainly has.
He's going to be a right pest next weekend at the main event as well, isn't he?
He packed his A game, that's for sure. Right, this is an interesting pairing. Thomas Bublitz and Chris Newsom, the only 2 surviving buybacks, and they're racing each other to continue here. So only one of them from our buybacks is going to go through, but which one? Thomas Bublitz with an over 10-12, Chris Newsom 9.57. And Chris not getting off the line with the way we used to see him.
As long as Thomas doesn't...
Oh,
living dangerously.
We were sharp in take a breath there. He didn't need to break out, but 10-13 on a 10-12, that was a little bit too well judged. But obviously a slight issue there for Chris Newsom. Right, Simon Innes and John Bean. Well, John has had a phenomenal weekend this weekend. He's run his first ever 9. The car is absolutely hauling this weekend. And he made it through to the semi-final in the big bracket yesterday. He's looking for a spot in round 3 here now. Got to get past Simon Innes to do so. Simon dialing in 10.63. John Bean looking for a 9 flat. Oh, and it's game over for John Bean, unfortunately. I tell you what, he's had a brilliant weekend. I can't deny him that.
Tenth of a second red like that.
66 and 903, but yeah, big red for John. I think he just said, I've had enough now. I want to rest.
Well, we've got front wheel drive around there now. I think that's all for the big bracket as well. It's going to be, I think the grudge race is next, actually. Yep, I can hear an escort or two.
We still need to sort out the Tom Atkinson, Colin Morris pairing to suss out who is going to go through. But the ones definitely through are Ronnie Mercer, Simon Innes, John Turner, Franz Aschenbrenner, and Thomas Bublitz. Now, the one that I'm surprised that we haven't seen, actually, Thomas has. Because he won it last year, if you remember, and then he stays for the main event. I hope he's here for the main event. I don't know.
I don't think he's entered, unfortunately. No. So, we are back to our Maltese escorts. Very quickly, Colin.
Do we have 2 Maltese racing against each other? I saw one. It is. Well, this is like being home from home. This is my usual view over at How Far Raceway as we see 2 escorts take to the line. Paul Patch in the Kestrel Beer Lane taking on Paul Ferneck in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane. Now, these 2 escorts wouldn't normally meet each other in competition over at How Far Raceway. Paul Patch would be in the escort class and Clint Ferneck would be in the index class. But let's see what these guys can do. 1 11-second car, 1 10-second car. Well, 140, 60 foot for Paul Ferneck, 106 at the 8th, and goes through with a 10-15, 128. Unfortunately, issues for Paul Patch. Yazidar rolls around underneath the tower with the 4-wheel drive Civic. Great to see him back. Many moons ago, he used to run with a front-wheel drive Civic. This is probably the same car, to be honest. It is the same colour. But it's been good having him back in the 4-cylinder class. Let's see what he can do on a solo run. Well, that's his best launch of the weekend. Once again, that rear arch scrubbing on the tyre. 112 at the 8th mile, and Yazidar goes 10:33, 124 miles an hour. Obviously, either the rear suspension needs a little bit more poundage in the springs, or it needs raising up a little bit as it's eating into the tyre as it goes down the track. But meanwhile, around the corner, we have our European front-wheel drive cars lined up. Head of the lanes, Terry Newton will be taking on Mark Taylor. Ahmed Jamshed has got George Baker. David Lamech has got Nick Shotton. And Craig Evans has got Jacob Bailey. Here we go. The car's rolling around the corner. And again, thank you very much to SW Motorsports and to Street Racers. Rolling Road remapping here, based just outside of Leicestershire, and a fuel tech dealer in the UK. The mayor, Terry Newton, taking on Mark Taylor for a place in the semi-final at the 2024 Doorslammers. I don't know who you've got. Is it the Escort van in the Kestrel beer lane, or is it the Seat Leon in the Slick Tricks racing lane? Either way, it's going to be a great quarterfinal. Mark once again double bowls, the light drops. Mark does get the jump, but here comes the power of the Z-Tech Turbo as Terry Newton drives around 129 to the 8th, 9:14, 163 miles an hour, and that is the end of the weekend for Mark Taylor. Can we also have True Street into the pairing lanes, please? True Street into the pairing lanes once again. Next up, Ahmed Jamshed taking on George Baker. George, only a couple of weeks ago, got bullied into doing full-on racing. He turned up to a run what you brung, ran a 10, and once again, Terry Newton badgered him to come and race at the Doorslammers. Ended up going to SW Motorsports for a roll cage, and now he's in the quarterfinals at the Doorslammers. The light drops green. Ahmed is away. This is the first time he's actually been in the Kestrel beer lane. He's doing 138 at the 8th and takes it easy with an 840 at 180 miles an hour to an 1123. When I say takes it easy at 180 miles an hour.
The front end wasn't shattering off the line, so that was very progressive on the power.
Yeah.
And they just fed it in and less than amount of stress.
I think it's a case of we've got more performance in this car. Get it off the line. Yeah. And you put the power in the back door, and we're getting into the money rounds. Next up, Jacob Bailey with the R32 Jetta taking on Craig Evans. Now on paper, Craig Evans is around about 0.3 of a second quicker on their best days. But Craig Evans has run into the 9s. Jacob's been at low 10s, but this is the furthest we've seen both of these drivers in eliminations at the Doorslammers. Jacob's in, the light drops, Craig rolls the beam, so Jacob Bailey is into the semi-finals at the Doorslammers. He's doing 120 at the 8th. He's seen that he's got a red light and lifts off to a 10.66 at 111. The boys cheering themselves on there.
Why couldn't Jacob do that the year I got him in the sweepstake? Hey?
That's it. Right, Nick Shotton.
Doing well.
Mr. Byron. He's done well. He's got a few people cheering him on online, but he is up against our reigning champion. That is David Lamech with the Corsa. It's a green light drag race. There was a little hop and skip there.
There goes the rear spoiler.
The rear spoiler comes off and still goes through with an 816 at 160 miles an hour.
Well, at least Nick beat the rear wing.
Yeah. Okay, so Craig Evans out, Jacob Bailey through, David Lamech through, Nick Shotton out, Terry Newton through, Mark Taylor out, and Ahmed Jamshed through, and George Baker out. So 3 wins in the Kestrel beer lane that time. And Jacob Bailey, our solo runner, in the right. So those guys are going to be frantically trying to get that spoiler back on as they turn themselves round for the semi-finals. Obviously, is Darryl run down to do the draws for something?
I don't know, but we have got, I think, look at the pairing lanes of chock-a-block. We have Pro Doorslammers down there, which I think is semi-final, actually. It is. Andre Arnever taking on Anders Ed, and then it'll be Dave Vector taking on Bruno Barder. So the Gluebird is going to do some prep for them before we go anywhere. Time to take a break, so we're going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. But when we come back, as Darryl says, it's big, hairy Doorslammer action here at the Doorslammers. So it is Jordan Payne that's doing the chasing. He's getting close, he's getting close. It's very close at the stripe, but it is Jordan Payne with a 750 with an 03 light as well. So Dan Williams' way, and Dan Williams will go through as Thomas Bublitz unfortunately goes red by quite some margin actually. So Dan looking for a 10.54. Right, could we please have one of the film crew from Box Lane over to the draw area, please? In other words, where we do the chips on the balcony. If we can have one of the Box Lane production team over to the draw balcony, please. We're going to get ready to do some chip draws. Thanks very much indeed. Back to Nitro FM. Oh.
Sorry, just very quickly, amongst other things, if you're not in a viewing area, get there now. We have the two quickest door cars of the weekend going head-to-head in this round. It could be the quickest ever side-by-side door car race in Europe coming your way. Nitro FM, just for a couple of moments.
So 974 playing a 957. And the win light goes to Chris Newsom. Look at this. Nick Williams.
Circus, it's going to be Steve Matthews going first. He's going to be run down by one of Super Pro's finest. It's just whether Tom Atkinson can beat him at the other end. Steve Matthews is out in front. He's still out in front, but he does not take... Oh, goodness me. Win margin, 007, Steve Matthews. Well, Jens Konecki with that real strange red light, almost without moving again kind of thing. Yeah, Ian's, that's not the first time that's happened.
It's not.
This weekend. It's very, very... 07 red. End of the weekend's racing, unfortunately.
What? 47? Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the quicker runs I've ever seen. Who's moving on to round 3? The computer's having to think about it, and it is Simon. Whole shot win.
Two excellent bracket racers.
Collins, he's going to get there. It's just whether he breaks out, and he doesn't. Perfectly judged. Blimey.
John Turner yet?
He's under the tower.
Darren Huxley.
Sorry, that's not funny, but Paul Patchy was on the start line for long enough for his crew guys to go on then. France is going to be backing off. Perfectly judged, 8.10, another. dead close to the finish line. Wow, that is a massive hole shot win for John Turner. Look at that. He's 800 fun. Oh my word! 2-in-1 round of racing.
Can't believe it.
We'll say in a minute what it was though. That's going to be super close. John Bean takes the win.
Both of them were 00 off the line. Both of them.
Kirsty was 002.
Right, Nitro FM, can I just take over with the draw? Give it a stir.
Right, we go over to Luke Stevenson, going to be doing the draws. What you got for us, Luke?
Okay, then. Is this on?
It is.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Right, 6-cylinder, sponsored by Tom Wrigley Performance. First chip out will be chip number 8. Chip number 8 is going to be Brian Jorgensen. Oh, nearly dropped it. He is going to be facing up against chip number 2. Chip number 2 is Marcus Velt. Oh, that means we have left chip number 1, that is be Konstantin Dinev. And our final chip is going to be chip number 4, which is going to be Wojciech Mucha. So, not a English person left in the semi-finals. It's going to be Denmark versus Germany. There we go. I do apologise. I was waiting for that. So that is the draw for 6-cylinder done, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies if you didn't hear that. It is going to be Brian Jorgensen versus Marcus Velt. Denmark versus Germany. Konstantin Dinev versus Wojciech Mucha, which is Bulgaria versus Poland in the Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder class. There's some good draws there. Potential for some great finals as well between all 4 of those. And good luck to them all as we go into our semi-finals. Right, next up, are we good? You got a spin round? I'll give it a turn. And a hold. So, Pro Street semi-finals. We're kicking off with chip number 4. Chip number 4 is Dave Mace. Dave Mace will be up against chip number 1, which is Andy Bond. Potential repeat of last year's final. Chip number 2, Rob Carter with the VW Passat. And he will be facing chip number 7, which is Gregor's Stawitsky. I think he said as he moved it away from my face. There we go. So, Dave Mace versus Andy Bond, Rob Carter versus Gregor's Stawitsky. Another great draw. It's looking good. Dave Mace and Andy Bond, they've met before in a final. So, meeting now in a semi-final. Oh, front-wheel drive as well.
Just very quickly, can I please have 4-cylinder into pairing lanes, please? 4-cylinder. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Okay, next draw up will be for the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by SW Motorsport. Oh, well, stop, what are you doing? Did he get carried away? Oh. Sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Racers, rolling road mapping in Leicestershire. Oh, dear. Good spinning, good spinning. Oh. Right, this is for the semi-final of the front-wheel drive. I'll wait for Neil to spin the board if we've got room. Have we taken photos? Have we done all this correctly yet? It's on there. Just double-checking. The pin is in. Right. Well, we've got four racers. 3 of them are 8-second cars. 1 of them is a 9-second car. The first chip out, though, is David Lamech, number 1, our reigning champion. Who's going to face David Lammick? It is going to be chip number 14. Jacob Bailey has got David Lammick. This means pitmates number 3, Terry Newton, will be facing up against Ahmed Jamshed in the semi-final of the European front-wheel drive Doorslammers shootout. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. David Lammick versus Jacob Bailey, Terry Newton versus Ahmed Jamshed. And with that, I think we are good to go racing.
Thank you very much indeed, Luke. Some good draws there. Obviously, the one that put a wry smile on most people's faces was the Andy Bond and Dave Mace matchup. Mind you, Terry Newton and Ahmed Jamshed is a pretty good one. Yeah, that's right. At this stage of the day, they're all good, but they're the ones that stick out in the mind.
So, for pro Doorslammer fans, there's lots of you out there. Anyone tuned in from Estonia? Anyone tuned in from Sweden? Now is brown trousers time. Anders Ed versus Andre Arnover. The most consistent 570 car we've pretty much ever seen, actually, with Andre Arnover with the Mustang against the one-time quickest car of the weekend, Anders Ed with the amazing screw-blown Camaro. I just hope it's the race we all want it to be. It has the potential to be the quickest side-by-side door car race ever in this part of the world. We're about to find out. So, if you've been living under a rock for most of the weekend, I'll know, and I do hope Anders hasn't actually come to a halt out there in the slick tricks lane. I think he might have done because Ian's running after him. Is there a splat of stuff? Looks like there is, unfortunately. Well, what a shame. We're not going to get the race we all wanted to see, unfortunately. Anders Ed with this fluid on the track after the burnout. And it's from his car. What a shame. So, well, very, very well deserved. Andre Arnover going to be going to the final round. But yeah, Anders Ed's car, if you look at that out there, there's a trail of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You can clearly see that. That's why Ian ran after him to say, please click it off ASAP. What an unfortunate end to what we thought might even be a fairy tale end to the weekend for Anders and the team from Hudiksvall. So he's out for the day, unfortunately. Will Andre Arnover take it all the way through, or will he save it for the quick turnaround for the final round against, well, we know it's going to be. I think there's your answer. That's just like a rental car. So smooth, so straight, unbelievably quick. 577, 259.6 miles an hour. What you want to do, Andre, is get your entry in for the big bracket next year, I think.
Yeah, that's just unbelievable.
Just a couple of days ago, a 577 at 259, they'd be doing handstands, but they've just done it so many times, so many times. I'm going to say it again. Check out the timing, Cole. The 60-foot is 5/400ths of a second down from where he has been. 0.99 to 60-foot, 386. And he's patented 1.91 back half as well. So massive, massive commiserations to Anders Ed and the whole team from up there in the middle of Sweden. They made a monumental effort. They just got it figured out as well. They just sussed it out, what it wanted. Just a shame it was unfortunately on Sunday afternoon instead of Friday afternoon, because it was Friday afternoon, it might have been a whole different story. So
but you've got more unfortunate news, haven't you, Darryl?
Sadly, yes. We know who Andre Arnover is going to be racing in the final, simply because David Vector isn't in the staging lanes. It's going to be a bye run for Bruno. Bruno has led an absolutely charmed life today. Michael Malmgren, who he was up against in round one, left on him, but shook. Bruno was really vulnerable. If Michael had made a traditional pro stock run, he would have been there. Bruno wouldn't have been around. Round 2. Who did Bruno race in round 2? Because someone red lit against him, I think, didn't they? I'm just trying to remember now. But anyway, he spun and he shook in round 2. And here he is in the semi with a bye run. Well, Anders Ed and the whole team obviously tremendously disappointed. The trail is still out there. We're going to clear it up after we've run Bruno. He does have to stage under his own power.
Well, big money on the line for VP Racing Fuels. Well, VP Racing full stop. The Pro Doorslammer class. The Gotham City Vet. I mean, it's a great looking car, but it just glistens in the sun. You cannot believe that that colour scheme has been on that car for longer than I can ever remember. It's painted. I know it's been redone, but it's the scheme. It's just fabulous.
I think it's actually been that colour and that scheme since it rolled out the spray shop.
Yeah.
So Bruno Barter rolls it into stage. It's probably going to be a test launch, maybe a little bit further. There we go. That's
exactly
what they wanted.
As you thought.
Yep. 0.99 to 60 foot. They wanted a launch without any shake at all. 2.62 to 330. They have the 5.2 consistency machine of Andre Arnover to race against for the final in the Pro Doorslammer. So we're going to do a bit of clean up with the shoe.
I think when we come back, it's going to be True Street, unless
we've got a test run from
test runs, yeah.
The Pro Stocker over there, Michael Scherquist and Simon Eckengren, and then it's True Street by the looks of it. Looks like Phoebe and Chris paired up.
Yeah, Michael Malcolm's down there.
So we may even run the Pro Stockers side by side after we do the cleanup. So I want you folks in the grandstands, all of you guys sitting up there, when this blue Camaro with the blower on it comes past you, I really, really do want you to give them the biggest Santa Pod cheer you possibly can. They spent days getting here. They spent 2 unbelievably frustrating days trying to get the car dialed in, and then they just ran the run of the season so far as well. The quickest door car we've had here this weekend is Anders Ed from Hudiksvall in Sweden. Please put your hands together for him and for the whole team. Warm their hearts a little. They're probably a little bit down about not being able to make that semi-final run, but my goodness me, what an effort. They couldn't have done any more. Well, they could have done. They could have won, but you know what I mean.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And thank you so much indeed, Anders Ed and your team, for giving us Quote of the Year with Darryl.
Thanks very much.
Cheers
for that. I just went over and told him off because you ruined my voice. So, also, they have a timing ticket to frame that I don't think will ever come down off his wall, actually. That not only was that his quickest ever 8th mile run, his only ever quarter-mile run, I think. And if my calculations are correct, he probably just went 60 miles an hour faster than he ever had before on that run. That takes a tremendous amount of, what do the Spanish call it? Cajones, I think.
Cajones.
That's the one. That's the one. So the shoe and the tractor doing their thing, and we'll be back on with more grudge racing, True Street round 2, and a couple of Pro Stockers as well. So back to Nitro FM, hopefully for not that long, and we'll be with you once again.
fair to say he'll do anything to sell photos.
Let's hear it from Mr. Ian Blackett out there. Oh, yeah. Well done, Ian. Nice bit of interlude entertainment there.
Yeah.
Right.
If you haven't booked your tickets for the main event, you'll be doing the same thing every day next weekend, won't you?
That's
Yeah,
right.
there we go. So it comes as part of the show. So Mike Malmgren and Simon Ekengren. I found out the most amazing tidbit about, of all things, married names in Sweden. I'll tell you after this, but this is fascinating. So, over the years, Michael Sjöquist has had a few drivers. One of them is called Ulf Jonsson, and that man down there used to be Simon Gustafsson. They both got married, but they both changed. They're both men, but they both changed their surnames. Now, I automatically presumed it was to give me really difficult names to say because Ulf's name changed to Wagenhester, right? And Ekengren, there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I spoke to Simon about this the other day. And in Sweden, you're allowed to choose which name you take. So Ekengren is Simon's grandmother's name.
Right.
However, Ulf's name, Michael, I hope I'm allowed to say this, Michael told me, and he bought a farm. And he walked into the farm building, and one of the signs up said Wagenhester, and he thought, I like that name. Right? And that's why his surname is what it is. The trouble is people would be calling you'd be Colin Camaro, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you had a choice. Luke would be Luke Turbo, something like that. Anyway, you know what I mean. Anyway, Mike Malmgren, Simon Ekengren. I'm sure I'll get a flood of messages from Swedish people to say, no, it doesn't quite work like that, but that's the way Michael told it to me. Anyway. Of course. He's got the name of his job.
Oh, big tyre shake for Mike Malcolm. Look at those tyre marks.
Great looking
If
run
you can
for
see
Simon.
them.
Coasting through the finish line to a 6.97 at 169. He was 0.99 to 60 foot. Michael will probably like the 8th mile number, 4.33 at 162. But Michael Malmgren, kind of what testing's all about, but...
Right, so this is the rerun of the big bracket race when the timing system had a little bit of a hiccup. So this is Tom Atkinson taking on Colin Morris. .843 plays 874, so it will be the Camaro going first, and the Cortina will be doing the chasing. The Williams brothers, big bracket. And then there will be 6 cars into the quarterfinals.
And True Street rolling under the tower. We have a battle of, well, the same family, frankly, coming up first.
Yeah. Well, one of them is guaranteed to go into the money.
There we go.
Good plan.
They both went green. Incredibly close race. Nothing in it at all.
Oh, double breakout, but it is Tom Atkinson that takes it by
3,000. It is 3,000.
Trying to work it out, yeah.
Yeah, well, they're both 300s under, but he was 3,000 less.
Yeah.
Okay, True
Good
Street.
race.
For a place in the semis, I think, is it?
Yep. That's right. Chris Nassar and Phoebe Nassar. Nassar. But one of them is going to go through. You're going to be in the money. Well, we know Phoebe's car has got perform a miracle here.
Chris is being very, very polite so that he doesn't get something extra in his breakfast tomorrow morning. He's taking it really easily. He really is.
He wants the photo finish.
Well, if you look at the live stream, Cole, look up quickly. They're so close together. He's just edging it out in front.
Well done, Chris. Takes it with a 18-17 against a 19-30.
Well, they got maximum exposure for their sponsor as well.
They did. Right, next up then, Josh Wallace and Jack Bowley.
So Jack's got the slightly quicker car. It's just getting it off the line has been the issue this weekend. He's broken stuff trying to get it down there. There we go. Lots of slip going on off the start line, but once he's got that far...
Takes it sensibly.
He even backed off at the top end, actually. 10.40 at 119 beats a 12.24.
Right. Tom Wrigley.
Buzz is here. He's just coming round now, actually.
Yeah, I saw him in the lane. So.
He's here. There he is. What I love about the fact is this car pulls the wheels up, but he drives around the burnout box. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Maybe they're going to back him in. Well, Tom Wrigley is ready to go.
Is Tom going to do a burnout as well then? He is.
Now, this is the kind of thing that needs to be on Top Gear. Lamborghini versus BMW. Actually, they're not just regular cars. They are what we call hypercars, aren't they, I think?
Weapons, I think, is
That's the right
is the
word.
terminology. ridiculously quick.
So Buzz has got the ET and power advantage. However, he's still got to get there first. He's got to make it stick. Tom's is very, very consistent. Well, when I said consistent, Buzz goes through with a 775, 192 miles an hour. Now he's got the job of stopping. Can we get that in street? Where's Graham Smith when you need him? We need that in Street Eliminator.
We do, don't we?
Well, it is a Street Eliminator legal car, isn't it? Of course. I'd love to see that in Street Eliminator. This is a terrific matchup as well.
It is, actually.
Patrick Volk and Arnie Hammond. Now, Arnie has got the ET advantage from yesterday's qualifying, I think. However, Patrick is normally deadly consistent with that Audi, and I can't imagine he hasn't turned it up for this one. So one of these highly tuned road legal cars against the unbelievable Javelin, looking for back-to-back wins at the Doorslammers. Ian's going, come on in, you're not moving forwards. Yep, let's go. There he is.
Arnie wide awake off the line. But coasting.
Well, they're both coasting. That was not the race I was expecting.
But Arnie is through to the semi-final, so it's going to be Chris, Jack, Buzz and Arnie going to be in the draw for the semi-finals.
4-cylinder round 3 under the tower. And this is to set up the final, I think. Is that right?
Semis.
Semis. I beg your pardon, they were 32. Sorry, yep.
Carl Jacobs and Rob Lawton, this pair. Right, has Kyle got a problem? He's been pushed back. So Rob Lawton.
Now, is it being pushed back and able to drive forward, or are we out?
Oh, no, it's a solo. So Carl Jacobs unable to reverse back after the burnout. Engine's not running. So Rob Lawton with the overkill. Has he stopped?
You are on a buy. I think that's what Ian's just telling him, yeah.
Go on, you're on your own. Have fun.
He's just gone, wow, really?
So surprised he left it in third.
Well, a win is a win. And he's taken it to the semi-finals with Worcester Performance sponsoring the class, and he's going to appreciate that.
Oh, this is a tidy little matchup. Julian Bayer taking on Kev Jenkins. Where's our fraudster fan club out there? Where's the fraudster fan club out there? Are they on the banking, are they?
Yep. Always very vocal.
They were very vocal in the chip draw last night, for sure.
They were.
We appreciated that a lot.
Didn't he?
Okay, then Julian Bayer from Germany with the ABF powered 2-litre 16-valve Golf taking on the fraudster, the Ford Escort with the C20 LET 2-litre 16-valve engine.
So, what's the quickest Julian has been?
8 flat in qualifying this weekend.
Okay. Kind of needs that now.
It does.
I think the most ironic thing as well is that Kev, he didn't qualify for 760 heads up because he went slightly too quick. And now in eliminations in 4-cylinder, guess what he's done all day? Run 760.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Kev got a problem. He wasn't rolling forwards. Well, Julian just hanging there, just giving him a little bit of time, but Ian won't give him too much longer. He's going to go and take a look in the window, see what's going on, and say, come on, chaps, it's time to go. He will give him...
Oh, no. Well, wait, there we go. Kev's moved forward.
Just in absolutely the nick of time. Oh. Julian was... Julian's in stage.
I don't think Ian's seen that. Don't know if the auto starts on. Oh, double.
Oh, big cloud of smoke for Kev at the top end. Goes 765. Julian goes 809 at only 135. Would have been nice to see what that would have done going all the way out the back door. I'm not sure what it was in Kev's car. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a bit of cleaning to do up there in the Kestrel Lane. That might be the end of the weekend for the fraudster team. We'll have to wait and see. Got the win light. He's in the draw. You have to have a car left to do it, though, unfortunately. It's a real shame for Julian as well, because Julian waited there all that time.
That's it.
And waited very...
And that's his best pass in 2 rounds. The other 2 rounds have been good launches with aborted top-end passes. Gutted for him. Well, people in the grandstand, would you like to see Mr. Blackett dance a little bit more? Wave your hands if you want to see Mr. Blackett dance.
Rod for your own back, Mr. Blackett.
That's it. Unlucky. You little dance monkey. Nitro FM, feel free to take away.
Mercer that goes into the next round. Pete Creswell goes 0-1 red. Now, Ronnie, to be fair, was late.
I was just going to say that
They
really got away with that.
Boys have.
Well, there's a green light on in Colin Morris's lane, but on the tree it says he was red. That's gonna well be a look.
The Mustang is in, the Corvette about to go in as well. There we go.
What?
all the way. Franz Aschenbrenner goes 8.13 with a perfect light. 9.57. And Chris not getting off the line with the way we used to see him.
As long as Thomas doesn't.
Oh, and it's game over for John Bean, unfortunately. I tell you what, he's had a brilliant weekend. I can't deny him that.
A tenth of a second, but like that
66 and 903, but yeah, big red for John. I think he just said, "Oh, I've had enough now. I want to rest." That was an insanely quick clear up at the top end, so which bizarrely could be really, really good news for Kev Jenkins, because that huge plume of smoke hopefully was steam, so it could be just water that just vaporized, and they went over to look at it, checked it out, and it may have been okay, because if that was oil, that would have taken a bit longer. Could be wrong, but what do I know? Next up, Jordan Bishop with the Elise, and it's Paul Jordan with the Polo. This is 4-cylinder quarterfinals continuing. We've already had Rob Lawton go through, Kev Jenkins go through. Who's going to join them? And it is bizarrely going to be Jordan Bishop, as Paul Jordan goes 0-5 red. Jordan Bishop has gone through, even though he only moved about 3 feet. The red light for Paul Jordan spelt the end of his day. So Jordan Bishop with the Lotus, you'll see him in the semis. So one pair to go, Gert Mertz and Chris Locke. After that, we can see our Pro Street pairings with Turbo Smart, engineered to win. They are in the lanes ready to go. So Gert Mertz with that brilliant little cadet and the bonkers Sierra Estate of Chris Locke. Both into stage. Green light both side. Gert out in front. Gert's going to stay in front, takes that with a 9.21 at 148. Chris Locke, 10.12 at 138. But that's 4-cylinder done. Semi-finalists will be Gert Mertz, Rob Lawton, Kev Jenkins, Jordan Bishop.
You can't say Chris Locke has not had a good weekend. It's been so good having that car back on the drag strip.
Certainly been entertaining.
Yes.
Right, here we go then. Pro Street semi-finals. Rob Carter taking on Gregor Stazulski. It's Percy the Passat taking on the nitrous turbo four-wheel drive Chevrolet Corvette. Both of them well in the 7-second zone. Corvette is just absolutely mental. Absolutely love it. But has he got enough to get around Rob Carter? Two very, very quick cars indeed. Certainly worthy, either of them worthy of the final, that's for sure. But only one of them is going to go through. Is it going to be the Street Eliminator racer from the UK, or is it going to be the Corvette? Rob Carter is away. He's got the drop on the tree. The Corvette is closing in. What a race this one is. 754 to a 734 at 192. But it is Rob Carter that goes into the final of Pro Street. '09 at the stripe, but my goodness me, what a run from the Corvette. Dave Mace, Andy Bond, boy, these two have got history over the years in Pro Street. They meet in the semi-finals here.
Right.
Well, Dave Mace has been running comfortable sevens these days. Andy Bond can turn it up at will. They're both in pre-stage. No messing. Dave Mace straight in. Andy Bond straight in. Off they go. Very, very good race indeed. But it is Andy Bond with a 719 at 207 miles an hour. But how about Dave Mace? What a run from him. 767 at 177 miles an hour. Dave Mace and the team, you can certainly hold your heads very, very high indeed. You have all performed amazingly well this weekend. But the final is going to be all UK with Rob Carter and Andy Bond.
It's nice to see some UK cars making it into the final here at the Doorslammers at Santopod Raceway. As we go into six-cylinder, where we have no UK races left, we've got Bulgaria, we've got Poland, we've got Germany, and we have got Denmark. What a showing the Tom Wrigley Performance class has had this weekend. The best entry we've ever had, the best cars we have ever had in the six-cylinder class. Where's your betting going, though, ladies and gentlemen? Are we going to Bulgaria in the Kestrel Beer Lane with the Audi S2? Or are we going with Poland in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane with the Monte Carlo? Monte Carlo powered by a Toyota 2JZ motor. Have we seen Wojciech go into the sevens this weekend? Don't think we have. He's not quite found the performance, but you never know what's going to happen. It is the semi-finals of the Tom Wrigley Performance six-cylinder class. Here we go. Both cars edging up into stage. Constantine, get into stage. Come on, get into stage quick. Get into stage. You're going to have to be into stage. You're going to be readily. Green lights. Constantine on and off the throttle, but he's out in front. Issues for Wojciech. It is going to be Konstantin Dinev into the final with a 733 at 199 miles an hour. He's going to have to be a lot quicker than that going into stage come the final.
Yeah, that was very close to being bold, actually.
I thought he was good. We had the same last year with HST and with Gary Camilleri. I thought we were going to get a repeat of the semi-final. But I think once again, he saw his opponent double bulb and he was like, oh, thank you for the courtesy staging. Yeah. It's very kind. We have had that a lot this weekend, that it was in the rules about the courtesy staging, but it was a kind of a suggestion. I think some people need to reread them.
Yeah, well, they need to read them full stop because some of them even put their race numbers on.
No, so. That's it. If not, I'm going to be bringing a vinyl cutter next year and making a killing.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's my idea.
No,
No,
I thought of it as well. I've got a mate who's got one.
Right.
I think we've all got mates.
Next up,
Marcus
Veldt
I've got a mate in Nitro
taking
FM that's got one.
on Brian Jorgensen. Here we go. Again, one car goes straight into full stage. Green light dragons. They're away together. They're still together, but now Marcus Veldt is pulling away at the top end of the track. 148, 763, 188 miles an hour. Fantastic performance by the TTK guys. Congratulations. Into the final. Germany versus Bulgaria. And once again, thank you very much to the team from Poland for coming along. You've had a great weekend. We look forward to seeing you back again next year.
It's an interesting little match, I think.
It
Big BMW. M competition with added parts.
Taking on a mega horsepower front wheel drive car. Oh, well, it's just not been Calvin's weekend.
Well, the big BM launched and bizarrely the brake lights flickered. And it got to about 30-40 foot out. Let's have a look in the lanes. Yeah, it's still... we got... just having a look, actually. I think... Big Bracket are making their way down. I can see Simon Innes in the lanes, but he's the only one. So, by my reckoning, we are... got the final of 760 heads up sorted. Linda Bull and Rob Smallworth. The final of Pro Doorslammer, Andre Arnova and Bruno Parda. 6-cylinder, Konstantin Dinev and Martin Veldt.
Semi-final of front wheel drive.
Sorry, lost a sheet of paper then. Pro Street is Andy Bond and Rob Carter. True Street, we've still got to run the semis of that. And 4-cylinder, we need to run semis, and front-wheel drive, we need to run semis.
No, 4 cylinders in final.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of 6. Ignore me. 4-cylinder of just... Chris Todd, I saw a second ago. Oh, no, he's on that. Can't remember.
That's more like it for the 6-cylinder BMW.
All right, Karras.
848.
Wow, the guys cheering on that. Congratulations, guys.
Nicely done.
848, 164 for the Lithuanian team. Congratulations. Again, thank you very much for bringing that car along. And don't forget, if you happen to be by Lithuania, next weekend they have a national round of drag racing next weekend.
Talking of next weekend, what are we doing?
Oh, FIA main event. Oh.
Yeah, starts Thursday with the test day, Friday sportsman day, Saturday, Sunday qualifying for pro and sportsman, and Monday eliminations, the main event. Make sure you come and watch it here live at Santa Pod Raceway. Nice 923, 153 there for Chris Todd. seen the Jag much this weekend. I think we just saw it do one run, actually. So these are grudge races, basically. We're looking in the lanes. We can see that John Turner has made it down with the Greenfish Barracuda, but they're the only two so far in the big bracket. So obviously we've still got more to follow. Expecting 6 racers to come down. There'll be 3 pairings, and then that will set up a semi-final. One of them will get a bye into the final. Drivers we're expecting, of course, John Atkinson, Ronnie Mercer, Simon Innes, he's there, John Turner, he's there, Franz Aschenbrenner and Thomas Bublitz.
Is this the second run of the weekend?
Yeah. Is that the ex-Dave Smith Jag?
It is.
It is, isn't it?
Thinking about it. Well, 842 and 175. There's a name we've not seen this weekend. Dave Smith.
Well, we saw the Transporter arrive.
Yeah.
But that's all we saw.
Right, Amir taking on Billy Lohing.
Well, the way Billy's weekend has gone, I think he'd just be happy to get A to B without any dramas off the line.
Yeah, just get it off the line, he'd be happy.
Rooting for him to really get a good run in here. That's more like it. Well done, Billy. He knew it was in there.
156, 60 foot. 95 at the 8th, and Billy Lohing is being chased down, but goes 11.21 and 11.06.
He got there on a whole shot, actually. Well done, Billy.
All right, good to
That's
see.
such a relief for the team after all their trials and tribulations this weekend.
Good to see Helder back round for another run.
Oh, looks like there could be another ice cream race coming up.
All this talk of ice cream. I hope Daryl's bringing back ice cream.
Yeah, but how many?
Don't know. He's just watching.
All right. Well, he's ready to do some draws over there.
He is. Well, the BMW left.
Flame,
big flame.
and everything mixed in there.
Well, I don't know if he's got it running again, or he's just rolling to a stop.
He's just rolling.
You can't stop. Okay, well, if Daryl's got to do some draws, I'm looking over. The guys are looking confused.
No change there. Okay, so they're now like running into action.
It was, wasn't it? I was like, whoa, let's go.
Let's do it.
Okay, we're about to go. Thank you very much indeed. We're the draw for True Street semi-finals coming up. Thank you very much indeed. Who we got left in the tombola? First out, we got number 1, which will be the one and only Buzz Patar. Buzz will be taking on number 7, who is Jack Bowley. One call out Jack probably didn't want. Number 2 will be in the left-hand lane, and that's Arnie Pammon. Arnie will be taking on number 8, Chris Nasser. So Buzz Patar taking on Jack Bowley, Arnie Pammon, and Chris Nasser.
they're running for ice creams again. It's the Earth Met Nissan of Darren Huxley taking on Kirsty Tram with the 50 Shades of Racing Camaro. Wow, Kirsty just went 11.86. That's a quick run. Well, I did. 12.39 for Darren Huxley. Right, grudge race, I should say. Right, 9.56 for Brett Featherston, 9.75 for Dave Cherrett. Oh, 9.58 and 9. Both of them were 200ths off their darlings. Oh, very good indeed. Both 200ths off. Well done. Oh, pick your escorts. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's lots of... it's a Taz Racing matchup, no wonder. Two four-cylinder runners. Both from Taz Racing, of course. Darren Scannell doing really well, actually. He's put the new transmission in, sequential box, and it seems to be working rather well. Loads and loads of wheel spin as well. $10 flat and $10.66. Right, looking into lanes, it looks like we do have the big bracket down there.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. That was my cue that I completely missed. We've got the semi-finals to draw for four-cylinder. The chips going in. We have left in the draw Kev Jenkins, Gert Mertz, Rob Lawton and Jordan Bishop. And the first out will be, I think it's going to be a challenge for Kev to make it. First out is number 5, which will be Gert Mertz. He's going to be taking on number 14. That will be Kev Jenkins, if he can make it round. And in the left-hand lane, number 20, Jordan Bishop. In the right-hand lane will be the last chip out, number 12, Rob Lawton. Your semi-finalist in four-cylinder. I think that's the last draw we've actually got to do. Gert Mertz against Kev Jenkins, Jordan Bishop against Rob Lawton. The last pairings in four-cylinder, folks.
Yep, so that's all classes to semi-final. Apart from big bracket, obviously we're about to set those semis up, but one of the star cars this weekend. Well, there's been a few of them, to be fair. So grudge racing, but this white Escort from Malta, we will be seeing this car next weekend. It's in exhibition purely because there isn't a class that we can slot it into. But we wanted to keep the car here, so...
I'm so hoping we can find something to pair it up.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how the rest of the day pans out. Right, Clinferneck.
The car is called El Pecador.
Little two-step on the clutch there. In and out. Clinferneck goes 7-11, 193.
Yeah, we like that a lot. Okay, here we go then. This is the big bracket. Quarterfinals to set up the semis. 3 pairings coming at you. The first one, Franz Aschenbrenner with the Mustang taking on John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. So it's going to be an 8-0 something for the Mustang. That has been so consistent this weekend. John Turner dialing in 9.20 for this one. 8.04 is the dial in for the Mustang. Here we go then. John Turner. Can he take it to the semis? 9.20 is what he's looking for. He's got a tough customer with the Aschenbrenner Mustang. And it's not going to be John Turner. He goes red by quite a big margin, to be honest. So it is the Mustang that you're going to be seeing. 8.07 on 8.04.
Well, making it very much worthwhile for their first ever trip at Santa Pod Raceway.
All right, next up, Tom Atkinson taking on Ronnie Mercer. Well, this lot are already guaranteed some money. I think it's 250 quid for losing quarter-finalists.
That's not bad after a weekend's racing.
Well, they almost get their money back for today.
Almost.
So, Ronnie Mercer dialing in 10.23. Tom Atkinson, 8.39.
Ronnie coming off a win last weekend at Clast.
Ronnie's still got his nose up in front and he takes it.
Scoreboard does not make for pretty reading if you're Tom Atkinson.
No, proper whole shot win there for Ronnie Mercer. So Ronnie's into the semi. He's been to the semis before.
Right.
He's in the semis again. Can he get into the final this time?
Right. Last pair, then we got front wheel drive semi-finals. Right behind us.
Simon Innes and Thomas Bublitz. Thomas was a buyback and he's made it all the way through to the quarters. Can he go into the semis? Or is Simon Innes going to halt his progress here? 10.62 to 10.12. It's half a second. Oh, and it's Thomas Publix who goes red. Simon Innes is into the semis. 10.64 and a 10.16, but it is Simon Innes that goes into the randomness of the semi-finals with Franz Aschenbrenner and Ronnie Mercer.
So, front-wheel drive semi-finals. Can David Lammick go back-to-back when we've never had a repeat champion?
No, that's it. He's taking on Jacob Bailey. James Gould there giving him a couple of words of advice as we go into our semi-final of the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Racers. Here we go then. 2 R32 turbos on the line. One from Poland, one from the UK. Our reigning champion in the Kestrel beer lane, David Lammick. Jacob's in, he's on the two-step, the light drop. Jacob spins on the line and David Lammick is out. 145.60 foot, 143 at the 8th, and an 8.15 at 164 miles an hour.
I love the way that as the weekend wears on and 8.15 becomes normal, and it's just announced like any other run, whereas
it is, isn't it?
2 days ago that would have been a huge PB.
Well, this is really the marquee matchup in the semi-finals. 2 teammates in the pits for Comp Eliminator next weekend. One of them's already knocked out Matt Davison. We've got Terry Newton taking on Ahmed Jamshed for a place in the final. Great reaction time for Ahmed Jamshed. He's out in front at the moment. 151.60 foot, not his best. 137 at the 8th and an 8.63 at 185 miles an hour to a 9.47. The mare is done. It is going to be Ahmed Jamshed versus David Lammick in the final.
And Gordon is saying, where's that nuclear tune-up I worked
Oh,
out
dear.
the other day?
he took a big breath there. 60 PSI now, Gordy. 60 PSI. Let's go. Let's go.
Have it. Come on. Well, one of them is going to be a repeat Doorslammer champion.
Yes.
So we will have our first ever repeat Doorslammer champion in front-wheel drive. Just which one?
That's it. That's it.
Right, it's, well, the lanes are clear. It's grudge racing all the way because it's finals in all classes with the exception of the big bracket that has the semi-final and final to go.
4-cylinder as
Oh,
well.
4-cylinder.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I haven't got the sheet on 4-cylinder.
Okay.
That's why.
I only know that because I just drew it.
Drew it,
So that's all.
Apologies.
I'm like, go get me dinner on then.
$971, 148. And 1044, 132 from the 2 6-cylinder cars on grudge racing. I haven't seen. Well, have I seen this one before?
Seen what?
Look at this.
Yes, we saw it once. That's the LFF
Oh,
BMW.
yeah.
The one that was scared to race Terry.
Yeah. I mean, that is just like something out of Running Man that was actually on telly last night. I started watching that and I thought, what am I doing? I need to go to bed. So that's one LLF. Is that one life lived fast? Is that what you
That's
said?
the one. Some.
I must admit, when BMW launched this grille design, I thought, what on earth are you doing? It looks horrible. I've really grown to like it now. I don't know why, I just do. Oh, Dave, nearly lost your fingers there. He's going to stage with the back wheels. You can't really do that. That's a good looking run. 922, 154 miles an hour from the BMW wagon. Jens Konecki. Seen him for a little while with the Oldsmobile. He'll be here next weekend for the main event. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, go on then.
Well, I've just got 3 days at home. I'll be back up here Wednesday night, so ready for Thursday test day. Actually, it might be a Wednesday afternoon if everything goes to plan.
So, pitmates, Jens Konecki and Michael Behrens.
Is that a low 8? 811, 164. Car's looking good. Right, Darren Dewhurst with the Doorslammers. I really like the colour scheme on that. Those cars bizarrely where the front end looks don't match the back end because it's all about well, trying to keep the weight at the front, all the drivers at the front, the steering's at the front, all the back end has to do is hold the car up. Can we have True Street to the pairing lanes, please? True Street.
Wow,
oh, yeah,
159, 60 foot for Darren Dewhurst. At the 8th mile, he's doing 116. He goes through the quarter this time, 976, 154 miles an hour. A new personal best.
Oh, well done.
That's how you close out a good weekend.
Once again, True Street. Can we have you into the pairing lane, please? So, Paul Patchy with the Escort.
Do you know what? I've just seen something super scary that Kieran Jenkins just put up on Facebook with Buzz Patar. You know, he went 190 whatever it was miles an hour just now. Yeah. Well, after yesterday's run, he actually put tape around parts of the car because obviously the air was getting in.
Yeah.
Now, you wouldn't want to blow the bonnet off of that, would you?
No, not at all. Okay.
Well, the lane's looking pretty empty, actually. Can only see Mr. Boost, Matty Davison down there at the moment. A couple of cars tucked in behind him.
I'm sure everybody still in four-cylinder is thrashing away feverishly. Everybody else obviously getting ready for the final round, or their final rounds, I should say.
So we have called True Street. And obviously we've got big bracket semi-final still to come. And the other thing, of course, we've still got to do tonight is give away the big checks.
So I've just literally been calculating our sweepstakes. I'll tell you what, Jacob Bailey has done Hazel Hull a turn. Semi-final loser, £100. Best reaction time in round 2, £50. Best reaction time in round 4, £50. There's been some good ones. Of course, just remember for the rest of the meeting as well, the bounty
I was
is
just
still
thinking of that,
on
yeah.
David Lammick.
And on Konstantin Dinev.
There's been a bounty on all the races.
Yeah.
I forgot
Actually,
about that.
and Andrei Arnova.
Yeah.
So all the bounties have gone to the final.
Goodness me, some money to be made. John Webster, I bet you're glad you put that money up now. Goodness
point.
me. Well, there goes the budget for next weekend's racing, I think. Deary, yeah.
They're all still in.
Imagine the front-wheel drive bounty as well. How many rounds?
32, so 50
So
quid
4,
a round.
5, 6, 7 rounds.
The only bounty that went out quick was in 760 heads up, which was Colin
Yeah.
Miller.
Every other one.
Yeah.
So 4-cylinder. Ah, no, that one's gone. Who took him out, though? I'm just trying to remember.
I know what you mean. It was someone. Come on, Colin.
I've had all the sheets. I've been sort of filing them as the day's been going on.
Oh, it was Chris Lock. Chris Lock took the bounty in 4-cylinder.
Nice.
Right, Matt Davison's out, but it's not going to be his quickest run.
10.85 at 127.
One thing I did though, just so to let you know, because Rachel's down there, Matt Davison did have Terry Newton in the shootout, so he won himself 100 quid in the sweepstakes.
Hey.
Oh,
So you got something.
call that a wedding present.
That's it. No, you ain't getting it. It's going in the car.
Obviously.
One day I am going to win something out of it.
Have you never won anything out of it?
No.
Not a thing.
No, my man didn't even...
See, this is
Mate,
why-
at
didn't even
least yours,
qualify
at
this
least yours turned up.
Yeah.
Mine didn't even turn up. I saw, mine turned up so much that I met him in the bar and he was like, "Sorry, you got me, mate. I'm not racing." He was like, "I'll buy you a drink, though."
Oh, dear.
And you wonder why I don't enter. Anyway, we've got our True Steak semi-finalists looking like they're nearly ready to go. Jack Bowley and Buzz Patar on one side of that. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun.
That'll be fun. But, actually, let me have a look. So we are left with, I think, who had? I think it's Kev. Kev has got. Where's your name, Ahmed, on here? Sorry for the excitement, ladies and gentlemen.
Or the silence, I think that's known as.
The
Yep.
little monkeys spinning around. Oh, Ahmed Jowshed, yeah. So Kevin Jenkins has got Ahmed Jowshed in the sweepstakes. He's gonna need this by the sound of it. And then Adrian Solly has got David Lammick.
Oh, the late Goose himself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just one unfortunate stroke interesting tidbit. It appears we might be losing another racer due to having to go and get Ferry.
Who?
One of the 4-cylinder guys. We'll have to wait and see whether he makes it round for the semi-finals or not. But
Who's that?
That's what the chatter on the radio was. One of the 4-cylinder guys from Denmark. But we'll have to wait.
Really?
Have to wait and see. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things. The trouble is, obviously, when the event runs, when you're making plans to come over.
I always tell them all, just plan to go home Monday.
Yeah.
Just
Just
go
in-
home.
just
Just
in
go
case.
home Monday.
But if you win, you could afford to change your ferry.
That's what I
booking.
mean.
There you go.
What's the jump in?
Although, if it's Harwich to Esbjerg in Denmark, that's all the way home for them.
Yeah.
So, and that ferry only runs like twice a week, I think, from memory, because I've taken it
okay.
before. So it's not the most frequent one. And also, 6 o'clock on Sunday, you probably thought he was going to be outgunned, but he's still here racing. Very quickly, big hi to everybody at home, especially my lovely wife, my wonderful wife.
I'll shout.
Thank you very much. And Kaya, Elodie and Evie. I had to remember their names in. I don't know why. Anyway, I hope you've all been behaving yourself or making Mummy and Nanny behave, especially Fudge. The dog.
A shout out to Team Watkins, old school VW team. They messaged in earlier for me.
I've got a good one. Justin Warner is in the pairing lane. He says, "Does anybody want to call me out? I'm ready to race."
Jack Bowley will.
Yeah.
However, Jack Bowley might be slightly indisposed at the
He
moment.
literally just stood up. He was like, "I would, mate. I would, but unfortunately, I'm here. I'm already winning money."
Yeah. So
I'll-
I can see Justin's car there. Look, he
I'll do
wants
it.
somebody to race.
I'll do another shout out. It's to the wife who is just behind the main grandstand in the European front wheel drive store. She's about to close the doors. I think a lot of our traders have already actually bagged up, and she's like, "Are you coming to help me?"
All right. I've got another message. Who's this? Paul Moy. Oh dear. He's given up on the fishing now. It's now beer o'clock and everything by the lake. Nice one, Paul. We are having a good time here though. So Although you're having a good time fishing, we're having a great time here. Let's see what else is going on out there. Well, we're just we're just gathering people at the moment more than anything else. There's a little bit of track prep going on up there. Ian is in the tractor just doing a little bit of sledding. We can see Arnie's down there, Jack, Buzz and Chris are semi-finalists in True Street. But I'll tell you what, let's let Nitro FM just take the airwaves back for a moment. We'll take it back when we get more cars coming around the corner here at Doorslammers. We get to the sharp end of the day. The action is going to get really hot as they race for the money. So it is Jordan Payne that's doing the chasing. He's getting close, he's getting close. It's very close at the stripe, but it is Jordan Payne with a 750 and an 03 light as well. So Dan Williams' way, and Dan Williams will go through as Thomas Bublitz unfortunately goes red by quite some margin actually. So Dan looking for a 1054. So 974 playing a 957. And the win light goes to Chris Newsom. Look at this. Nick Williams.
Circus, it's going to be Steve Matthews going first. He's going to be run down by one of Super Pro's finest. It's just whether Tom Atkinson can beat him at the other end. Steve Matthews is out in front. He's still out in front, but he does not take... Oh, goodness me. Win margin, 007, Steve Matthews. Well, Jens Konecki with that real strange red light, almost without moving again kind of thing. Yeah, Ian's, that's not the first time that's happened.
It's not.
This weekend. It's very, very... 07 red. End of the weekend's racing, unfortunately.
47. Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the quicker runs I've ever seen. Who's moving on to round 3? The computer's having to think about it, and it is Simon. Whole shot win.
Two excellent bracket racers.
Collins, he's going to get there. It's just whether he breaks out, and he doesn't. Perfectly judged. Blimey.
John Turner yet?
He's under the tower.
Darren Huxley.
Sorry, that's not funny, but Paul Patchy was on the start line for long enough for his crew guys to go on then. France is going to be backing off. Perfectly judged, 8.10, another. dead close to the finish line. Wow, that is a massive hole shot win for John Turner. Look at that. He's 800 fun. Oh my word! 2-in-1 round of racing.
Can't believe it.
We'll say in a minute what it was though. That's going to be super close. John Bean takes the win.
Both of them were 0-0 off the line. Both of them.
We've got some big matchups coming up in this.
Terry's. They both got problems. Oh, he's got it. Well, that's out.
Yeah. Come on, Terry, fire it up. Fire it up. If you can
doesn't
still
need
get
to.
them.
No, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to.
He went over. He went into the blue area at the side of the track. Terry Newton gets
the win.
Wow.
Goodness me, it's Christmas Day for Terry Newton.
Wow, okay.
Unbelievable.
If Martin Dainty hadn't gone left over the white line, you cannot go into the...
He just rolls it forward a little bit. The lights drop. Jacob gets the jump off the lights. He gets that second gear grab, but here comes Ian Pepper at the half track. Jacob's doing 117 to 115. It is the Bailey rolling through to the next round with a 10-12.
Here we go then. We continue. This is semi-finals in True Street. Buzz Patar with a Lamborghini. And rather interestingly, as Darryl spotted earlier on, they've put racer tape over the gaps.
That was thanks to Kieran, because Kieran put the post up. And it's amazing what you can do on social media. Who ever thought it'd be that useful?
Well, I saw that on there, and I thought it was doing a bit of Tron styling. You know what I mean?
It does look cool. It kind of goes, doesn't it? You know?
I thought that's what he was doing. I didn't realise he was taping over the gaps.
But I can only guess it's simply because he does not want anything flying off at speed, because replacing it might be a bit of a expense. But there we go. So Buzz definitely has a bit of pace on the field. This is not his first Doorslammers.
No, it's not.
I love the token tiny parachute. That looks like a junior
dragster one, doesn't
it? In fact, it might even be, joking aside. Faster he goes, though, he's got to stop and get off the top end. So, for a place in the final, Buzz Patar with the Lamborghini Huracan and Mr. Big Chief himself, Jack Bowley. Self-proclaimed quickest and fastest street car in the UK. We'll see.
So Jack goes into pre-stage. Buzz just flickering those beams.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they've done before, though. They've got to get there first. So Jack still has a chance, even though Buzz potentially has him seriously outgunned. Well, another burn down? No, Buzz says, let's go. Oh, Jack, you should have kept going. Smoke out the Lambo at the top end, 877 at 154. Big question. Can he make it round for the final?
Right, the other side of the ladder then. Chris taking on Arnie. Arnie, the defending champion in True Street. Well, last year Arnie put the funds, believe it or not, towards his wedding. Got married last year, if I seem to remember rightly.
Happy wife, happy life. I think that falls under. Yeah. He got the hint rather early, didn't he?
Yeah. Chris Nasser has had a really good weekend, actually. Got to meet him in the pits yesterday evening. Was it the night before? Can't remember. So the weekend sort of moulded into one now. Oh, Arnie is away. And no catching Arnie. 882, 142. It's going to be Arnie and Buzz in the final for True Street. Can Arnie double up and win it again? Or has Buzz got anything left in the Lambo? We know the Lambo is very quick, but it was smoking on that last run. Okay,
it's another one for the bounty.
Yes.
Another one.
Actually, yeah. So, bizarrely, Arnie, if he wins it, will also take the bounty as well by knocking out Buzz. Oh, wow. Payday. Right, let's have a look in the lanes. Has Justin Warner got anybody to race? He's getting his jacket on now. That's right, Justin will be doing a street weekend again this year. He did it in the Vermin's Diner Rat Rod last year. Can you imagine the noise driving around? Because he was on open headers. But, yeah, nobody stopped him. A tunnel run would be immense with Justin Walner, that's for sure. Mind you, I did that because when I had the cutouts. I can't remember. I think it was on the Hatfield Tunnel, I think it was. Went through there. Oh no, sorry. On the M25 when we went down to Brands Hatch and we were in convoy with Tom Atkinson when he had the Ranchero, went through there, opened the exhaust. Oh, the noise was immense. God, that was years ago. Oh, the Jags made it back down again. The car that didn't run out for ages in 760 heads up and has now reappeared in the lanes again. Well, obviously we're waiting to gather four-cylinder semi-finalists, whichever ones we have left, basically. But, oh, and we're still waiting for big bracket semi-final. That's the other one that we need. And the cars still left in is Ronnie Mercer, Simon Innes, and Franz Aschenbrenner. Well, there's Mr. Aschenbrenner coming down. There's Simon Innes just joining the top of the pairing lanes. And hopefully Ronnie is somewhere in between the two. So, yeah, we can get ready to run the semi-final of the big bracket. But whatever happens, it's been an amazing weekend. It really has. Just give you a time check now. 6:20 in the evening here. Right, so Simon Innes has made his way down to the head of the lanes. Justin Woolner coming round the corner. And Justin didn't find anybody to race. Nevertheless, he's had a pretty decent weekend. He's got the consistency back in the car. It's working well. He's running in the, 8.3s, 8.2s. No doubt Sally will be back behind the wheel again in due course, but it is Justin this weekend. Lovely little wheels up launch. Straight as an arrow. 8.14, 164 miles an hour. Cracking run from Justin Woolner. Oh, I'll be very, very pleased. His quickest of the weekend. Very, very tidy run indeed. Right, the 18-year project that is still ongoing. From Germany. It looks like it's sort of got a pair of Sirocco lights and a different grille on the front end. But it is a Polo. Obviously front wheel drive. Going alongside 760 heads up Jag. Well, as I say, we're still waiting for, I think, Ronnie Mercer to make his way down. Let's have a little look in the lanes. Yeah, Ronnie is there. And that's fact 760 heads up represented here, front wheel drive represented here, but we do have big bracket, all 3 semi-finalists now in the lanes, so we're going to be running that fairly shortly. That will set the final in the big bracket for the big money. Well, that didn't quite work. Goodness, the driver was quick and alert to... I'm not quite sure how that happened, actually, because he'd been driving up to the line, and then it went backwards. Well, Polo goes through, 12.78 at 98 miles an hour. Ongoing.
The trouble is that that may have broken something because they're not designed for that kind of RPM going backwards.
No.
I always wondered what would happen if you tried to launch a top fuel car in anything like reverse. And I found out, believe it or not. I didn't do it. Match racing. Oh, there we go. He's back in forward again. Anyway, long story short, it just shattered the reverser. No. That is a big shame for Mr. Bankowiak, all the way from Poland with the immaculately turned out MHB Jag. Car previously owned by the one and only Dave Smith, who he didn't see all weekend this weekend, unfortunately. So big bracket semi-finals are down there.
They're all hiding from each other, though. They haven't all come forward.
There's no one left to pick them. Look.
Yeah, but they try. I mean, but it's rather odd. Obviously, we're trying to get 4-cylinder together. We don't know. Well, we think we may have lost one, possibly two.
And they're both in the same pair.
Yeah.
Being the kicker. So, if we do race them, then effectively the semi-final, they'll still have to come round again, but the semi-final effectively becomes the final. Yeah, so apologies for the quiet spots, folks. It's while we're collecting cars. When I was just having the conversation, when you've only got like 6 or 7 classes, you have to give all of them a fair amount of turnaround time. And fair, but I don't mean a lot. I mean, it's got to be fair to everybody.
Especially the amount of money that's on the line as well in the finals.
Yeah, you bet.
So the JHB Golf coming around, 4-cylinder car.
One more crack at that 7-second run. Just the one, by the looks of it.
Car based originally on a Mark II Golf GTI. I used to have one of them.
Did you?
Great car. Absolutely great car.
Do you know what I always would love to know is obviously at some point this was a regular Mark II Golf, someone's road car. Could you imagine if it popped up on a news website or something like that with your number plate?
Yeah.
And it now
I don't know
this.
if you've ever done this, but if you go back through the history of the cars that you've owned and go on to the DVLA website and see if they're still alive. I've done that, and the Golf that I used to have is still going.
Fantastic.
And that's a 1989 Golf GTI 16 valve.
It's
still
probably a
going.
complete collector's item now.
Yeah,
mate,
it's MOT'd every year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's been fine. So, Julian Bayer, one more crack at the 7s. Went 8.00, his quickest run ever in qualifying. Not sure that was clean enough to be a 7, but it's going to be close. Oh, it is! 790, 193 miles an hour. That's where you come back.
Don't get carried away, 173.
What did I say?
93.
Sorry, 73. 7.90, 173 miles an hour. That's why people come all the way to the Doorslammers, and more specifically to Santa Pod. But there we go. Yeah, one of the funny thing is one of my old Hondas. It's really funny. I sold it a few years back, and it keeps popping up, and I keep finding it again and again because someone had tried to do something to it. It didn't work, so it was for sale for spares or repair because I got completely fed up with it. Someone had obviously bought it, fixed it, and then put it up for sale for like $3,000 more.
Oh, I can see Darren Scannell's back in the lane once again.
However, we do appear to only have 3 cars for 4-cylinder. Annoyingly, Darren Scannell's sitting over the other side about to just make a test run, thinking, oh, I could have done with that. Right, big bracket semi-finals is that noise you just heard.
Someone's going to get a buy into the final. There was a bit of confusion yesterday because we saw Mark Huxley come round. We thought he got the buy, but then John Bean appeared. But apparently John wasn't quite ready to come round. He didn't apparently done his gloves or something on, but eventually made it round.
So Simon Innes and Ronnie Mercer rolling round for a place in the big money bracket final.
So that means the Mustang has got a buy.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, there it is.
To those that just answered the question, it was the Silver Elysium that we had. I like this job because sometimes it's easy to answer so everyone can hear instead of sending a text message anyway. But yeah, the Silver Elysian. That's the one that keeps popping up. Right. So, Simon Innes, Plum Crazy, and Ronnie Mercer. Both of these two done very, very well at bracket racing over the years. Yeah, our friend from Holland, Germany even, is in the final. He's got a buy run.
So who is he going to race? Is he going to be Simon Innes with a Barracuda 1061 dial-in, Ronnie Mercer with Annie 1029. Well, Ronnie's had a very good season so far. We know he won out in France. Is he going to take some big money out of the big bracket? Simon Innes going first.
It's late in the day.
It is.
It is late in the day. Simon's got this if he doesn't break out. Oh, wow. 03 on the tree. 1061 on a 1061. Virtually unbeatable. Ronnie Mercer went a 1/10 of a second too quick and still didn't get there first.
Yeah, there's almost a tap on the roof for Ronnie to get going then. I don't know why. That was just odd.
He still hasn't had a bad couple of weeks though.
No, he's done great. Absolutely great. So well done to Simon Innes. He's into the final.
Against the man in the Mustang.
Ronnie is still taking $1,000 out of today.
It's not done too bad.
That's okay. That's okay.
Right, they're about to run 4 cylinders, so whoever's in the lanes will be running. I saw Kieran Jenkins just sprint down. I don't know whether that means because his daddy's in hot pursuit behind him with the car. We're going to find out in a second.
So the Ashenbrenner Mustang then.
Unbelievably, Kev Jenkins has made it.
That must have been water then.
It's got to have been, yeah. You get a red light doing the bike run.
8:05. 8:17 actually took it a little bit. He just had a feather in the throttle a little bit, but that's it. Final set.
So he's in the final for shot at $5,000, which is nearly €6,000.
Which is excellent travel money for the weekend.
Yeah, not bad. It's a bit of beer
well,
money.
It pays for next weekend as well, doesn't it?
Exactly that.
Brilliant.
Right, so Jordan Bishop and Rob Lawton. Well, when I say Kev Jenkins is here, his tow car is here. He is there. Unbelievably. John Bishop, Rob Lawton, replacing the final 4-cylinder.
Number 12 and number 20 qualify these two. Well, the Lotus did have a problem last time, Dan, if you remember, but managed to make it through. Yeah, staged up. They're still going to get a semi-final winner's prize pot. But it is Rob Lawton into the final.
With a 12 point, very unlikely 12.39.
Yeah.
In answer to the question, yes, that one, basically. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, it's just easier sometimes that way. So Kev Jenkins is there.
All he needs to do is break the beams.
Yeah, take the green, and then they've got time to get it ready for the final round. However, not sure in what state the car's going to be in. This is our very, very last semi-final. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a race because our friend from Denmark with that immaculate Opel Kadett has been doing so well. Unfortunately, had to leave to go and get the boat.
That's Gert Metz, of course. So basically, if Kev can come round, break the beams under his own power, he's into the final. If he can't, Rob Lawton will have a solo, and he's won the event.
They're going to push him round, so he starts basically what
Yeah.
David Vector did earlier today.
Yeah.
Push him round. Oh, and look, David Vector's standing right next to him as well, just as that happens. He's probably giving him advice on staging up and taking a green light. So
Added drama to Doorslammers yet again.
like it needs it, eh?
We've had drama every year at Doorslammers. We really have.
The thing
Pushing
is, though,
him around the burnout box.
this push is worth $1,000.
Yes.
Because semi-final gets 1,000, doesn't they?
Yeah.
Don't they? What's the runner-up? Is it 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. So, yeah, just to push him into stage, £1,000. That's obviously discounting everything he's done before. Also doing the decent thing and staging up out the groove, just in case. So he's got to start it, stage, take the green light. Amazing, this isn't the first time we've seen this today.
Close the door as well.
You never know. Right. Got to start, though. Oh, he's going to bump it into stage on the starter motor. That's what he's doing.
Well, it's under its own power.
Yep. There you go.
He's done it.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
One of the most unbelievable scenes we have seen. Well, since you did it earlier today, actually. You did the same thing. Sorry. David's joined us in the tower. Goodness me. Wow. Grab those. Go on. You can't come up here without having a chat. So Kev Jenkins is in the final.
Yeah.
They've got a little bit more time to work on it and get it ready. We're joined in the tower by, well, you did have low ET for a little while, and then those pesky people from up north pinched it from you, didn't they, David? My goodness me, what a weekend, though. Yeah.
Unbelievable. We haven't finished a run. Actually,
What, not at all in the
Nothing,
whole,
no.
none of them. No.
No,
I
nothing.
did notice a couple of times it popped just at the finish line. Yeah.
yeah,
And
two
what
times.
So, do you know what that was from, or is it just?
Yeah, the second time we broke a rocker against
that's not
Andy.
Yeah.
All the other runs are just, or I lifted because we agreed to do that because we're setting up our fuel system, or it popped.
Yeah.
But
It had
we-
a cough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we made really good 8 mile passes. We went-
They look. I mean, it must have been fun.
oh yeah,
A lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, good. I mean, but sorry, I beg your pardon if I haven't introduced him. David Vector, everybody, sitting next to me, who was in the due to be in the semi-finals of Pro Doorslammer. We've got them round there, ready to run the final. Unfortunately, not with you. Bruno does seem to be a bit of a arch enemy of yours, doesn't he? Really, he's taken you out a number of times, hasn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Eliminations.
and the same back, I think.
Yeah, probably about that. But anyway, so this weekend obviously it's about trying to win some money, but also about testing for next weekend.
It's
How-
it's testing for us. It's really good fun to race here, of course, and to make some money. But the goal is testing.
Okay, and so was there lots of new stuff you had to work out?
New fuel system, basically.
Okay.
That's the major thing.
what if you can say, what did you change just to make it more consistent, more tunable? What was it?
We burned a lot of pistons last year.
Yeah.
We want to get rid of that. So our fuel, the fuel line was not flat, so we couldn't really tune it last year. So we tried to improve on that, make it more easy to tune.
And how do you go about, just from someone that doesn't know, how do you go about doing that? Do you sort of like send it to someone to work out? Do you spend ages redesigning the fuel system yourself?
We work closely with John Salami on this, and he's in America. He's racing every weekend the whole year with a lot of big names in America. So we work very close with him, and he works it out with us.
And then you obviously you bring it here, test it. I mean, to be honest with you, the weather and the conditions this weekend have just been fabulous.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, these are the kind of I mean, this day, like now. I mean, I don't want to know how much you'd pay to race like at the moment, but to go out and make a run on a day like today with the track looking like it does, with not a cloud in the sky, it's just amazing, isn't it?
It's crazy, and I don't think they have the track like this in America, to be honest. I think they're quite jealous about Sandpot.
Is that right?
The track is unbelievable, and those two guys standing there. You know, I don't even have to look at the track. I just ask Holly, is the track all right? Yeah. Can we put all the power in? Yeah. We can. And I just believe it.
Can you say to your dad, what do we do, please, or anything like that? No? You never say that, do you? No, okay, fine. Yeah, I was talking to Andre Arnover the other day, and he was first in the queue to run, just practice runs on Friday. And I said, you know, because in days gone by, when you have a really quick race car, you want to see what sort of happens before, don't you? You kind of want to see what everyone else does. But he said, no. He said, I trust them. They do everything right every single time. He said, they tell me to go. I know it's going to be safe, and it's going to be the best racetrack we can possibly get. And he was right. He just went straight out and ran, you know.
Yeah, that's what we do. I've done that for years, actually, here. In Tierp, I go out and look. Hockenheim, I go out and look, really. But Sandpot, I just go to the track. Yeah. If it's all right, it's all right. I believe them.
Well, you've had a lot of success here as well. Your first ever win at the European finals last year. How long did the hangover last from that one?
Till Wednesday, I think.
The trouble is, when you got, I mean, you obviously, you did it, so you'll know. You got started in Pro Model. Was it 2008, your first season in Pro Model?
9.
2009, was
9, and I crashed the car in the second, in the second full run.
Oh, because I remember you at Mantorp, you debuted the car.
Yeah.
And yours is not only one of the oldest active Andy Robinson cars in Pro Modified, but it's also the quickest as well. Yeah, which I'm sure Andy loves to hear every time I say it. But what is it you've done to it to keep it going like it has done for so many years? Yeah,
I think the car has been rebuilt like 3 or 4 times.
Okay, well, definitely after the crash, obviously. Yeah.
After the crash, and we broke falling bars, and we broke a lot of cage stuff. So, and he has been rebuilding that for like 4 times or so.
So even though it's a sort of like a new old car, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So it's but the thing is, the repairs are necessary because you're putting probably way more. I mean, back in 2009, a 6.2 was a terrifically good run.
Oh wow!
And now you're half a second quicker, aren't you?
Yeah. I get grumpy when I do a 6.2.
I think these days you could run a 6.2 and click it off at the 8th mile. I do think you could. Probably you could do that, wouldn't you? So after all the years you've had, you are the highest placed driver from last year's championship taking part this year. I know what the goal is, obviously, But the thing is it's not just about going quick and fast. It's about finding your phone when it's ringing while you're being interviewed.
It's not here.
Is it not you?
No. Oh, it is.
It is you. There we go. No one else has got a funky tune like that, I'm afraid, especially not up here. There we go. Just say hi, Mum. I'm live. There we go. So your goal is to win, but the thing is with Pro Modified as well, what Andre's been doing as well, it's all about consistency. He's trying to do the same thing again, having a tunable race car, so when the weather changes, maybe the track changes, you can do it. Yeah.
Correct.
What have you learnt in your many years of Pro Modified is the key to winning?
Stay calm.
Yeah.
Don't stress. Just
be Dutch.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what you need to do to win. Be Dutch. If you ever,
I think you have to be Swedish, actually.
Oh, Swedish or Dutch. Yeah. If you ever think about that, you probably didn't see that run by Anders Ed earlier. But my goodness me, I mean, anyone that drives a door car has got a lot of guts, but Jesus, that was one of the stoutest things I've seen for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really was. The thing as well, as just your opinion from being a driver as well when I've done it, he only runs 8th mile normally. I don't think he's even been over 200 miles an hour in the 8th mile, and he went nearly 260 through the finish line. That's a huge step in one go, isn't it?
Yeah. The speed is just incredible.
Well, he had fun getting stopped, I think, by the look of it anyway.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got the final, perfectly timed, a Pro Door Slammer. I know you'd rather be in it, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Who would be your money on if you had money now? Andre Arnover or Bruno? Bruno's so crafty. He's always around in the late rounds, isn't
Bruno's blower. My money is on Bruno.
he? You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a blown car.
Correct.
There you go. So, underneath the tower right now, Andre Arnover just been absolutely killing them with consistency. Yeah, that's cool, Dave. Thank you very much for your time, and very best of luck next weekend, sir. Look after yourself. Thank you, Dave.
Always good to have a chat with
So
Dave.
in
Really,
Pro
really is,
Modified,
yeah.
the key word is be more Dutch. There we go. So this is the first of our trophies we're going to be handing out, actually,
It is,
isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah. Oh, no! But honestly, I don't think Bruno stepped in something this morning. I think he went and slept in it. That is absolutely unreal. That has just cost Andre Arnover potentially 10 grand, 6 grand, 4 grand for runner-up, 10 grand to win. My goodness me, Bruno Barda owes him a drink.
Well, Bruno has won Doorslammers before.
He beat him.
That's
That's right,
it
yeah,
again.
he beat him. It's the blower car going to be taken. Well, honestly, in future, just believe David. Whatever David says is what happens, I think. Wow, who would have thought that? And it's not the car or the engine or the tune-up that lets Andre Arnover down.
I'll tell you what, if there was a rule that you could stage with the chutes already out, he'd do it. But oh, my word.
You never know, he might stand a chance with the shoots out. So, Bruno Barda gets a freebie. We haven't had anyone have a freebie for 10 grand since Matthias Vulcan did it about 5 years ago. I love the fact David's cheering for Bruno. He's got to race him next week.
595.
231 miles an hour. Well, he would have given him hell. Oh, dearie me. Now, Andre Arnover, that's unbelievable. Dearie me. Both shoots after the burnout, you have to think that might have even been electrics related due to the electromotion or something like that. Yeah, because it's very, very unusual, especially after a nice smooth burnout, which he's done probably 20 times already this year without any issue whatsoever. Oh, dearie me. That's why drag racing is so unbelievably annoying, isn't it, really? It's just like, even when you think you've got it nailed, the stars align to say, nope, 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 nope. Not going to happen. Unreal. So, Jari Rantiniemi with a test run. We have our first winner, as I just said. It is.
Didn't Keith say he had Bruno in the office
He
sweepstakes?
did. He certainly did.
Jammy so-and-so.
Thank you very much, Dave. And once again, be more Dutch, you know. In Pro Modified, be more Dutch. Definitely that. Wow, Luke's let you out. That's amazing. So Yari just trying to refire the car. I love the fact they're actually firing. Look, can you see that they're firing that into the injector? Look, just on one side. Can you see?
Yeah.
And what would that be?
Easy start into the turbo.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Start, yeah.
Really, on a twin turbo Pro Mod.
It's a bit of brake cleaner, isn't it? That's all
Well,
it is.
yeah, it's pretty exceptional. However, it doesn't appear to be starting.
Prove you wrong. Proved you wrong.
That was expertly held as well, because that was really sideways when he started that one. So do you reckon the beer bet's still on, or has that gone out the window now?
Well, it's probably the second round.
Something like that. The thing is, too, that Yari, has, he's been doing a great job of driving all weekend. I mean, like Luke said earlier today, got to put his big boy pants on. He really hasn't. He's driven the wheels off this thing all weekend.
That was when he was running sixes.
Sorry?
That was when he was running sixes.
Yeah, he's now into the
He's now got
fives.
my pants on.
He just said, his crew chief came up to see us earlier and told us about the beer bet. And he said he went 5.92. Put your hands together for Andre Arnova. Not the way that man wanted to finish out the weekend. Still an incredible string of performances, ended by 2 parachutes. There we go.
That's racing.
So, Yari's crew chief came up here earlier and said we've tuned a 5.8 in it. Our challenge to the driver is to make sure you drive it to a 5.8. But the car's had some weird old 60 foot, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. That was a 107, same sort of thing again. He wants that beer, doesn't he?
Oh, 5.98.
With a 9.
Yeah, 251 miles an hour.
Well, they're turning it up. It's just not going quite as quickly as they want it to. A 107,
Yeah,
60 foot again. It's still... I think that could have been because he was deep staged. I think that could have been because he was deep staged.
Yeah.
But anyway. Still another great, strong run. Anytime you get into the 5s at over 250.
Is this still in your eyes?
Okay.
No.
No, we're all right now. Thank you.
What a final. If you said at the start of the weekend, 6-cylinder,
do.
what are the 2 cars you want? These are the 2 cars I would have said I wanted in the Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder final. Konstantin Dinev from Bulgaria.
Hungary. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Taking on Marcus Belt from Germany. Marcus Belt has been many, many times. This is Konstantin Dinev's first trip to Santa Pod Raceway. He's absolutely loved it, and I really cannot wait to see this car back here once again.
So why do the crew look so grumpy every time he runs?
Because they're here for a 6.
Is that what it is?
They're here for a 6. Their expectations are a 6.
Okay. And
But
they
now
haven't
we're
quite
into
done it
race mode, so I don't know whether they've been turning it down for race mode, because with the potential of another bit of a test session coming up, potentially,
yet. Still, yeah.
we'll find out in around about 7 seconds' time.
So basically, if he does it, maybe not. If he
That's
doesn't,
it.
he
Well,
won't do
you know, if he does it, that pays for the flights for the crew.
Excellent. So Konstantin in the Kestra lane. And we haven't said anything about Marcus Velt, who's been absolutely on it as well, down in the 7.2s. This could be won and lost on the start line. If they both run as they have run this weekend, hold your breath.
Marcus Velt ran a personal best of 7:36. Here we go. Both cars taking their time to get in, just constantly just edging it forward. Both cars, neither wanting to go into stage. In goes Marcus, here comes Konstantin, the light drop. Konstantin has an issue on the car. Marcus Velt is away. It is Team Germany all the way to the finish line. And a 7:23, 192 miles an hour. TTK take the win at the Doorslammers 2024 in the Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder class. Congratulations, guys. And thank you very much to all of you.
The best I think we've ever seen.
Wow.
Wow.
That is well.
And he also gets the bounty because he beat the number. Actually, Bruno got the bounty.
Yeah.
He got the bounty. Can Rob Carter do the same thing?
That's it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, as the TTK guys get in that Passat, give them a big round of applause as they go to collect Marcus Velt down the bottom end of the track. Here they go. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Our winners of the 6-cylinder class, sponsored by Tom Wrigley Performance.
You know you've been through the wars when you won the Doorslammers.
Yes.
Definitely
That's
that.
it.
Talking of that, Rob Carter, Andy Bond. So Bruno's won it twice now. Can Andy Bond add to his tally?
Yeah, can he make it 4 out of 5?
Rob Carter gets to jump off the start line. However,
gets out of shape.
that's the end of that. 726, 206 miles an hour. That Chevy is on rails. Rob Carter, I've got to say this out loud.
Wow.
Anyone who's got a street car down there or runs in Street Eliminator, listen to this. Rob Carter's 60-foot time was 1.13. Yeah,
Best ever.
I love that. They didn't win, but now they don't care. That is absolutely unbelievable. 1.13 to 60. A 1.2 second 60 foot, which is what Andy Bond did, is normally quick. 1.13 on street tyres.
Still ahead at the 330 as well. 327 to 331.
Just a shame. It was obviously a little bit too much out in the middle.
So Andy collects his own bounty.
Is that how it works? Yeah.
Okay, well, if nobody takes the bounty, the number one will collect it himself.
Well, John Webster broke his car and couldn't turn up today. I bet he's glad he put that up as well. But there we go. It's costed him a fair few quid this weekend. I wonder if Konstantin, just to go back to the 6-cylinder final, actually had a problem when he staged up, because it really didn't pull the revs up like it normally does, unfortunately.
Well, our start line crew have disappeared into the shade.
Well, Buzz Patar and Arnie Pament are down there.
Got a few grudge races to go. We've got a 4-cylinder final to go. Big bracket final to go. Oh, Colin's got them all.
Yeah, 760, actually. Belinda and Rob.
Okay.
And then, of course, Ahmed Jamshed and David Lamik in front-wheel drive. Number 1 and number 2 qualifier. Both of them have won it before. One of them is going to be the first 2-time winner in front-wheel drive. So, let's have a look. Buzz was number 1 qualifier. Arnie, number 2. Arnie, defending champion. The bounty is alive. If Buzz wins, he gets his own bounty. If Arnie wins, he takes it. It's as simple as that. So whoever wins gets the bounty. But full respect for Buzz for coming forward with this.
That was a photo I didn't want to see.
Whose is that?
What happened to Anders' head on that burnout? That's where the mess came from, unfortunately. Oh my goodness me.
Right, so I think it is. Yes, it is. They're coming around the corner now. True Street. Buzz Patar, Arnie Pament coming round for the final of True Street. Well, fair to say Buzz has got the performance advantage, but on his last run, the car was breathing very heavily at the stripe. Is he nursing a problem, or was it just a little glitch? We'll find out very shortly. Arnie, he was the winner last year. Can he double up and win it again? Arnie's a very, very good racer, but Buzz, a very, very quick car underneath him. I must admit, I never thought I'd see the day when I'd see a Lamborghini Huracan in the final of True Street. Here we go.
And certainly put on a display this weekend. Oh, well, looks like Army's car's lost fire. Oh, there we go. Quick, back to life.
Right, let's engage warp drive to try and keep up with Buzz.
That's it. They attached a 16-volt battery this time, or a 24.
Quad nitrous, you name it. So the Javelin of Arnie, the Huracan of Buzz, here we go. Arnie is away. Oh, he's got a massive hole shot. Has Buzz got enough? I think Arnie's going to hang on. Arnie's going to hang on. Oh, he does. 850 beats the 798. Oh, my word. Arnie doubles up. He wins it again. 850 at 160 beats a 798 at 189. The win margin 0.16 at the strike.
I think that's I didn't know you could bracket race with the Lamborghini, but that was excellent.
And Arnie collects the bounty as well.
Oh.
Adds a little bit of a cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake. Wow. Right. Oh, what a day it has been. So, Paul Maggots and Darren Scannell, two Taz racers, the two Ford Escorts, having a bit of a grudge race. Darren's going to get there first with a 957, 145. Okay.
So, match race. It will be Calvin Skerritt taking on Matt Davison. Calvin, once again, having issues in the burnout box. He's going to try it. He's really struggled this weekend with the car. A bit better. So, to close off the weekend for the wedding man. And what a weekend it has been for him. Okay, racing didn't go too well, but don't forget he did get married on the Friday. Or the Thursday. Whichever day it was. It's been so long ago now.
It was Thursday.
Thursday, that's the one. Well, both cars having issues. Unfortunately, Matt's going to go through with a 10.53 and 11.26.
Love that. Racing didn't go well, but marriage went perfect.
That's
kind
it.
of what you need. If it was the other way round, it wouldn't be a great weekend no matter what happened with the racing.
That's it. Right, one more of our grudge races.
And the final of a class you may be quite familiar with.
Yes, European front-wheel drive. Ahmed Jamshed taking on David Lammick.
I think we can see big bracket down there as well. I can certainly see the Ashenbrenner Mustang. Maybe so the Corvette. So what can Mr. Mankowiak do this time? Just blazes the tyres off the rear once again. But finally gets them to hook. Goes with a 1068, 136.
Just proves that I fit that chair perfectly.
I fit this one as well. Right then. Here we go. The final of European front-wheel drive, sponsored proudly by SW Motorsports and Street Racers. Talking to Street Racers on the start line, it is Ahmed Jamshed taking on David Lammick, two previous champions at the Doorslammers. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the light shot. Ahmed gets the jump on the lights. They're side by side at the moment. David Lammick starts pulling away at the top end. 143, 821, 155 to take the win to a 907. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a two-time champion from Poland doubling up. Congratulations to David Lammick.
Right, big bracket, the final. Is it going to go to Germany or is it going to stay in the UK?
I'm back in the ugly chair, is that right?
Yep.
The Ashenbrenner Mustang.
You are the meat
looking
once again.
loud and proud on your screens wherever you are watching this. Great looking car, great team, doing really well. I believe they're staying here for the main event as well, be running in Super Pro ET. If not, then they should be.
They are indeed.
They are, thought so. And be dialing in 8-0 something. We'll wait to see what the dial-in is when it appears on the board. And it's going to be Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda from the world of Pro ET. He'll be here next weekend running running in the main event. So here come the dial-ins. 10.58 plays 8.10. Oh, 8.10. First time we've seen a 1 in front instead of a 0. So Simon Innes going to be going first. 2.48 of a second difference on the tree. 5 grand to the winner, 2 grand to the runner-up. The final of the Williams Brothers big bracket. Here we go. And it is a red light for Simon Innes. Franz Aschenbrenner will take the big prize. That's made the trip completely worthwhile. 10.66. He broke out 8.09 on an 8.10. It doesn't matter. The big check for 5 large goes abroad this year. Congratulations.
Also his first ever trip here.
Yeah.
He's never been here before. He went rounds yesterday. Today, he's taken it all the way through.
Fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. Right, I believe we have just got...
Heads up, coming up.
He
was squashed in there. You wouldn't notice him, really, if you bumped into him. So, yeah, we got 760 heads up down there, and we got 4-cylinder final round, if the fraudster can make it. So, yeah, Belinda Bull's just coming down. Rob Smallworth's there waiting. There, yeah. We're going to have a few moments, actually, before they get there. So just 2 final rounds to go. You lot out there on the bank and on the grandstands, you lot rock. You're hardcore. You're still here.
And they're rather red,
I would imagine. This. I'm red, and I popped out onto over there for like 5 minutes, and that was about it, really.
And don't forget, I really hope they all come and join us for the prize. We've got a massive presentation, big checks. It really makes the weekend if you are joining us all for that.
So we, if it's okay for a couple of moments, we will hand back to Nitro FM, even though I can hear an engine that's just warming up because Belinda's only just turned up. Oh, hang on, no, I beg your pardon, forget that. They have been given the signal to fire up. Belinda must have been strapped in when she came down. There she is.
Well, they've had quite a while to wait, to be honest. Their final was set quite a while ago. So Belinda Bull coming around with the pickup truck. And of course, Rob Smallworth with a Dirty Dog 55 now, Chevy.
Rob has been racing many, many years. Is he's going to clip me around the ear if I'm wrong about this? I don't think he's ever won any event. Unfortunately, really? I know Belinda has.
Yeah.
She used to win a lot in Supermod. And 4-cylinder are there as well. Well, one of them is, shall we say. And there's Kev. Goodness me, if they pull this off. Okay, heads up, 760.
Yeah, just 2 races to go here, folks, at Doorslammers 2024 edition. What a weekend it's been. Do not miss out next year's one. That's going to be huge. Plans to move it around a little bit, change a few things, make it even better. Good to have the inclusion of 760 heads up as well this year. So Belinda Bull or Rob Smallworth, who's going to be the inaugural winner then of Doorslammers 760?
Yeah, there's only going to be one ever first-time winner.
Yeah.
Well, the drop off the line goes to Belinda. I think she's got it in the bag as long as she doesn't break out, which she doesn't.
Oh, 764 beats a 761. That is what you call racing. 0.3 difference at the stripe. A whole shot win for Belinda Bull.
Fantastic as well. I mean, that's the kind of final that you want for the first ever 760 race. Well done to both of them. Well done to Rob Smallworth as well. He's in the money no matter what. So Belinda wins the Jeff Ball Racing Engines. So her husband's kind of class, if you see what I mean. Sponsored class at least, anyway. But yeah, here we go with the 4-cylinder final. The final.
And we have an engine running.
He's driving round. There's an improvement.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that gave them the extra time to fix what they needed to fix.
Yeah, you never know.
So Rob Lawton and Kev Jenkins.
That didn't sound much like an aggressive burnout, though. Will he risk it? Whatever the problem is, will he risk it? Dave's having a good look underneath and tells him...
It's game over. Oh, what a shame. All that effort. They tried so hard.
Well, should have done a sweepstake for this, because if anyone had Rob Lawton, they'd be seriously in the money.
Yeah, definitely.
So, a solo for the Gold Digger Toyota for Rob Lawton. Going to be taking the big money.
Just don't leave before the tree activates.
The only thing he's not going to get is the bounty.
Once again, he's like, you're on your own.
Yeah.
He's like, really?
What? Seriously,
What?
after
Not
all that?
again?
A victory lap for Rob Lawton.
Use your horn as well.
That's it, we're done. A massive thank you, as always. Please put your hands together for the fabulous Santa Pod Racers Club, all of the track crew, the track workers, the marshals, everybody in the pits and up the top end. They can all hear you. Show your appreciation. Ian Marshall's down on his knees. That's most unusual. Cleaning something else up. Cleaning something else up, unfortunately, at the end of the weekend. So, what an event, gents.
Looking up.
Oh,
highlights for you.
Jason Tulloch for me.
Really?
No, it's just the craziness of that run. It was one that, when I say highlight, it's the one that sticks out in my mind more.
For me, you know which one it's going to be.
Yeah, it's the weed yourself one.
Dearie me, yeah. That forever immortalised. Thank you very much, Steve, by Chris on Euro Dragster. And for you?
I suppose it's got to be the returning champion, David Lamech. He's had us on teeters, hasn't he, all weekend, running 8 zeros, 8 ones.
With not enough gears.
With not enough gears. I really hope he doesn't go and run a 7 anywhere else in Europe.
He does it here next
so
year
bad luck
again.
to you for the rest of the year. But the thing is, he left Doorslammers last year, and he cleaned up at every race he went to around Europe.
Really?
Yes. He did not stop going to different countries. He was like Hungary, Poland. Hopefully we're going to see him later in the year in Malta. And hopefully, I'm going to go and convince him and go, do you know what Petros did last year? Yeah. He stayed till Thursday, ran on the Thursday test day, and ran a 7. Why don't you continue that tradition?
Do the same thing. Well, we're going to leave you, if you're watching the live stream, with the fantastic backwards walk by Josie up the racetrack. It's always a lovely way to finish the day on the live stream. If you check it out, though, it's a lovely shot. Look,
it is.
Pans around.
Very, very stable. Well done.
Whole of the start line. That's the camera. There we go. Anyway, okay, all right. I didn't say that. Forget that. I know you're following me around all next week, so I should be nice, really. Anyway, thank you very much indeed to absolutely everybody, gents. It's been a pleasure as always. But
it has.
Until next time.
And in a second, the Fraudster team are going to be towed up in front of what's left in the grandstand. Please make some noise for them. They're going to be here next weekend. They've got to fix it. They've got a few days.
I'd imagine they're saying to stay here to fix it as well, or...
They ain't got nothing else to do, are they? I thought that was people cheering. It's not. It's the shoe. I thought they'd go, woo! Right, gents.
We'll see you.
It's been a pleasure.
Prize-giving area.
I'll see you next week underneath the tower.
No, you're coming to do the presentations.
Nah, my hell, I'm out of it.
Right, we're going to hand over to...
Remember, there's only 2 commentators.
Yeah, we're going to just give the airwaves to Nitro FM just for a few moments. But we want everybody to head up to the Presentation area, you know where that is. That's where we all were last night doing the chip draw. We need you back there again to do our checks this evening. Thank you. We will see you next weekend, obviously, at the main event. We'll see you at the draw area for presentations very, very shortly indeed. Good night, everybody. Safe journey home. Nitro FM. The airwaves are yours.